Hello, everybody, and welcome to the War Room. My name is Olavur Steinason, and I will be your host today. I'm joined by a beautiful panel of experts. It is Darkness, Bubbles, and Spooz. How are you all today? Starting with you, Darkness. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, very excited about this OCC. There are a lot of new deck lists in the tournament scene. Some of them never shown before on any broadcast. I'm happy to look into those decks.
Yeah, super exciting. What about you, Bubbles?
I'm doing okay. Wearing my pajamas today, just having a bit of a lazy day, but I'm just happy to be here.
I heard you bring some accessories with you when you go to sleep in these pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, I live in a bit of a rough neighborhood, so you never know who's going to sneak into the house.
Yes.
I do have my butter knife, just to be sure. You know, you can never be too safe down in southwest England where the farmers live.
Yes, it's all those sheep. They're terrifying for sure. All right, what about you, Spooz?
Yeah, we had some really stormy days here in Germany and in Europe in general. So I'm glad to see everyone is fine in the panel here and also in the background of the cast. And really looking forward to today's OCC. Looking at the deck list before the whole event here really made me excited. And I hope we have some good matches here today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm convinced that we're going to have a whole host of good matches today. So, for what we have in store for you in this War Room show here is we're going to go into a detailed breakdown of some of the decks that we're going to be seeing in today's OCC. As the guys have mentioned, this is probably our most diverse OCC in terms of decks that we've seen from the get-go. Nobody is basically bringing the same ideas or same plans or same decks into this one. There's a lot of new innovations, so there's a lot to talk about. But on top of that, we're also going to be revealing 2 cards from the upcoming World at War Behind Enemy Lines expansion. And we're going to start by revealing one of them, then go into the deck talks, and then reveal the second one at the end of the stream. So, are you guys ready for the first card reveal?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring it up on the screen then. That is Chasing Shadows. It is a French 0 credit order. Target unit moves into the front line if possible. And that, if possible, basically means if the enemy does not control it and if there is room, right? So, starting with you, Darkness, first thoughts when you see this one.
Well, my first impression was not really good because it's not providing a lot just on its own, but it's 0 credit, and there's some interesting combo potential with, for example, Penta A, very powerful unit to have in the front line. The effect will trigger and cause no draw for the opponent next turn. And there's already an existing France German burn deck, so the 361st Africa Corps or Africa Regiment, I believe. With 3 credits, you can move that 3/3 infantry into the front line and deal 3 damage as well. This looks pretty powerful as combo part or in combination with some cards. Yeah, this is my first impression. What do you think, Bubbles?
I think it's definitely going to be a combo card. I mean, there's a few things I could see it working with. You could do some sort of meme things with the Chaffee, where you drop the Chaffee and you rush it up, you dupe the Chaffee. And you can also use this with cards that only affect the front line. So you can move an enemy unit into the front line and then play Strafing and pin the front line, or play a Torpedo and kill something in the front line. So maybe there's some weird, wacky USA-French combo deck there. It definitely seems like a combo card, and I'm excited to see what the smarter of us come up with in the community, and the rest of us can follow.
Anything to add, Spooz? Any other combos
yeah,
you see?
Chaffee was also the thing that I thought instantly of when seeing that card. But you can also do stuff like, just imagine your opponent is having a big bomber or a big artillery unit sitting in the support line, and you cannot reach this because you have just slow infantry on your board, or the front line is just occupied. You just play this, pull it next to your line, and then you just kill it. So it has some. I always wanted a card like that because it just opens so much more strategy, and I'm pretty excited to try it out. And Bubbles is having.
I've just thought of a combo with this. If you're playing Mobilize and your opponent's not putting any unit, like they've just got bombers and they won't go into the front line, you can push their unit into the front line and then airdrop it back. It's got a nice little combo with air drop.
And that's what we
Ah.
just find out here in 2 minutes. Just
Yeah.
imagine when people just see the decks and say, oh, this could be good in that. So I'm really, that might be a very interesting card.
I also want to note, I mean, historically in cards, orders that cost 0 have tended to become pretty broken sometimes, right? Like, when the creativity of the player base has been allowed to run free for some time, there are situations where being able to play cards and not having to pay anything for them can create a significant advantage. And I think that's what we're going to see with this one. That's the niche and home it's going to find itself in. But that's going to be it for the first card from the upcoming World at War release called Behind Enemy Lines. That's going to be available on February 24th. Make sure to keep your eyes out as we reveal more cards in the coming days, including one at the end of this War Room. But let's jump on over into the decks. And I asked you, before we went live here, I asked each one of you to pick a deck that you were going to explain to us and we were going to discuss. And I want to start with Dion's Hyper Ramp USA Italy deck. Throwing that over to you, Bubbles. That is the deck that you wanted to see. This is an idea that you brought out a year ago and completely failed with, but now Dion is here trying to show that it can be done. What are your thoughts when you see this deck?
Yeah, so this is a deck which sort of first came out with Man Nostrum, because the ability to get these really, really big units and then use them with the Man Nostrum to heal back up meant if you could skip the early game against aggro, then you could just heal back up again. And it also meant you had these really expensive late game units just to destroy control. I'm super excited to see how it works out for Dion, because it didn't work out quite so well for me. But Dion has done some things which I definitely could have done with. Things like Pact of Steel to draw. Because, if all your cards are really expensive and all your opponent's cards are really cheap and you play Pact of Steel, it just becomes incredibly, efficient draw. And this is the issue with this deck. It is often you play all these ramp cards and then you find yourself in a scenario you don't actually have anything to use. So, you put more units into draw. So you play all these ramp cards, but then you don't have any draw. You find this issue where you can't quite find the balance. But I think Dion's found a pretty good balance here. He's got, I think a really nice thing going with the deck. He's got the Avengers in there. He's got the Super Fortress. He's got the Flying Fortress, the Pershing, the mass deployment. There's a lot of late game here. There's a lot of ramp and there's a lot of draw and a good chunk of healing. I think the main deciding factor on whether this deck works is how quickly Dion can find what they need compared to how quickly their opponent can run them over. Up against decks like Jaggro, which there is a bit of today, we've got some Germany, USA aggros, these sort of pretty quick aggro decks. If Dion is able to stabilize, he'll just destroy them in the late game. But if these are able to overrun him first, then he might be in trouble. I'm super excited to see how this works. And with the change to 99th, these guards like Decima and the Bologna are a little bit more reliable. So maybe this opens up to it.
Interesting, very interesting. Can we maybe bring up the deck and take a look at some of the key cards here? I've been thinking, of course, like Mare Nostrum is a key card. That's the thing that allows you to. Oh, we're not seeing that. We're not seeing the deck. I'm just seeing Bubbles. So, all right. So we're that's the mix up. There we go. Now we see it. Perfect. Apologies for this mix up, but I mean, I'm also looking at like the Jasko, getting that out early, even negating a few points of damage. If you're up against Jaggro or something, if you find Jasko early, that could be the difference between life or death. What else are you guys looking at here? Maybe you, Spooz.
Yeah, I'm just excited, or just not excited, but it's interesting that he's also playing Skytrain, a unit that was mostly played in that US mid-range deck. And I think that just shows how strong Skytrain is, even in ramp, because you just have those units that constantly spawn and maybe deal with your opponent's aggressive early game units. And what is also interesting is that mass deployment can be so strong in that deck. Just imagine having 20 credits, 22 maybe. I'm not sure what the optimal case is to reach credit, but I think you can easily reach the credit max of 24 credits. And then you just play a mass deployment. It's very, very likely that you get a blitz unit out of it, a B27F or a Pershing. And that can be really, really hard for your opponent to deal with. And then we have the B29 Super Fortress, the meme card themselves. Yeah. So let's see if we see a B29 maybe deciding a match today. That would be cool.
I think it could be crazy. Darkness, how do you beat this deck? Like, what are the weak points for this one? If I'm up against this deck, what am I looking to stop my opponent from doing, or am I just simply racing him on time? Is that the only thing I can do against this deck?
Well, it's nearly impossible to win late game against this deck list. And Dion managed the card draw very well by adding Pact of Steel to it. Usually this deck has a little less card draw, what is very weak against certain decks, especially discard decks. But the clear weakness of this deck is it lacks AoE, and it's very, very slow. So if you're not finding Jesko turn 1, turn 2 Fear, turn 3 Bologna, and an additional Mare Nostrum, it's very hard to stand against tempo decks, against aggro, like J-aggro, US midrange, anything what is able to kill you into 4 turns, because there's a high chance you're not able to do anything against it in the few first turns. So this deck is clearly designed to beat control decks and will struggle against aggro a lot.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, we're not seeing a ton of like hyper aggro stuff today. I mean, we're seeing quite a bit of kind of Germany tank-based lists, fast Heinz without the fast Heinz, as Bubbles put it here earlier today. We're seeing, I think, one Jaguar list, but apart from that, we're seeing very varied types of lists that I would say aren't necessarily pushing the pace as much. So this could end up being a really strong deck here for Dion in this tournament. What do you agree with that, Bubbles?
Yeah, I mean there's 2 Jaguar decks. However, I do get what you mean. There's quite a varied amount of decks, so that it could very easily find a nice home in this tournament. I think there's going to be 2 factors at play for Dion here, which is how much they've practiced with it and a little bit of RNG. But if you practice with this deck, you know your outs. Even versus wide boards, there are solutions there. I know Darkness said about how you can very quickly get overrun, and that's completely true. But if you can manage to get past that and get some sort of, I don't know, guarded Avenger with the Bologna or guarded B-17 Fortress, you can actually very quickly clear this huge board and also heal yourself with Mare Nostrum in the process. There's a couple changes I would possibly like to see in maybe a ladder version of this deck, which is cards like the Privateer work quite nicely here, and also the other B-17, the one that's immune to orders. But I think overall, this deck has some real chances at victory, and if Dion is able to get it to pop off, I think it will be unstoppable.
All right, let's look at the next deck, and that is from Tree Pippit. It's going to be his Soviet USA deck, and this was picked by Spooz. So what do you think of this one?
Yeah, I'm not even sure what I think about it, and that's why I wanted to discuss it in the big group here, because it's a deck that I've not seen in that version for like ever. Like, it's a very, very aggressive Soviet US aggro deck with the 554th Rifle Regiment in it. A very, very one of the fastest and easiest to deploy infantry units in the game, because it's just costing 0 credits with 0 operation costs. And that combined with the 109th Combat Engineers, for example, can give you a very, very fast opening. And yeah, what are the others thinking about this Darkness? Have you ever seen this deck before? I mean, in a variant maybe, but that aggressive, it's very interesting. Also with the close combat in it.
Yeah, I actually played against this deck list in the last Cards Open qualifier. I faced this deck list, and it's very, very fast, and it has some crazy combo potentials. Like, you can deploy a ton of cheap infantry, get them into the front line pretty easily because of 0 till 1 operation cost, and then you play something like Unity is Strength or Close Combat or the new change of 99th Infantry Battalion to create pretty big units very early on. It has some crazy strong combo potential, and if you look at the curve, like 75% is between 0 and 2 operation costs. This deck nearly always pops off.
I have never seen a curve that low, ever. I mean, ever. There's 3 cards, and they're at 5 credits, and they're basically no surrender and 2 5-year plans, right? I mean, it's insane. And I think, the 99th Infantry Battalion change is huge here, right? What do you think, Bubbles?
Yeah, I agree. I think the 99th change is a big buff to this deck. I mean, it was really nice when it was bounce, but for decks like this, buffing up this unit to be really, really difficult to kill, kind of like the L640 deck, is sort of what you want from it. I do think the deck has a slight flaw where it relies solely on tempo, and once you've lost that tempo, you can find it very difficult to come back into the game. We do have cards like No Surrender to blitz out a bunch of light infantry. Without Ura, I don't think they're going to be enough to close out any game. So I think if you can keep the tempo in this, it's going to be really difficult to deal with. And they do have the tools to do that with cards like Red Dawn and Bloody Sickle as efficient removal. But I think the moment you get hit by some sort of AoE or some sort of anti-tempo card, you're in trouble. And I do think you should be worried if you're Tree Pippit here about the large amount of Legions today, because I think Legions are pretty good at answering this deck. They have a lot of guards, and a lot of them have a lot of AoE.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good point. We're seeing 3 different types of Legions decks with 3 different main nations, which is crazy to me. But I think this one is definitely going to be an interesting one. I thought about it in kind of relation to the deck we just saw from Dion, and I just thought, if Dion finds 2 Bologna regiments early, and maybe a Mare Nostrum, this deck is probably dead in the water, right? Just purely based on the fact that that's 14 additional HP that they have to burn through to get to the HQ.
Yeah.
Could be still possible. There's a lot of cheap removal, like Red Dawn, Bloody Sickle, 1 half track and 1 hammer. And if you have enough infantry units, you can create an 8/8 infantry in the front line.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's take a look at the third deck here, and that is another deck from Tree Pippit. Tree Pippit really breaking the meta here today, and that is his pin deck, Britain, Japan. And Darkness, you picked this one. So what was so interesting for you about this one?
Well, I saw him quite often playing something like this pin deck on ladder. It's a very rare deck. It's like ultra rare to spot anywhere. This is the first time someone really brings this deck to a tournament on broadcast. This is why I'm excited to see this deck list. But the combo is pretty easy. Like, you're pinning everything. You're just pinning everything, having some AoE with naval operation and shelling, carpet bombing. So you're able to clean the board against Token, against his other aggro deck, against J aggro, and even against big units in the control matchup with the effect of Sonya or Surprise Attack, or the 10-cent 5 credit bomber. You can instantly kill any pinned unit, what makes this combo really strong. However, this deck might misses some win conditions because it has mostly a lot of removal. But there is the Cromwell Mark IV, and a similar tank, the Matilda. The Matilda tank is pinning everything. Any unit what is getting damaged by this tank. We never saw this in an OCC before. I really like it. And the Cromwell is like an hidden win condition here, because most people shouldn't be familiar with this tank. It's 3/6 stats, heavy armor 1, and it's getting +1 attack every time a pinned enemy is destroyed. And with that amount of pin, this unit can become really big. So I'm happy to see this control deck beating some aggro, even killing big units and creating the Cromwell. However, the Cromwell is not protected by a lot. It's able to target it. He's not playing countermeasure.
The Cromwell, it sounds like an evil villain, right? In this deck, it's like, oh, he's building up the Cromwell, I feel like it definitely. And I mean, I'm looking at the Matilda there. When I started playing cards, I was like, the Matilda is the most OP card in this game. It hits things, it pins it. Oh my god, I'm never gonna stop playing this card. Then within 2 months, I think it had exited all my decks, and I never saw it again until now. I'm really, really excited to see if this deck works as well. What do you think about this one, Spooz?
Yeah, I mean, Darkness mentions a lot of the tactical perspective of the of that deck, and also about the problems of that deck. Because I tried it out in ladder, and it looks really strong to remove all units just by pinning them. But as Darkness mentioned, you don't have a real win condition. When your opponent is getting rid of your 2 crumbles, you can only have 2 of them in your deck. It's very hard to win. And if I see decks like the Hyper Ramp deck that Dion, for example, is playing, I don't see how he ever wins against this, because there is so many big units that can just get rid of his stuff, and it should be hard. It can be very good against aggressive decks, because you have naval operation in it, you have naval power to heal, you have the bombers, the albacore, stuff like that is very good against aggressive decks. But I think in a control matchup, you very, very often have a problem when you lose your Cromwell.
Yeah, I mean, we also see the Comet there, the A34 Comet. That's another card we really, really rarely see here in kind of Britain tournament decks or high-level decks. Bubbles, what do you think of this one?
I'm super excited to see the Comet here. It's one of my favorite cards in the game. I absolutely love this tank. Whenever I play His Majesty's Chosen, I'm snap picking the Comet over all the good choices. It's one of my favorite cards. There's also something, I did a little counting, I had to get my fingers out and work it out. There are 23 pin cards in this deck, right? And if that wasn't scary enough for an aggressive deck, there's also 7 sources of AoE. So there's 7 sources of AoE and 23 pin cards, and that's not even counting the Sonia, which combos with pin but doesn't pin in itself. And the rest is stuff like draw. So if you're an aggro deck, you're sort of thinking, I can't go wide because there's 7 cards of AoE, and I can't go tall because there's 23 cards of pin. I'm excited to see this deck in action. I really hope this works.
This reminds me of I did a show match for kind of the invitational tournament that Raging Jim Raynor held. And it was against Ohio Corn Guy, and he was crushing me early on, but I ended up pinning his entire board, and that was not with 27 pin cards, right? That was with like 8 in my deck, but I still managed to pin his entire board for like 8 turns. So I can only imagine the experience of trying to, just play anything into this pin deck. It's gonna be, I think, absolutely crazy. Let's look at the last deck that we kind of highlighted here. It's a deck from Cato, Japan and Poland. So Japan Legions are making an appearance here in the Officer Club Championship, and I gotta say, I have never seen this deck before. And I'm mostly going to be relying on you guys telling me what is going on here, because for some reason I would not have thought that Japan and Poland would have had great synergies. Can you talk me through this one, Darkness?
Yeah, this Japan Legion deck appeared firstly, really firstly, not just from scratch, with the last change and the new card, the 3 credit giving you 33 recons. Scouting? No, it's not scouting party.
Scouting party.
It's scouting party, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And the change to long range recon, giving you intel as well. That added 2 more intel cards to Japan, and this is why people started to test out this deck version. It is very similar to Japan Frank's Resistance, actually, having a lot of AoE, having a lot of control, and some kinds of removal, like upraising, banzai, the usual stuff with Sendai Regiment and bombing rate. So this deck should be good against aggro. It really should, and it has some little different win conditions. Look, comparing to Frank's, to Japan Frank's Resistance, by adding those Legion units and making them bigger, actually giving this control deck some unit threats, while still keeping the Kawanishi and Kamikaze combo. So this deck works similar. You're just pinning, you're playing AoE, killing all of the small units while growing your legions. And if this game goes longer and longer, you have Banzai and To the Last Man to control the entire board. Uprising are basically a To the Last Man if you killed enough Polish cards. So this makes this kind of scary. Shiden and Kika is another threat in the late game, and if everything is being played, this deck has Kamikaze plus Kawanishi, what is terrifying. Well,
yeah, I mean, man, it really, really, really feels loaded with threats. This deck.
Yes, absolutely. However, this deck is very, very new. People are only playing this since 1 or 2 weeks on ladder, and these are only the pioneers, the experimental stuff. So I don't know if this deck will be good or not. J-King thinks this archetype is terrible. I think it has potential. So yeah, people need to test that, and this is why I love this player bringing this deck list into the OCC. Yeah, let's test that.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Cato for bringing this deck. Spooz, have you played against this deck?
No, but when the balance change came out, the chat was always requesting I should play Japan Legions. Everybody just requested Japan Legions, and I said, guys, just long range recon was changed. It was not even buffed. It was just changed. It just got Intel 1, and then there was Scouting Party, which I'm still not really convinced of. But somehow people just think suddenly Japan Legions is a thing, and we see Cato is also convinced that it might be a good deck. And just looking at the list, it feels like so if you just look at the Japanese cards, you would instantly think, oh, this is Japan France Resistance.
Yeah.
But looking at the right side, seeing Uprising, it might be just an even more annoying Japan Resistance deck. Like you have the Uprising, which is 2 more board clear with all the Legions card or Polish card that dies in the progress of the game. So it's very hard to go wide against this deck. If you have a deck that is, I don't know, it's very hard to play against it, I guess, because the Legions are just guarding the HQ, so you cannot really go wide or make a big unit, because there's always the risk that your whole board is just getting wiped and you have to start from scratch developing threats. And as Darkness, I'm really excited to see if this works out. When I heard Japan Legions, I thought, I don't think this is good, but maybe I'm proven wrong today.
Yeah. What about you, Bubbles? Do you have any experience with this deck?
A small amount. There are a few combos in here which I think are important to look out for. We've got cards like the Karas, which fill your hand full of these sections, and then you can actually just turn these into regular cards with a redeployment and just shuffle them into your deck and get actual useful things. We also see the Banzai in here. Now, this was played in Resistance because you didn't have any units, but in Poland Ally with Legions, your Legions will often have more than 4 attacks. So Banzai is essentially kill all your opponent units, leave yours on the board. But it also combos with the Takasaki, where you can wipe your opponent's board, and as you no longer need the guard because your opponent's board is gone, it kills your own Takasaki and discards something from your opponent's hand. So there's a nice little combo there. And I also think, like Spooz said with these Uprisings, we've got Banzai, To the Last Man, double naval operation, Tora, Desperate Measures, and 2 Uprisings. There's so much AoE, it's just going to be real difficult to establish a board against. So I think there's a lot of wrenches to throw at your opponent in this deck.
I mean, I'm looking at this deck and I'm thinking, you know who would have a great time against this deck? Dion's Hyper Ramp deck. It's just like, you know, he plays nothing that doesn't have high HP stats, right? He's focusing on ramping early when there's not a ton of pressure coming out from Cato on this one, and you're pretty much guaranteed that you're going to be like 20 something credits. And you know, his whole thing is like, I'm gonna sustain you over time, but then all of a sudden you blitz out a B29 Super Fortress and one shot them. That's a matchup I want to see today for sure. So these were just a selection of the decks that are being played here today. There are other notable decks coming in here. We have a mobilized deck. We have we have some German tank decks. What else were some standout decks that you were looking at? Without going into too many details, we're just wrapping up. We're then going to go reveal the second card from the upcoming World at War expansion coming February 24th. But what are the other standout decks, Spooz?
Yeah, we have everything. We have the most versatile OCC deck list in like ever, I guess. We have Fast Heinz, we have Mobilize, we have Hyper Ramp, we have Autocannon with Soviet Ally, we have Discard Draw Denial from J King, we have three different main nation Legion stacks, as you mentioned earlier. We have cards like Premier Regiment Étranger, that 5-drop, that 1/1 that is gaining stats for each card in enemy hand. We looked at 4 insane decks here just right now, and yeah, I'm pretty. And we only have 1 Brit Air, I guess. So people should be really hyped about today's OCC because we have so much to see and so much to discover, and I can't wait for the games today.
I hadn't even realized that we have an autocannon deck with a Soviet ally. What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mother Russia in
going
it.
on?
And it's a new version of this deck list, focusing promotion instead of some other draws like the Panzer 38T.
Yeah,
So-
I am extremely excited about this one. Well, before we wrap this one up, let's reveal the second card here from Behind Enemy Lines, coming your way February 24th. Let's bring that up on the screen right about now. And this is my favorite reveal ever. It's Commandos! 2 credit, 1 operation cost. Commandos Kiefer, a French commando unit. 0 attack, 1 defense, but it has mobilize and smokescreen. And this one deals 1 damage to a random enemy when your HQ gains defense. Bubbles, you're itching to jump in on this one.
I love this card with the Potes and the Honey. You do so many pings with Mobilize. There's so much fun I'm going to have with this card. I'm going to be a Mobilize and a Commando. Mobilize is one of my favorite decks, and this just takes it even further. It is such a fun card. And with Secret Operatives and Smokescreen, it's super difficult for your opponents to even kill in the first place. I am so hyped for this card. This is the first card I'm building a deck around. This card right here. I'm going to do so many life gain things. I'm just going to see what works and what doesn't. And
So, yeah.
I'm probably going to annoy everyone in the process.
I mean, this just in a Commonwealth deck, right? I mean, like the fact that you have this, single card win condition on the Brit side that you can put in here in a Commonwealth deck, and this just perfectly synergizes with that. You're dealing damage as you're healing. Spooz, what do you think?
Yeah, and the cool thing is, if you compare it to the Commandos, that is dealing or just pinging once when you play an order. Just imagine you have 3 honeys on board and 1 of these. And each time you draw, you heal or you draw a card, just imagine triple honey convoy. You just deal 6 damage, and I think this card has some insane potential, and I really want to build a deck around it. As Bubble said, that card looks nice.
What do you think, Darkness?
Yeah, it's instantly a great addition for Commandos. Forget the British Soviet Commandos, British German, whatever. British Franks is the new commando now. And of course, this is a great addition to Mobilize. Like, this card is immediately great into 2 different archetypes. Really looking forward to play this.
I just see, the Commandos Kiefer looking at the number 10 commando and going like, look at me. I am the commando now. I am the commando now. It's just like, these are gonna be the new go-to commandos, right? No, I'm so excited. When I realized that we could do a commando reveal in the war room, I just got all giddy yesterday. I'm of course a huge fan of commandos, as everybody should know. I've been playing them quite a bit on ladder recently, and I've not been having great success. So this one gets me all excited. But I think this is going to be it for us in the war room. It's been really good covering these decks. 2 awesome new cards. We got Chasing Shadows, a 0 credit order that it's a French order as well. It pushes you up into the front line, any unit. You can use that in many different combo pieces. And then, of course, the Commandos Kiefer. So that's all coming to you in World at War Behind Enemy Lines dropping on February 24th. But that's going to be it for us here in the War Room. We're going to go on to a short break. And when we come back, all the action from this month's Officer Club Championship, the most diverse deck lists and strategies we've ever had, will clash right after this. Welcome to the Officer Club Championship for this February of 2022. My name is Ólafur Steinarsson, and I am joined on the desk for this first series by Darkness. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to bring you this series. Darkness, I get to see my first and favorite deck that I wanted to see, Japan-Poland, in this upcoming series between Cato and Tree Pippit, right?
Jaking.
Jaking.
Jaking and Cato Megumi.
Kato, is it Kato Megumi?
Google Translator calling. Yes.
Megumi Kato. Is it Kato? I think is fine.
Cato.
We'll do Kato. Yeah. Kato. Okay. So these are one player, very, very well known, J King. Everybody knows him. He's our reigning world champion. Kato, we haven't seen him before in an OCC, I believe. Now, before we jump into this series specifically, let's go over the player profiles for all the players we're going to be able to see here today. Maybe we should start by taking a look at the bracket so that we know what's in store for us. I know I'm sending our production person in loops here, but I apologize. I'm just so excited. We just went over the decks in the war room, and this is shaping up to be a good one. There you see the February top 8 bracket. J King 7 taking on Cato. Cato being one of the guys that beat himself in through the play-ins. Then Noin 5 is going to be taking on Kolbasnik. Dion is going to be taking on Tree Pippit. And Vinny is going to be taking on John PX. Now, as is customary, we're going to be bringing you live 2 out of the 4 quarterfinal matchups. And the 2 matchups are going to be J King 7 versus Cato and Dion versus Tree Pippit. But before we jump on into all of that, let's take a look at the players that will be playing in today's tournament. Here we go. We're starting off with J King, our reigning world champion. He has a staggering number of matches, not quite as much as Ari Big Ben, who was like 40,000 or something, but it's still an impressive number, 15,950 matches, and maintaining a 68.34% win ratio across 16,000 matches is nothing short of astounding. He finished the season in first, most played as Soviets. But apart from the stats, tell us a little bit about your teammate, J King.
Well, J King and I, we got friends. He was there when we started with Team Ammo, when we founded this team to go deeper into the cards esports scene, and like a lot of Canadians, he's a very nice guy. A very nice guy, a bright smile, and he is very, very ambitious with cards. You see him at the end of the season grinding for days. Sometimes it's like it's 1 or 2 days before the season ends. I go to sleep, I see him playing. I wake up, I see him playing. And he's playing the rest of the time simultaneously to me. He's a season winner for reasons. I don't even know how many seasons he won yet. 15 or something?
Something like that. I mean, he won 11 out of 12 seasons in 2021, and he's won both the January. He's won the January season here in 2022, and I mean, he said in his interview during the World Championship that now that he'd finally achieved that, maybe he could, let go of winning every season. But it seems like that's not the case. Seems like he's burning into 2022, really wanting to prove himself. And who knows? Maybe it's due to the newcomer Dion challenging him there in the first OCC of the year that he felt the need to stake his claim and prove that he was the best. Of course, Dion only finishing 4 points behind him on the ladder this month, so that was a close race. All right, let's move on to our next player here. It is going to be Tree Pippit, and he's coming from Hungary, a truly international competitive field here today, as is always the case in the Officer Club Championship. He has played just over 9,000 games. I think this is the first time I've ever seen somebody's favorite card be combined arms. This is not something you see a lot of times in high-level play. He has a very respectful 55% win rate. He came in 22nd, battled his way through the play-ins, and I always have to say this. I feel like the players that come in through the play-ins are almost more dangerous than the ones that come in off the ladder. They're going to be experienced in a tournament setting in the current meta coming into this tournament, and I think that's where Tree Pippit can really threaten anyone he might go up against. What do you think, Darkness?
Yeah, I agree. Tree Pippit never won anything compared to J King, who won most things in cards comparing to every other one. But Tree Pippit was there all the time. Even 2 years ago, I faced him on ladder. At that time, he was playing artillery in different nation combinations only. But with the upcoming cards opens, the first tournaments, he was always there. And in the ladder, he was always there, somewhere between top 20, top 50. So he's definitely an experienced player. He didn't got the spotlight yet, but I faced him multiple times in those qualifier, in those tournaments, and he's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And right now we will see his debut in this OCC on this broadcast. I'm very happy to see his performance. It's a different thing, you know, performing on stage. It's more nervous, more stressful, but well, he has a lot of experience so far. I wouldn't take him easy.
Absolutely. And I mean, he's bringing some interesting decks as well. There's a reason why two out of three of his decks were chosen during the war room to go through them. You know, one of it was the Soviet USA hyper aggro deck, and then the Britain Japan pin deck. So bringing something different to the table, which is of course always the threat, and he's shown success with these decks through the play-ins as well. So he looks like he's on point. Our next competitor here, hailing from the US of A, it's going to be Vinny. Now, Vinny has surpassed that 10,000 game mark, played 10,300, just shy of that, and through that, maintained a 67% win ratio. That is an absolutely staggering win rate to maintain over all of these games. Exceptional player, Vinny. We've seen him a fair few times kind of make it far into these tournaments, still looking for, you know, that kind of trophy, you know, that glory of winning multiple events and really securing himself as one of the kind of contenders for victory in every tournament that he enters. Anything else to add about Vinny?
Vinny is a very strong player. On ladder, he's very dangerous, multiple times top 10. And, well, he got second one time in an OCC, so he won already $300 in cards esport. He's yeah, like I mentioned, a dangerous player, and he's like one coming up strong player, getting improving himself over and over again. So 1 year ago, I was like, Vinny, not a problem. And a few months later, he kicked me out of the top 10, out of the top 6. And I missed the OCC directly qualifier. And it's only getting upwards from then for Vinny. So I'm looking forward to see his improvements. Maybe he's going to finish top 3 again.
Yeah, definitely going to be exciting. Next one up is Noen5. Now, Noen5, he has beaten an OCC before. He's been one of the more consistent Chinese competitors in recent months, consistently making it into the OCC, starting to be a very familiar face. Has over 10,000 matches, and look at that win rate, 72%. That is just absolutely bonkers. If you consider the fact that in card games, you know, if you're close to 60%, you have an exceptional win rate. He's over 70%. This guy is something special, and he always brings the fight. What else can you tell us about Noen5, Darkness?
Noen5, yeah, showed up like half a year ago, and he's the one who's constantly challenging J King. He is the one who's always trying to get on top. He's always trying to be first, and even during mid-season, he's like 200, 300 points on top of everyone else in the ladder. He's playing a lot, and he's maybe the most dangerous ladder player right now. If you're looking on the average cards day, and he's known for his aggro decks. Usually he's bringing only aggro, like J aggro, Brit Air, and today as well he's bringing Brit Air and German US Heinz without fast Heinz. But he added like a mid-range deck, USA Poland, not US Germany. So there are only a little tweaks. I didn't saw him playing control or ramp yet, but look at his win rate. You don't need to play all kind of decks if you're an expert in your field.
Yeah, that's definitely true for Noah 5 here. And then let's take a look at the next player we have competing today. It is Kolbasnik, coming from Ukraine, a member of Team Eastern Front. He has played 14,000 matches, wins 8,500 or just shy of. That is maintaining a 60% win rate or higher over 14,000 matches. Again, an absolutely staggering achievement. What else can you tell us about Kolbasnik, Darkness?
Kolbasnik is one of the veteran cards player who's usually there in the, well, not always in the OCC, this is more new, but he's always there in the cards open. He had some great success there, and currently he's like on rank 11 of the most successful cards esportler. Same with Bison, who won $1,500 in the World Championship. But Kolbasnik didn't do this in one single tournament, so he wasn't lucky. He proved himself in multiple tournaments, reaching multiple high ranks and multiple trophies. So yeah, he's one of the veterans here.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the next one. There we have Cato. He's played just over 10,000 matches, also maintaining that 60% win rate. Finished the season in 29th. Another one of these players that made his way in through the qualifiers into the play-ins, and those are no small feat. You're paired in a bracket against 15 of the other best players in the world, and you have to be the one that reigns supreme to make it onto this broadcast. So a huge achievement for Cato here, making it into his first OCC. Do you have any additional context on Cato?
I think I recognize his name from the letter, but I don't have really contact points with Cato yet. He is the underdog of this OCC, and he's showing some really interesting deck list. When I saw his deck list first, I was very confused, but when he get through the qualifier, beating 15 other player, reaching the OCC, I just got hyped. Yeah. So this really proves him to be capable of sustaining the stress of a tournament. And he's bringing interesting decks as well, like Britain Fong's Mobilization. You're not seeing this a lot, but Kolbasnik is bringing this as well. So he's having the same idea as Veteran. This could be a coincidence of him having some skill and some expertise in tournament scene. And he's bringing a crazy Soviet Germany anti-aggro, anti-air list. Unfortunately, only one person is bringing air. So I'm looking forward how this is performing. But he's bringing Japan, Poland as well. This deck, this archetype is only 2 weeks old.
Yep.
And he's bringing it into the OCC after qualifying with it for the OCC against 15 other players. Man, I'm interested in this deck and in this player, and I don't know how well he will perform against the current world champion J King, but this will be a great opportunity for him to shine.
Definitely. As we jump on into the second to last player there, it is Dion. Now, Dion, I think, is a storyline that kind of floats to the top these days. You look at his stats there, he only has 4,000 matches, but he still has a 63% win ratio. He has an OCC win under his belt, and he came in second this season, only 4 points behind J King. And then he drops comments like, oh, I'm a new player and I don't have that many cards, so I'm just playing for fun, right? And I'm like, that feels to me like LeBron, dunking on some people on a public basketball field and being like, no, I'm just having fun, right? this guy seems to be a force to be reckoned with, and he is once again bringing extremely interesting decks, kind of defying the tournament meta a bit, bringing a Soviet autocannon deck, the OG autocannon deck. I'm extremely impressed by what Dion has been able to show from so far this year, 2022. What do you think, Darkness?
Yeah, Dion is the underdog story of last month's OCC. He bet J-King in the final. He brought the improved Spitfire OTK list, which we highlighted as deck of the tournament, and I made a guide for this on YouTube. So this is and on top of that, he just finished second the season after his success. It's like he want to say this wasn't like a single hit, a one-time wonder. I'm be here now. I want to play cards, and I will beat everyone else just for fun. I like it.
It's crazy. And then our final competitor here, John PX. Now, John PX, he's become a staple of the cards competitive scene, always a force to be reckoned with, always a dangerous player. He comes in here with 17,000 matches under his belt, and still, above 60% win ratio. We keep hammering on it. That is absolutely insane. These players are simply, just cut above the rest when it comes to these win rates, when it comes to this success, and John PX is there, no exception. Tell us more about John PX, Darkness.
John PX, as well as Kolbasnik, both member of Team Eastern Front, both veterans, both very experienced in the tournament scene. I faced them a lot personally, and they are no easy opponents, definitely not. John PX won already Cards Open and didn't have success in the OCC like other players.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like John PX is kind of making that transition. We've seen this from a few players. They tend to do really good in the Cards Open. They play every single qualifier. They play every single Swiss round. All of a sudden, they have like 40, 50, 60 tournament games under their belt, and they are just significantly improved. They come on into the OCC and they start doing better, and that's what I love to see. That tells me that the ecosystem is working effectively, and I think John PX is a great example of that. And I hope to see him, perform well within today's tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see some great plays, especially by those veterans.
Absolutely. Well, I think we are just ready to go into the decks for this first matchup. This first matchup is, of course, going to be J-King versus Cato. And I'm extremely, extremely excited for this. We're going to try and get into the action quickly because we did cover some of these decks before we went in here. But starting with J-King's decks, this is a Germany Brit deck, and this seems to be heavily control favored.
Yeah, it's definitely control favorite, and it's favoring draw denial. So this deck list is very strong against fast decks, against aggressive decks, and decks who are lacking card draw. It's very easy to control your opponent if you are able to remove the opponent's threats, and on top of that, targeting the amount of hand cards. It's been a while since discard decks or draw deny decks are being played in the OCC. I think the last time was actually like 1 year ago when Butter Burrito shined. And if you look at the other deck, the next deck J-King is bringing, Britain, Germany, it's basically the same idea, but vice versa with Britain, main nation. Only the Britain elites are different to the German elites, of course, but you see the same cards as well, one Annihilation. J-King is even bringing 3 times U16, making your opponent choose to discard a card. Very efficient way to annoy your opponent and to target his amount of hand cards. But very easy to play around if you're, for example, playing supply chain with artillery. Well, no one brought this because no one would have ever expected someone bringing the discard package.
Yeah.
It's definitely a brave move. J-King here is looking to target those aggressive decks who are lacking card war, and some new decks like the new meta, the new cards, if they are not really well constructed, usually they are struggling against this card.
Absolutely. I think like we're also seeing, recurring themes there in the big elite cards, right? The Leopold bounces everything back into hand. The Churchill bounces everything back. There are some kind of similarities in the elites that are being brought here as well. And let's take a look at the final deck that J King is bringing. That is the Soviet Italy. So a very control heavy. Wait, is this? No, this isn't super control.
It's more like anti-aggro and
Yeah.
control. It's not super control, focusing against like crazy control decks. So this deck shouldn't be able to compete against the ramp deck, for example. Dion, no, who brought the
Tree Pippit.
Tree Pippit.
No, Dion.
Dion. Yeah, so he shouldn't be able to beat this with that, but his full lineup is targeted against those aggro and mid-range decks. So Soviet Italy makes a lot of sense looking at his matchup. It's very hard to build 3 kinds of discard decks. Well, German Brit and Brit German is usually working well, but this is the closest deck fitting in the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta admit, when I looked at this, initially I thought, Soviet Italy, this is like 100% control. But then I looked at the curve and I was like, wait a minute, there's a lot of 2-drops here. But looking at what those are, I mean, they're what? They're mobile defense. They're 845th rifles. They are 2-drops that actually give you decent control. Euro factories. Parade, Red Banner, Heroes of the Soviet Union. These are not aggressive units, so to speak. So it is kind of a control deck, but it feels like it should be able to deal more effectively with small units through removal rather than trading, right?
Yeah, with smaller movements and with tempo decks. It's designed to in this aggro meta where aggro decks having even more tempo than 1 or 2 years ago, your control decks needs to change. They need to be able to withstand the tempo in the first 3 turns.
It's very interesting.
This is why you're looking at this curve highlighting the 2 credit slot.
All right, let's jump on over to Cato's decks here, starting with his Britain-France Mobilize deck. Tell us a little bit about this one.
Well, Britain-France Mobilization is a long time in cards, as long as Alpine, but it didn't have this OP status yet. Mobilize was at the start, when it was introduced into cards, pretty bad, but slowly but steady it got buffed over and over again. Even the next patch will add more value with the commando Kiefers to this deck list. Yeah. And right now it is definitely a solid deck list. It's a mid-range deck list and able to snowball really hard while still having a decent win condition in the late game with Commonwealth. So it's not a deck to take easy anymore, and this can really shine and pop off, especially since usually people are not bringing mobilization to tournaments. So some player may lack the experience of playing against it. I'm looking at this deck list and I think it's really strong. I wonder if J King will, how J King will target this.
All right, let's take a look at the next deck that Cato is bringing here. That deck is going to be a Soviet Germany deck. And that for me is a pretty interesting one. You look at the curve there, it's fairly aggressive. And you normally don't see a curve that low in a Soviet main nation deck unless it's maybe tokens, but this isn't tokens.
It's similar to the last Soviet Italy deck we looked at. It's an anti-aggro deck list, especially anti-air. It has quite a lot of airplanes for Soviets, with Arado, Chaika, and the Yak 7. And everything is designed to beat Brit Air. It has cheap removal with Bloody Sickles, even one Burning Sky. It has 2 Sudden Strikes. It has
two 52k.
It has 2 52k, the new artillery dealing 4 damage to target airplane. It has 2 times Sky Barons, destroying an air unit, drawing a card, and only a little bit of like first rifles and armored train are already like big threats, and only Naval Brigade and KV-1 as late game options. This deck is very specific tech against air. Well, J-King is not bringing air, so this deck doesn't look very good in this matchup.
Yeah.
However, I see why Cato went through the qualifier. If there was someone playing air, he didn't stand a chance against this tech deck.
Absolutely. Well, let's look at the last list here from Cato, and that is the list that I'm most interested in. It is the Japan Legions deck. We did break this one down in the War Room, so let's not spend too much time on this, but the big thing to note is with the addition of a scouting party and the change of long-range recon, you basically have intel cards now to play on the Japan side, which made the Japan Legions possible. And this is a deck that we talked about. You know, it's a 2-week-old archetype basically. We still haven't seen it in a tournament, but that's what we're looking forward to now.
We're looking forward to it. In this matchup, I definitely a big flaw of this deck list, and that's card draw. There's not a lot of card draw in it. Well, scouting party could work. J-King has to target this, as well as the Tano regiment with intel cards in general. But next to that, there's basically no card draw in this deck. And J-King is bringing 2 times discard. So I wonder how he managed to pull that strategy off, but on paper, this matchup is very J-King favorite, and of course, experience-wise, he's the world champion. Man, I'm looking forward to see the bands and the player in action to see what's happening here.
Yeah. All right. We are just about ready to head on into the game here between J-King 7 and Cato. The players have been given the green light, and we're just waiting to get the bands up on the screen so we can tell you which decks we're not going to be seeing this time around. I am, for one, extremely excited for this one. The first match of the day of this February OCC of 2022. J-King 7 getting his German deck banned out, and the Brit deck, the Brit-France deck, the mobilized deck being taken out from Cato. What do you think about this one?
I think the mobilized deck is definitely the strongest and most proof deck overall. The Japan-Polish deck list doesn't look that strong in this matchup against discard. And it's very, very new, the Japan Legions deck. The Soviet-German deck is tagged against air. J-King won't fear that. Very good choice banning the mobilization deck. And of course, Cato has to ban one of the discard decks. Sadly, he can't ban both.
Yeah.
So choosing the German deck list. This is something what I noticed from the Chinese player when J-King and I played the qualifier for the World Championship. The stage, the knockout stage, both of us brought the German-Brit and Brit-German control with draw, deny, and discard, and the Chinese player always banned the German deck. So from their perspective, it's the stronger one, and playing the qualifier, for example, against CCMS, I figured out that that's true. I got beaten there. So the German decklist is a little bit more dangerous compared to the British-German very similar decklists. This is why Cato banned this here.
I'm wondering with the Soviet Italy deck from J-King, if that's going to be a really good answer for the Japan Legions, and that's what we're about to see here in the first match. No, it's exactly. Oh, yes, we are. Okay.
It's
Soviet Italy versus Japan Legions. So I think the Soviet Italy deck for J-King should be a really good answer here, given the amount of removal he has.
I don't really think J-King's decklist is designed to play against legions. Legions are having a lot of threats, and J-King is able to perform very well in the early and mid game, but maybe lacking something in the late game. In the late game, J-King's threats are like the KV1 and the 270-second guard, creating a Joseph Stalin, but that's nearly it. So this is probably the best matchup for J-King, for Cato here. However, I think it comes down whoever wins with his Soviet list will win. Both Soviet lists are the weakest decks from J-King and Cato in this matchup.
All right, already here on turn 3, Cato finding a plan west, getting those legions situated. Very interesting. He has a really good turn 4. He can throw whatever comes out of J-King's hand back into hand, but J-King not playing the first rifles, realizing the potential of that, but instead dropping the mobile defense.
Yeah, definitely nice. And the next turn, J-King has enough credits to trade into those legions. Cato definitely doesn't like that, and he wants to prevent at least some of that. So I wouldn't wonder him playing honorable death to protect those legions a little bit. But no, he just skips it and accepts the trade of Plan West against mobile defense. Looking like he's really going to play this matchup into the late game.
Yeah, definitely. That surprised me as well, that he would not go for any protection there. I mean, that was exceptional value from J-King. He played 1 card for 2 credits, got 2 tanks, then operated them the next turn and traded out 2 buffed legions.
Yes, but it's like 1 card for 1 card. Mobile defense against Plan West. So
Yeah.
it's completely even here. A reason why Cato kept at least 1 honorable death is the KV1. He needs to deal with that.
Yeah.
So this is definitely a way how he's able to keep that. What card am I looking at? The 8 credit.
Ladechma?
But Cato, his hand, does he has an La Decima in his hand?
Yes, he copied a known card from J-King.
I missed that. I see. I was really confused by that. Yeah. So Cato killing the Engineers Battalion. This is definitely a wise decision because he has as one win condition the Kamikaze plus Kawanishi. He can't kill J-King if J-King has like 50 health. So killing that elite early on is a wise decision for using honorable deaths. I think he will keep the second one for the KV1, but well, he stole a La Decima or copied a La Decima. What an amazing card for him. If you look at Nostrum, even the K52K or the Bologna regiment, all of that is pretty useless in the bigger picture. La Decima is the best possibility here, 100%.
Absolutely. And I mean, you talked about it, right? He was keeping back one of those honorable deaths because he needed to be able to deal with the KV1, but now he just stole an answer. Long range recon now coming out would allow him to heal up a little bit, but no legions on the field to make use of that.
Underground State is sending back the Bologna regiment, causing J-King to overdraw next turn and removing the Mare Nostrum buff. Now he's killing with honorable death, and J-King is not even getting the extra tank, but losing the second T60 here. J-King is running out of threats already, and it's very early in the game. So to not get any more overdraw, he's killing the key 83. But it's looking really difficult for J-King right now.
Definitely. I mean, Cato already finding a way to put J King in a tough spot. I mean, I still think there's so much left to play in this game that we can't really say if it's going one way or the other. I think there's still a lot of HP for Cato to get through on the side of J King, and it just takes one really good Mare Nostrum to really start snowballing that HP.
Yeah, Mare Nostrum, you can't underestimate this card. Definitely not. Looking at Cato's deck list, he does runs 4 times long range recon. So this is another difficult part. J King playing Lang for a day, he definitely has to deal with the Tano Regiment, one of the most dangerous cards in Cato's deck list. So far, J King is sorry, I thought you want to say something.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, definitely, this turn from J King was pretty huge. Getting rid of both the Tarno and the Karis. These are two machines for this deck, right? One generates intel cards, the other generates legions. So
Absolutely. That's true, but look at J King's HP. He's at 12.
yeah,
And this is not a nice position if you're playing against Japan Control with Kamikaze. Already having a lot of threats, having a lot of heal and a lot of win conditions here. J King really needs to find something to deal with this situation. He's holding the partisans for quite some time now. I wonder what unit he's waiting on to make a move.
he has a Urals in the deck. He has a 1 Ural factory, so he might be looking to draw that or the red banner.
Maybe. The best card right now is definitely the Tagasaki Regiment. So he can steal it, trade it into something, and then causing a discard effect. What is looking to be the best value, unless he's finding the 1 Ewell factory and 1 red banner, I believe. Isn't he running 2?
Yes. Yeah. I'm looking at the hand here from Cato. I mean, he did not want that Tor. He was looking for a Plan West off the top. He has 3 long range recons in hand at the moment, so he can really start ramping up his HP. He's also starting to push threats into the front line, and I mean, that La Decima is only 1 HP, and there is a La Decima in hand as well for Cato, so he can take out that Bologna regiment and really quickly potentially deal damage. My question here is, why would you not push up the legions that turn?
Maybe he wants to prevent an easy legion kill. Well, Cato is having more threats in general, but looking at his hand, this 1 legion is basically his own threat right now. So he wants to protect that, and if he allows J King to trade his 845th rifle into it, and then killing it with Naval Brigade, tables can turn.
Yeah.
So Cato is playing really careful here. J King stole the Tagasaki Regiment and traded it into a missed the discard. What did he discard it from Cato?
Sendai Regiment.
Sendai, yeah, Sendai.
The Sendai Regiment.
Yeah. Some pin coming out here now for Cato, but you're not really under threat from this board. I guess you don't really want that 845th to trade into that 5-3 legions, but
no, he does not want that. The possibilities I'm looking at currently is the Kawanishi plus Tora Tora. It's a board clear. Well, the Bologna Regiment will survive with some HP, but both units are killed. The 845th rifles. But Kawanishi with Kamikaze is maybe the strongest win condition, so Cato should be careful using that.
Yeah.
He can use another sandbag and create another Legion units and buffing them with long range recon.
He just passes.
He just passes. Okay.
He just passes. That's crazy. You look at you see the look on Jaking's face. He's like, he just floated 11 credits, right? I mean, he Cato must feel like his hand is just filled with bricks right now. For you to pass on that, that means you see no opportunities in this situation that you feel good about.
And there are definitely better scenarios he can wait for. You see, one problem is the card draw. He needs to have the second Tano regiment and basically card draw intel cards. So he can't simply use long range recon to just buff an only legion, single legion unit. This wouldn't be very effective, and he has enough HP to just wait a little.
I mean, in the spirit of waiting, then, do you just pass here with 9 credits, or do you use the naval operation?
He chose to wait, and he's going to wait. J King playing Man Nostrum, getting back some HP. This will cause Cato to react, definitely.
I mean, but there's only 3 damage on the uprising, and I mean, yes, Cato uses Underground State. Really good that he's able to get rid of that Bologna regiment. The second time he sends a Mare Nostrum Bologna regiment back into hand this game, but I feel like allowing like J King not buffing anything in the backline, it took away some potential Ledecima value here from Cato.
Yeah, it's definitely wise not to simply buff your Mare Nostrum and wait. You should buff a unit you are able to attack with to get the instant value out of it. The only reason why J King did this earlier, by playing and not attacking, was because he wanted to protect himself from overdraw. Now Ledecima comes into place. He waited very careful for that. KV1 has to die. And Cato is able to pin those little tanks, so they are unable to operate this turn and getting destroyed after. This will hurt J King again a little bit.
Yeah, good timing on the naval operation there. I feel like Cato is really showing us that in order to pilot this deck effectively, you also need to be patient on when you pick your spots. I feel like a lot of lesser players would have taken the out that you mentioned earlier, right? Like Kawanishi plus Tora. I'm going to put him down to like 15. I'm going to get rid of a lot of his healing, but then you might not be able to close out the game. So exceptional control being shown here, and discipline being shown here by Cato.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this entire matchup is based on who's patient enough and who's able to perform the best plays with his entire deck list. Because both deck lists are designed to beat fast decks, like aggro decks. So you're playing anti-aggro versus anti-aggro. It's not a great matchup for both players. So they really need to outplay each other to win here. Cato found a kamikaze card.
Ooh, I mean,
it's definitely not ideal. Usually you want to play those like the 3-credit kamikaze at the end of the game to deal a ton of damage with Kawanishi. And of course, Cato is running out of cards. J King just passed.
yeah. I mean, this is the wow, just passing back and forth. They're in a staring contest right now. I won't move unless you move. These two players are saying, I'm just gonna wait until I fill my hand up with what I need to win this game. And this to me is something that I feel like we never see on ladder. We almost never see this outside of high level competitive cards when these players know what their opponent is trying to do so well that they're able to just pass full turns and it being the correct play.
Yeah, I agree. J King finally played his first rifles. Well, I can look at both hands, and since Cato is lacking a lot of options, J King needs to start threatening Cato, to start being a little bit aggressive. Although he can't commit too much because there are so many big AoE clears to the last man, Banzai, 2x Uprising. It's very dangerous for J King to play into Cato here.
Actually, now that you say it, I mean, could Cato be in a fairly decent spot? Actually, I mean, he's 23 HP. He's starting to draw his kamikaze cards. He might even be able to set up like a 10 damage kamikaze turn with the Kawanishi if he keeps drawing them. He's got all the board clears in the world. He still has To the Last Man, Bonsai, all these things.
It looked very well until he played the Takasaki regiment.
Whoa!
The partisans stealing it, discarding Kawanishi, giving J King another big opportunity, the Tony. That was a complete game changer. Before that play, Cato was in a really good position, but now, without the additional damage from Kawanishi, those kamikazes are very close to useless. He has to react now to play something what really, really hurts him. He needs intel cards to draw with his last Tano regiment. And J King just top decked the 272nd guards. Look at that.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. He also has a Mare Nostrum in hand, so we could be looking at a Mare Nostrum up Joseph Stalin, healing him for 9 on hit. That was a huge game-changing turn. Every single thing that I talked about, like, oh, he has the Kawanishi, he has the Kamikaze cards. Boom, destroyed in an instant by an amazing play there from J King, finding his combo pieces, being able to take out the Takasaki, and hitting the right card on the discard.
Yeah, this was an amazing. Well, sometimes I swear, those discards are targeted. Whenever I play against discard on ladder, they are hitting my Lend-Lease all the time. Like the one and only card I need to keep to be able to win, and it's just gone. Cato just experienced the same, losing his Kawanishi. Well, he's finding his To the Last Man, but J King is playing very patient. Redeployment is a very, very nice card, being able to give you more options. Oh, drawing.
Oh, 2 scouting parties.
2 scouting parties. Well, sadly, no regiment. Tano regiment, but it's giving you something. The ability to trade with 5 damage into the first rifles and 33 reckoned.
The thing that I really like about Scouting Party is the fact that for 2 cards you can pack 4 units, right? And I feel like that's the purpose here, is like you just want this to take up bodies on the board. This is going to be hitting the legions, taking care of that. The good news for J King is that if he wants, he can push up those second rifles and just absorb all of those 33rd recon hits in the front line. So it's not really threatening him a lot, but it's going to be a guaranteed 2 cards for Cato.
Yeah, J King does not want to take the front line. He doesn't want Cato to allow to trade into, to get the card draw. While Cato just didn't do anything. He's just waiting for even more cards. He's behind on cards, and if J King gives him the opportunity to wait, Cato will wait. I really appreciate this move. Looking at that, J King has only 2 units. He's playing very careful around those AoEs. This is something J King learned. I think he learned in the World Championship, in the top 4. In the playoff, I was able to beat him with Japan Frank's resistance, but in the final he played perfectly against this. And this is where you can see the strategy. Your opponent has a lot of AoE, so you're playing enough units to threat your opponent, like 2, maybe 3, but you're keeping all of the other units, like you're forcing him to do something not doing anything would be bad, but doing something is bad too, because Cato will lose his ward clears.
Yep.
Looking at some really high level gameplay here. Cato, however, was able to find quite some cards here. His hand is nearly full. He's playing Banzai on only 2 units. Well, 2 for 1 is fine, obviously, but with those AoEs, I don't feel like it's enough to really get an advantage.
So J-King is looking at first rifles, the 329th Engineering Battalion, and the T-28.
All of those units are not great. He was definitely looking for another 272, maybe KV1. First rifle is having more value in general, but with La Decima, the Naval Brigade, and the 272nd Guards, he maybe can duplicate one of those, giving him more value. So
Yeah, I was even thinking just in combo with something like Urals. He could potentially Ural factory a T-28 pincered unit.
yeah, this combo with T-28 is really strong. Not surprised we are going to see the Sender Regiment. Of course, it's going targeted and destroyed. J-King needs to have his biggest threat back, and he's keeping it that way. It's like his only threat. So Cato has some blitz units, but the HP is guarded. J-King from now on should guard his HQ, or he's receiving a ton of damage from Shiden and Kika. Maybe he can keep one attack because he has another Mare Nostrum. Wait, Cato just played the Tano Regiment without any intel? That's interesting. No extra draw, no extra legions for him. J-King thinking about La Decima.
Why would you not play the scouting party alongside that and at least spawn 1 legion and fill up your... Is it the potential overdraw?
The potential overdraw. J-King is running Winter Offensive, and you see this little eye. Cato can see the hand, some of them. And he knows J-King has the Winter Offensive. Perfect counterplay to make him overdraw, losing more potential threats. Closing out the game towards J-King, so this was the right move here, not playing Scouting Party.
I mean, this feels like this could go down to, fatigue wars, given the amount of board clear that is still available here for Cato, right? He still has the last man. He's got 2 uprisings. This could be a fatigue battle.
This could be a fatigue battle, and this is why Cato is not playing the Kamikaze cards, didn't play Scouting Party. He needs to keep cards in his deck. It's looking towards fatigue now, but only because he lost his Kawanishi. With the potential Kawanishi, it was, instead of going towards fatigue, going towards the Kamikaze Kawanishi combination. I think it was a little mistake playing the Kamikaze early on and clogging his hand with those 1 credits orders. Yet he was patient most of the time, but not in this case. Yeah. But it's his first time on stage, and it's a very little mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 cards that are now in his hand that would have been other cards. Potentially cards he needed more than the Kamikaze cards.
Absolutely. The 52k showing some great value. Deploy killing the Shiden. J-King is healing back. Now Cato has to respond and kill something.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot for Cato. He would have to spend both of his uprisings.
There's another Kawanishi.
Oh, it's at 9. Nice. Yeah, spends both of his uprisings Finding another Kavanishi is a great point. It all of a sudden means that his kamikaze play might be viable. He also has the Kika to potentially deal some damage, but I don't expect J King to leave his HQ unguarded for the rest of the game here.
Yeah, would be surprising. Cato found another sandbag, but he doesn't have enough credits to send back the guard and attacking into the HQ. J King on the other side is able to gain more HP with the Fiat. You see, Cato played both Uprising to kill the Joseph Stalin. It's only a 1-for-1 trade, and J King has units left. Most people will make the common mistakes by playing too many units, allowing as a control player killing a lot of units with Uprising and to the last man, those AoEs. Cato now is forced to kill this guard. And J King able to play Naval Brigade, attacking into the HQ. I wouldn't be surprised if this be everything he's doing for now.
So in terms of deck sizes, just so that we keep that here, there are 10 cards left in Cato's deck, but only 2 cards left in J King's deck. So J King really has to make those fiats work for him in terms of keeping his HP up if he wants to win this fatigue battle.
Cato played to the last man. It's definitely reasonable, but he knows there is a 5/5 blitz tank. J King's able to pressure again, only playing two cards. Plan West. This was very needed. I think Cato can make the move. Play Plan West, maybe even sending back the tank, and then playing Long Range Recon to fill his board with legions. But this wouldn't be great because there's a winter offensive. He still needs to play around that AoE from J King. It's a very hard decision. It's a very hard decision to make.
Yeah, especially seeing as though the highest stat legion would be a 4/4.
Yeah,
so that's gonna get eaten by winter offensive.
It wouldn't be eaten. I don't. All options are not great. J King's playing now Winter Offensive, killing 3 legions and dealing 9 damage to the HQ of Cato. It's a great play for him. Well, he's out of cards, nearly out of threats, but he's threatening Cato a lot.
You know what he could do? He could avoid taking fatigue for a turn if he, if Cato does not. Because I'm thinking, like, if you do some sort of T28 combo.
Yes, sure. Well, J King's playing the Ural factories, creating a 4/3 artillery. I think this is nearly the worst one. But with the Blitz T28, it's enough. It's enough damage to deal 6 damage. So Cato has to get some heal. And he played the scouting party having more card draw available, but they are able to getting pinned. He's cycling through the deck looking for something, but he's only finding more kamikaze cards. He's going closer to fatigue by himself.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he can't afford to wait anymore. I mean, he's counting the kamikaze cards. He's gonna go all in probably with the Kavanishi and the kamikaze cards next turn, hoping that J King just is lower than him and will take fatigue damage down to death sooner.
J King just took 1 HP, 1 damage from fatigue. Next turn, he's able to play Kavanishi and 5 times kamikaze. This will be 15 damage, killing J King with the next 2 damage from fatigue. So he brought him down exactly to 17 HP to end this with the next fatigue turn of J King. J
And
King,
now the fact that J King, didn't play the Fiat, but used the Euro factories, right? He could have played the Fiat.
J King he could have played the Fiat. I think this was a mistake. He can play the T28, attack with this artillery, killing with the artillery with Lion for a day to not get fatigue damage next turn. But he's
Yes.
not doing that.
Oh my God, he's not.
He's not.
If he would have lined for date, his own unit, that would have saved him fatigue.
That would have saved him fatigue. Now Cato's able to bring him down
Oh my
2
God.
HP and already receiving some HP. If J King would have played the Fiat and only a very few HP would have made the difference.
He would have.
Wow, that was close.
Wow.
That was close.
That was one of the craziest end games I think I've seen.
Winning, just imagine J King playing Soviet control and you win the fatigue battle against him. That's a big flex of Cato with this first time showing his skills in an OCC. Man, I'm not disappointed. I'm not disappointed at all.
That was absolutely a stellar display of skill from Cato. A lot of patience, a lot of control displayed on that one. And man, just by the skin of his teeth. I mean, with that said, I don't think he stands a chance in the next 2 games playing the Soviet anti-air deck, but that was crazy. And you pointed it out. J King could have saved himself. He could have created one card draw for himself. And he had 2 ways to do it. He could have double bloody sickled the T23, T28 as well.
Bloody Sickle would have caused way more damage. Fatigue damage plus the Bloody Sickle damage. Bloody Sickle is where
exactly. Yeah. You're right.
There would be one way killing the artillery or playing.
He had to land for a day. He had to land for a day.
In that turn. The turn before he had to play the Fiat, but if J King would not have discarded the Kawanishi in the first place, things would have been different as well.
That's true. Man, it was a wonderful, wonderful game. Thank you to both players for an amazing show. And let's get into game number 2 here. And that is going to be London versus Moscow.
Amazing graphics from the London HQ. J King is going first. He does not like to go first. When you're playing this card, you want to go second to have two cards advantage already. And Cato already has the research, the Spiring, one of the most important units in his deck list. He has a lot of anti-aggro, a lot of anti-air. He can't really most of his cards to end this game. So he needs to rely on the threats he has, like First Rifles, KV-1, and of course the research, going for probably the U-boat, killing 1 unit, or being able to being able to kill a big unit, maybe even for the UN project to have more value, for example killing 4 units as big AoE. J King not doing anything. This is
what?
This is interesting, I might say. Maybe he just wants to raid. You see, Cato has a big hand and didn't play it a lot. So the chances are high that he has anti-air stuff, what is highly unuseful for him. J King can afford just raiding and getting rid of the tactical strike is not that great. KV-1 being played. This needs to be the Churchill. I think the reason why J King didn't play discard instantly is this Churchill. He can cause some overdraw and removing more threats.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting line. And I was looking at Cato, wanting to push that research even further. That would have created a very, very dangerous discard, having invested, 9 credits into that card.
Yeah,
But J-King dealing with the KV1, that's good.
this is very important. KB1 is the most dangerous threat in Cato's deck. Same with the Churchill Avra. He's able to kill that. This is not great for J-King. He could have played Fog of War on his Churchill. It would have been super strong. But now it's gone, and well, he won't use this on the Naval Brigade.
Yeah, just a little bit too late.
Yeah.
Now Expanded Reich being pushed even further.
Going towards the U-boat option. Great option to get rid of the Grenadier Guards. J-King needs to have some cards in his hand. Hopefully his Lend-Lease is not getting discarded, but yeah, I think it's targeted sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised. It's hitting my Lend-Lease all the time.
Would you play the Sexton here, just to get more threats on the board, knowing that one of the two are probably going to get U-boated next turn?
I think it's a good option. Playing the Sexton or the Wellington. Well, the Wellington won't live a long time against this anti-air deck. It's should be dead immediately. And yes, Cato has an 52k at his hand.
Yeah.
Playing the Sexton is definitely a reasonable choice, but J-King is keeping it to have more cards and not losing his Lend-Lease. Commando and Lend-Lease is getting discarded. I told you this shit is targeted.
It feels like you have some PTSD from losing your Lend-Lease, Darkness.
It's happening all the time. I swear. J-King not happy with that. I can tell that from his eyes. Well, now he needs to deal with his Naval Brigade, and Sexton is the choice here. Cato is having an answer with Tactical Strike, so
you can't be the guy playing the discard deck and be annoyed that your opponent discarded you, right? It's like this is a back and forth discard battle.
Yeah.
If that wolf pack would have discarded that research, for instance, the smirks would have probably been the other way around.
Yeah. J-King starting to play some discard. Cato found his 5-year plan. That's not good for J-King.
What do you discard here if you are...
Confusion is basically useless in this matchup. Of course, maybe you can hit a number 1 commando, but right now it's pretty useless. He has to keep the Tactical Strike to deal with Sexton and the 5-year plan to draw. J-King only finding Rough Lightning, it's not great because Cato has so much anti-air.
Yeah, he does.
I wouldn't be surprised seeing the artillery coming. Well, if he just playing the artillery, moving to the front and guarding it with first rifles, Wellington can still kill that. Or not just Wellington, the carpet bombing will be highly effective too. Right now, I'm looking at J-King's hand. He's running out of cards. He has Annihilation. He needs to kill something good and getting rid of 5-year plan. 5-year plan is like the Lend-Lease for J-King. The necessary card draw to keep options available.
Oh, and Cato, the staring contest continues. He just passes. But now a Tactical Strike being picked up by J-King, an easy way to remove that guard in the back line. And finally, some damage gets pushed onto the Moscow HQ here for Cato.
That was a wise play of Cato. Not playing anything is usually good against this card if you're allowed to pass, because that means you're drawing more, and having more cards, more options is helping you a lot. Now Cato has 6 cards, and Annihilation is getting rid of the 52k.
That's good. That's good good for J-King, given the fact that there's no other air removal in hand. Unfortunately, the Orado blocking the Wellington from coming out and doing damage.
Best card would be 5-year plan. Everything else is not good for J-King. Of course, the 52K is a good card, but J-King's pure win condition is by winning with this card, getting rid of the opportunities his opponent can choose from. And as long as he's having opportunities and not discarding the valuable stuff, Cato could be able to win here.
I mean, it's definitely starting to look less than stellar for J-King. I think that Lend-Lease was definitely a make or break card to get discarded. I mean, that would have meant 4 new cards in J-King's hand right now instead of that single card. And we know that there are plenty of tools to deal with a whole host of aggression here in the deck from J-King, and he should also be able to, sustain himself, control the action a lot better than he has been able to, given the cards that he's been able to play this game.
Absolutely right. It's back and forth. It's way closer than it should be. J-King went first, having 2 cards less and losing his Lend-Lease, his card draw, is causing a lot of trouble for him. On paper, this matchup is very, very favorite for J-King. Just looking at this matchup, I would have said, yeah, J-King has definitely an 80% win rate against Cato. But the start and like who's going first made this very, very close. As long as Cato is able to have a great amount of cards in his hand, being able to choose like from the U16 to get rid of the useless stuff, and J-King by hitting random discards effect, not hitting the important stuff because he has enough options and the odds will be in his favor, Cato could be able to win against J-King here.
I'm wondering, could something like even something as simple as a Fog of War being placed on something like the Gren Guards after they get traded down, that could be the play that allows J-King to hold off here long enough.
Absolutely. Next turn, this would be a nice play. Like J-King killing 1 unit, sending the Grenadier cards back. Of course, J-King wants to find another card draw mechanic first. Let me check how much card draw he actually has. 2 Lend-Leases. He would love to have another Lend-Lease because if he plays Fog of War on his own unit, this will cause him to find this draw later. Panzer 3H is a nice option for J-King because he can choose and cycle through his deck, finding important cards. And Cato is currently running out of threats. It's not looking great for Cato. J-King not even played the Honey, so his maybe Confusion Red Banner combo is still useless. Cato playing Root of the Enemy, Siberian Transfer, able to attack or into the Gren Guards, or killing the Seaforce Highlander and upgrading that, give him a nice threat to deal with. That's a big tank. That's a really big tank.
That is a gigantic tank, and it has 2 heavy armor, meaning that it negates 2 damage from any hit it takes, making that Wellington pretty much a pool noodle when it comes to hitting it. Doesn't hurt at all. Just slaps it around a little bit. Fog of War, however, being used now on the Chaika, and it looks like J-King, he says, enough is enough. I'm going to go for the juggler here.
Yeah, I don't agree completely with this play. Chaika is one of the better options for Cato, but Cato is running out of time. He has only 6 HP, and J-King is really targeting the HQ now. With Cato not having guards right now and options to deal with this 4-1 Grenadier cards in the front line, he can only spam a lot of units.
There's a Panzer 3H in hand for J King as well, so he can select 3 cards. Let me bring up and see what he has to pick from. He gets a Wolf Pack, a Lend-Lease, and a Pioneer Company. So Lend-Lease being picked up
Yeah.
there.
Lend-Lease probably is a better choice here.
Yeah.
The Wolfpack could have been nice. Cato is very low, but Lend-Lease is so much more important for J King. Like, he's drawing 4 cards. This is +3, and Wolfpack is denying 1 and discarding 1. This is only like 2 difference. J King.
Oh, the Monty.
He's able to pin or attack. What do you do? Pin or attack?
I think I pin. I mean,
I think I'd attack.
I think I pin because I know that there is nothing in hand, and I know the next draw as well, right? He knows that it's going to be a Chaika. He doesn't know the 5-year plan, and the 5-year plan could find something, but it's going to put him down to 1 HP.
What is he able to find though? That's
nothing.
Very, very bad. Well,
Rootout, that's not going to be enough, right?
Rootout can. He should have find the Engineers Battalion to kill. Wait, yeah, to kill 2 units of his own to get more HP back while reducing HP in the front line. But now he can't do anything. This 1-2 Panzer 3 is enough. Yeah, that's game. GG, J King is winning this. It was way closer than the matchup should be.
Yeah, that was. I definitely did not believe that we would be going all the way to the distance. I firmly expected this to be a one-sided affair for J King just because of the amount of air specific removal there from Cato.
Yeah, this was really, really close for Cato. But yeah, the matchup was horrible for Cato. For the matchup by himself, he did really well, and it was really close, but sadly not enough for Cato. Would be an amazing flex for the underdog beating the world champion 2-0 in the first matchup. Now it's coming down to 1-1, and J King. Yeah, like I said before, it's coming down who of them is able to win with his Soviet deck. Both are able to win against aggro. Both are designed to win against those fast decks, those tempo decks. More against air for Cato, more against not air for J King. We are going to see another brutal war of anti-air control decks against each other.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like we're in for a long day as well. Just watching this first series, this is a long series, right? This is giving me some world championship vibes. Where I'd planned every day to be 5 hours, and then every day was 7.5 hours, just because of the kind of how slow the games were played out. And that's both because players were making sure that they didn't make mistakes, and it was because there were interesting strategies and interesting plays being made. And I think that's what we're seeing here today, is we're seeing so many situations arise where the answer to the situation isn't immediately clear. So these players are having to think and be like, yo, I don't have a lot of experience playing against this deck. What could he do in the next 5 turns that would make this turn for me a mistake? And I think we're seeing both players in this first series tackle that exceptionally well.
Yeah, I got some World Championship vibes as well. J King playing the Mare Nostrum and attacking, healing for a lot. This matchup as well is going to be a long matchup. I can tell you that. Looking at the confusion, maybe Cato is able to make a nice play with this confusion and the Mare Nostrum buff Bologna regiment. J King on his side having a very stable board even against the first rifles. I wouldn't be surprised if this matchup as well is going into fatigue. Well, I know J King loves those fatigue matches, And he proved in the World Championship to be able to play those fatigue matches with a lot of focus and a lot of patience. After 20 to 25 minutes, your focus is dumping. You're losing a lot of focus and the ability to concentrate that well. How long are we into this matchup so far? Over 1 hour?
Not over 1 hour. We're approaching the hour mark, I
We are
believe.
approaching the hour mark. This is a time where both player, even if they are very, very skilled, the best player in cards, when they are starting to struggle with their mind, when it comes down to keeping the focus and keeping not making mistakes. And this scenario where you really have to have the ability of not making mistakes in order to win and to come to the top 4, this is brutal. Cato just playing Confusion, taking out the 845th Rifles, getting some damage down on the Bologna regiment, Jaking able to trade with his mobile defense tanks and being able to kill the second rifles as well. Lovely here, but Cato has not to trade again into this unit, killing it with Bloody Sickle, taking the front line.
Taking the front line. Those Cuban Cossacks, though, are going to be traded with one of those Red Dawns pretty much immediately. I would expect 845th deployed as well to get a little footing on the board. My question is just, would you ever consider leaving the Cossacks alive and just bloody sickling them, looking for a better play?
He shouldn't bloody sickle them now, just to not give Cato the options to play around his move.
Yeah.
Like killing the 845th and leaving Jaking without an option to kill the Cuban Cossacks, like efficiently. So ISU looks like the best play here. Cato does not have a lot of infantry for the Tomahawk. The Yak is a nice amount of card draw, but obviously it's getting destroyed fairly easy. So the ISU is a very nice threat here. And he's dropping a Flam Panzer as well, having a decent board. Jaking found his card draw by the sword. This was very important. Able to refill his hand. Not finding that much, but being able to play Mare Nostrum, killing the Cosmic. Yeah, this play was really nice.
I really like that. And, refilling his hand as well. The Bologna Regiment, that's going to give him some confidence to be kept safe. He gets the 52k out to take out the Ishak, not the Chaika. So, it works out well for Jaking there.
Works out well for Jaking. I just checked his deck list. Sometimes this Soviet Italy control does not even has an air unit. He's running 2 Fiats, and Cato is having Sky Barons, so he's only waiting, but maybe he can play the Sky Barons on his own Arredo, for example, to be able to draw something. But of course, you have to keep in mind this could go down for
double KV.
Straight into double KV1. Oh my god, this is so important for Cato. He's having so many useless units in this scenario, but he's getting the very best option for him to beat Jaking. Those parades play. I can't even say how important this was, because Jaking has more threats with 2 T60s, giving him additional units, and the 270-second guard. This was crazy. Is there an 8-credit Soviet unit? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Joseph Stalin is 8 credits.
No, 10. Joseph Stalin is 10 credits.
It's 10.
Yeah, there's this tank. No, this guard infantry.
Wait, is Joseph?
And of course, the 22nd, no, 270.
Yeah, that's where my confusion is lying, probably.
So for the second KV1, J-King has the ability to steal it with Partisans and upgrade it with Dual Factory or Red Banner. Well, Red Banner is only +1, so he's adding a smaller unit and 7k unit. It's either the 8-8 infantry, the 7-7 infantry, or the KV2, the tank with heavy armor 2. Not bad options, but the better option is to steal the ISU and upgrade it with with UL factories to get a Joseph Stalin. So, but will J-King predict the big unit from Heroes of the Soviet Union to save his Partisans play combination, or will he just steal the KV1?
I mean, the ISU would give you a Joseph Stalin, right?
Guaranteed.
Yeah. So that's a good question. I mean, I definitely think it feels extremely tempting to do and deal with it now. But I love this. I really like this. I think this is a cool way for J-King to deal with that KV1. He turns it around and makes it an advantageous trade for himself, dropping now a 6-3 unit in the front line and drawing out the ISU on the following turn, knowing that he can then Partisans and Ural Factory it. That was an
he's
exceptional play.
expected it. He smiles. The Partisans Ural Factory. He could just play Lion for a day. He just found removal.
Yeah.
But dealing it and upgrading it has way more style. Even going into the front line, there's the Ural Factory. Yeah,
Now-
Cato has to go for the U-boat. And he can't play another unit. He can't play another unit to allow J-King to refill his hand again.
Now, J-King knows the U-boat is coming. We definitely are gonna. I would definitely expect us to see him deliver 8 damage to face here. But how is he gonna play around the fact that he's gonna discard 3 cards next turn?
Ooh.
Do you?
U-boat is discarding 2, and the most valuable cards are definitely by the sword. He's trading into the artillery. What is, I think it's a wise decision. HP doesn't really matter in this matchup. Mobile defense and by the sword. I swear it's targeted. J-King losing his card draw again, and this was the second by the sword. So J-King is very low on card draw. Is he even having card draw left? Like Bloody Sickle can cycle a little bit. Heroes of the Soviet Union is giving him an additional. He only has like Parade left.
Both players have nothing but answers. They're just passing back and forth.
Yeah. Well, the last turn was very bad for J-King, but Cato can't take advantage of it because he's not having threats. J-King is not having cards, Cato is not having threats. This is not looking great for both players. How many cards do they have left?
I'll give you a card count right now. J-King has 15 and Cato has 15.
Okay, so this is looking equally. So J-King right now is looking to find the 272nd guard. This is the unit, like the big threat he's having, and Cato is not. Of course, the additional heroes from the Soviet Union can give him another threat, but the 272nd guards with the red banner creating 2 Joseph Stalins are probably the way for J-King to win here. He only needs to survive long enough, but with his amount of HP and 3 times La Decima, I don't doubt this will be difficult for him. Oh boy. Cato.
You know what? I have rarely looked at a hand of cards and been less impressed with it. I'm just like, I'm looking at Cato's hand, and there's nothing that I want to play there. That armor trade makes a huge difference, but you know, you can't sudden strike anything. You don't really want to play root out because it's going to hit your own unit. You don't want to red banner anything. There was nothing for him to do. There are no air units to Sky Barons. This was this is a large portion of dead cards in Cato's hands right now.
Did Cato played his partisans already?
I don't believe so.
He has to keep this partisans and get it until J King is able to play the double Joseph Stalin, because this is his only way to deal with the Joseph Stalins, attacking them into each other and then root out or winter offensive. Everything else is way too expensive. Is Cato just playing Sudden Strike to get rid of his hand?
I mean, he needs to make space if he wants to play those Night Witches.
Yeah, he does.
Just look at those two Sky Barons, right? They did not start on the far left-hand side of his hand, right? Like, these are the cards that have been dead in his hand for multiple turns and have now been just sitting to the side, not been played. All 4 or 5 of those cards, the 2 Sky Barons, the 2 Sun Strikes, and the Root Out, have just been sitting there.
To be fair, J King didn't even find a Fiat. There are only 2 airplanes in his hand, in his deck, and both are like in the lower quarter or lower third. Cato is going to empty his hand, playing the Sudden Strike before Winter Offensive just to get rid of it. J King not playing anything. He knows Cato is having only answers, nothing else.
Yep.
And Cato is not even able to play the Night Witches because he wouldn't get all of his little bombers. 5-year plans won't help him too. Oh, maybe this is a time where he has to play the Siberian Transfer and Red Banner. This would allow him to kill the first rifles, create a big unit, and play the Night Witches. Wait,
I believe
He
just
discarded one. I don't agree with this match. I don't agree with this play. He's losing some value here. J King finally finding the heroes of the Soviet nations. What is he looking at?
He is looking at 272nd guards, a T-28, and a Yak 7. He took the T-28.
Why is he not taking the guard? For real.
This looks like he wanted to get rid of those Polycarpovs.
He could try to force an overdraw, but he's not able to.
Maybe he's getting like flashbacks to game number 1 where, he missed the T-28 play.
Cato was able to get rid of the T-28. J King could have turned the 272nd guard into 2 Joseph Stalins, but maybe he was just afraid of Cato's partisans. Well, we know he doesn't have that yet, but this could be an option to play around partisans.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he does also have his own combo at the ready. Now, finally, some of these answers being used by Cato, hand size diminishing slightly.
But the deck size is diminishing slightly as well, and
Yes.
he's not finding a lot of threats because he doesn't have threats in his deck left.
Both players with 8 cards left in hand. Or in deck, sorry. Now, when you're looking at this state of the game, Darkness, both players, 8 cards left in hand, both HQs, 28 HP. You're probably starting to prepare for the eventuality that this might go down to fatigue.
Yeah. this will go down for fatigue. Maybe not even a full to fatigue, because J-King is having some very powerful threats left, but it's getting close. Right now, J-King has to play very well around his left opportunities, but so does Cato, and Cato is having even less opportunities. This will be a really tense matchup, like situation for him right now. J-King dropping another unit, allowing him to play another 7th rake. Cato can kill the engineers. Only finding his own engineers battalion, and you see, Cato is not having any threats right now. Only the spear and transfer plus red banner, but he really wants to save the red banner for the partisans.
Yep.
Like his only options for them to pull off a win. He's playing the engineers just to play something, I feel like. J-King finally finding a Fiat, maybe allowing Cato to play a Sky Barons, but this will bring him closer to fatigue.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like when he dropped the Arado earlier, you know, the reason why I kind of prefaced that discussion was I was thinking about the Arado play and thinking, is that viable now or not? Given, you know that you pretty much, the orders left in your deck are air removal, most of them. You're close to going to fatigue. Wouldn't you rather look for opportunities to get that Arado out when it's not drawing you a card?
Cato playing Burning Skies. Definitely reasonable. It's killing the Fiat, and it would be a dead card without any air unit. And of course, not pushing towards fatigue, so this game can last a little bit longer. Now I really wonder if they are playing something. No, they don't. They are not playing something. The Naval Brigade has to hit Joseph Stalin, like a big unit, something like that. Maybe even the 5/5 Blitz tank. But those 2 attack units are slowly but steady grinding the HP down.
Yeah.
Another Bloody Sickle is not very helpful here.
And that's also one thing. If you're Cato here, you don't really want to kill that T60 because you know you're just going to get a T34 thrown right back at you that has 5 attack, right?
Yeah. Cato really wants to have partisans, at least to play it on the T60, attack, upgrading it to get a threat for himself, or the multiple threats with the upgraded T60 and the destruction added tank. But he still does not have his partisans. Bloody Sickle is another way to cycle through the deck, but there's fatigue waiting for you, and it's not looking great. J-King is just waiting with patience, slowly grinding down his opponent, forcing Cato to do something, although it feels bad to do something.
You know what I think is funny? The fact that, we're here in game number 3 in probably, one of the longest series we've ever had in an OCC. Next series up is Dion versus Tree Pippit, and you got like autocannon decks, Jagro, like that's going to be a complete brawl. The exact inverse of what we're watching right now is going to be taking place in the next series, and then later on in the tournament, these players are probably going to be facing off.
Partisans now, after Cato killed the T60, it would have been so much better for him, but now he can't use partisans. He has to play the Naval Brigade, killing it with a Bloody Sickle, adding Chaika. It's a little bit.
J-King almost has lethal. He basically has lethal in 2 turns because he can deal 8 damage to face.
Well, the Engineers Battalion is healing a little bit, but it doesn't change a lot. Is he dropping now the KV?
I don't know. I'm feeling
King knows there is the Partisans. He's playing around it for basically the entire game. And this was the last card, so Cato has to have the Partisans now. Very unfortunate, it was the second last card. But things are going downwards for him.
And now the red banner comes out. The Partisans no longer the same threat.
This is a big unit, but King is having his own Partisans, red banner combination.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows that this game is over.
Partisans attack red banner, and there's an ISU. It's very well played from King.
Yeah, and that's going to be it.
Tough start for him. Cato pulled off a very, very strong fight. But at the end, King, with his favorite deck lists in this lineup and his experience, was able to win and proceed to the top 4. Yeah, this was a really nice start. And there are much more games coming.
I mean, it was absolutely crazy. It was a great series. I wanna give a special shout out to Cato playing in his first OCC and playing that well. I mean, he really took us down to the wire on a lot of these games. I did not give him enough credit in terms of being able to pilot that Soviet deck that effectively against these 2 decks from King. That surprised me. So I think we're looking at a budding tournament player here, and if Cato continues on with the grind, we're going to be seeing him in future OCCs for sure. All right, well, that's going to be it for this first series. Let's take a look at the bracket and how those are shaping up while we were playing this series out, which of course took quite a while due to the length of those games. Noah 5 played against Kolbasnik. Well, actually, Noah 5 couldn't make it today, so Kolbasnik got a bye and moved on into the semifinals. He's going to be facing off against King 7, who we just saw beat out Cato. And then Vinny was defeated by John PX 2-0 in the lower part of that bracket, meaning that John PX is moving forward into the semifinals, where he will face off against either Dion or Pippit. So we have some pretty exciting matches coming up. And just like I talked about, Darkness, Dion versus Pippit, that is not the series that we were looking at. These are 2 players bringing innovative, crazy decks, and they are about to go at it. We highlighted 3 out of their 6 decks. You know, when we were allowed to choose from all decks in the tournament, we choose 3 out of 6 decks from these 2 players, and we probably would have chosen more if we would have been able to pick 2 each.
Yeah, absolutely. I really thought about highlighting the autocannon combo deck with promotion and very less units. I wonder if this is an improvement like Dion did to the Spitfire OTK version of VA Beta from the World Championship. Very looking forward to see this deck in action, but maybe Pippit is way too scared and will just ban it. Wouldn't be surprising after Dion won with his OTK combo deck list the last OCC.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're playing up against Dion, you don't take any chances at this point. I think you go for the bans as much as you can, and you don't give him those comfort picks because he feels very comfortable playing those combo decks. But with that said, let's throw it over to Spooz and Bubbles, who are standing by to bring you all the action between Dion and Pippit, our second quarterfinal match of the day.
Yeah, thanks for giving it over to us. What an insane series there from you guys. One thing I learned out of this, never cast together with Ollie, because he's somehow just he's always the guy that is casting the longest matchups, and there's not any match that is going lower than 1 hour. But yeah, great work, guys. And as Ollie already mentioned, Bubbles and we are taking over with Pippit versus Dion. So first of all, we will take a short look at the deck lists, and as Ollie said, we already took a look at 3 out of them, because Pippit really brought some interesting decks here. But starting with Dion first, Ollie, Bubbles, can you tell us what Dion is bringing here today.
So yeah, we've got the USA Italy hyper ramp deck, which I'm very excited to see. It will either go really, really well or really, really badly. And then his next deck, I believe, is a Japan-Germany Jaguar deck.
Yeah, the Feigned Retreat deck, right?
Yeah, Feigned Retreat. It's a pretty well-rounded deck. We do see some new cards being played in it with the expansion, such as can never remember its name. What's that new 1-drop called?
The new 1-drop Sakura Regiment.
Yes, the Sakura. We don't see Dion running it, but we may see the Sakura come up later because I know the other Jaguar deck is running it. There's not too much exciting to look at here. It's just sort of your average Jaguar deck. The key cards to look out for are cards like Feigned Retreat, where it will just draw the entire deck in pretty much one go. And then I think the third deck is equally exciting as the first one. This is traditional baby combo, autocannon OTK, and this isn't the US variant, which is the more modern version. This is the old school version. We've got Mother Russia in here. You know, we've got the reserves. We're going to be popping it off with tokens. And Dion's also gone with promotion instead of Arctic Convoy, which I assume is just because it cost 1 less and there are less units in this deck. So I'll be very interested to see how this works out for Dion. A very exciting deck. And then that brings us over to Pippit. We have Germany, France, Control. I wouldn't call this resistance. There are some liberations in here, but other than that, there are no other resistance cards in the deck. So there's a hint of it, but I wouldn't call it a resistance deck. It's just more of a control deck.
And I think that the liberation is just in it for the heal, right? Because otherwise, usually you play Germany, Italy, and then you have Mare Nostrum to heal you back. And I think the liberations are just here to give you some slight heal potential. I mean, you could also play Call to Colonies, but he decides to go with the liberation here, and we will see if this is the better choice here, maybe.
I mean, there is also the potential to get some sort of liberation combo off with a Leopold. They do work very well together, and we do have the right research and the right banks in this deck. So there are ways of getting a lot of credits suddenly, and then you can do like Liberation Leopold, or you can do sort of Liberation Kriegsmarine. So there is some combo there, but I think it's mostly there for the heal.
Do you know what also the liberation is for? He's playing the Premier Régiment Étranger. Everybody's just asking, what card? That is the 1/1, 5 credit, that is gaining stats equal to your opponent's cards in hand. So when you play Liberation into that one, you just have +3/+3 stats, plus you have the heal effect, right? So I think that is also a good way to make that unit stronger in your deck. And as you mentioned, Leopold, sure, you just fill your opponent's hand and then you play that one. It is just a good way to get rid of stuff.
I do have to ask you a question, Spooz. How long have you spent practicing the pronunciation of that card?
I had some French in school, so
I feel like you've put a little bit more into it. You're like, you've been practicing a bit at home.
I'm almost mother language French, so.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
And then the next deck, is the Pin deck. This is Brit Japan, a lot of AoE, a lot of pin, sort of aggro and mid-range's worst dream, but not so difficult for control decks to face against. But I do think there's the potential for this deck being able to beat the Hyper Ramp deck, simply because the Hyper Ramp deck doesn't have that many units, and Pippit can probably just pin them to as much as he wants, right?
Yeah, but things like Albacore and Naval Operation are not affecting these big bombers like Super Flying Fortress. So and you said it was 23 pin cards. If you say you use one for pin and the other half for destroying units, it is just, you can get just rid of 10, 11 units. And I'm not sure how many units are in that Hyper Ramp deck, but I think it's more than 10, 11, especially with the mass deployment, which is giving you 3 units alone. So it could be hard to get rid of all these big threats. I mean, one big 5/5 bomber is enough to kill you over 4 turns if you don't have any healing, and that deck is not running a lot of healing.
That is very true. And then the final deck for Pippit is a full aggro deck, Soviet USA. This deck has seen a bit of play on ladder, but I don't think it's seen too much play in tournaments. I don't want to say no play, but I think it's seen pretty minimal play in tournaments. I'd say it did recently get buffed with the recent change to 99th. I'm curious to see if the deck's going to be strong enough to take some games here and just quickly take some wins, or if it's just going to suffer against sort of AoE and control, like it often feel like it does when I try to play it on ladder.
I mean, it really looks like I don't know, first 6 turns, you whether win or lose, right?
Yeah.
If you're behind on turn 6, I think there's no way you come back. There's no Katyusha in it or other OTK potential from it. You just have to have a really good start, overwhelm your opponent and win, or you just lose the match. So
it very much actually reminds me in how it plays of our 640. Our 640 is this levy all in, either I win or I lose. And this deck, it's fairly similar in how it operates, I believe.
absolutely, I agree. So, what do you think? What is going? Oh, we're just taking a look at the bans, so
Yeah.
no need to ask you here.
So-
So Dion,
Dion
Got
bans
his-
out the Soviet aggro deck, and Pippit bans out the Germany OTK autocannon deck.
yeah, that makes sense. Especially his pin deck is completely useless against the autocannon deck. That is just giving Dion such a big advantage. So it makes absolutely sense to ban this, and just try to find your luck there in the other matchups.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Based on the decks, I'm really not sure who's going to win this series. I think it's a really difficult series to predict, especially because Hyper Ramp versus Brit Pin. It's not a matchup I've ever seen before. There's some strange decks in here, so there's matchups which are alien to us and probably going to be alien to the players as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Especially for Dion, it should be hard. All these decks from 3 Pippit are not really meta. You don't face them too often, so you usually don't know how to play against them, what to look for in your mulligan, and that can be an advantage for 3 Pippit here. That's always an advantage for players that bring decks that are not that common. And let's see if 3 Pippit can take an advantage here out of this. But on the other hand, there's Dion sitting, right? Just won the last OCC in January, and should also be hard to beat him.
I mean, Dion's already proved themselves as a really strong player. I don't think anyone can doubt that. They are definitely one of the favourites to win today, just because of their performance in the last 2 months. And I mean, the last 2 months is all the performance we have to go off, and it's just been so explosive and such a quick start that they really have so much momentum behind them. And Pippit is a veteran. They've been around for a long time, and they certainly have experience on their side. But I think momentum is more valuable than experience. I think in games like this, having that mindset of, I'm really, really good, I'm going to go in and destroy everyone, actually gives you a really huge advantage. It is incredible just how many players can push themselves a little bit further and give themselves that extra, head start just by having a large amount of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Confidence is really important, as we saw in the matchup from J-King versus Cato. J-King is just so confident in his decisions. He knows when he needs to do a decision, even if it's looking bad for people that are from outside and don't look into his mind. He just knows it's the correct play and he's doing it, and he's confident that in the end he might just be successful with it.
Yeah,
So it
and
looks
we
like
will, go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it looks like the player has some problems to get into the match, so we should just be there in a few seconds, hopefully.
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. Generally you have these kind of issues in most events and, outside of cards as well. It's just one of the things that happens when you do an event live. There will be a few hiccups and some things will be a few minutes behind. That's just one of the side effects of doing things live. However, there are a lot of bonuses in doing so as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just saw some insane pictures from your church being destroyed by the storm. Can you tell us if that was the only issue that happened there through the storm, or
so there's a big like stadium or theater event called the O2 near me. It's rather famous. Its roof is gone.
Oh god.
We've had a lot of trees fall over. A lot of houses have had their roofs go away and blow away. So yeah, there's been, because for those that aren't European, there's been a big storm moving through Europe lately. I believe it hit Germany as well. And then there's a picture of the town over from me. The church has had its spire knocked over, which is rather funny because I don't know if you've seen the movie Hot Fuzz, but it's filmed it's filmed in that town, and there is a scene in that town in which the spire of the church falls off, and now the spire of the church has fallen off from the storm. So it's rather funny to me.
So you also told that your house was shaking, right? So I think it was way, way harder than it was in Germany. We just had, I mean, on Thursday, I think was the first one, and I think just one tree fell over here. But other than that, nothing really bad happened. But I think also 3 people died, unfortunately, in Germany. That is hard.
Unfortunate. Yeah,
I think the hardest part should be over, right? So
the house was shaking. I can confirm. I was lying in bed with the house rocking about, and I thought to myself, I hope my house doesn't fall over. It is timber frame, so it's designed to flex, but it is slightly concerning when you can feel the walls shaking.
It's not the best feeling in the world. I can see that. Yeah.
So I've been looking at World War II related outfits instead of, because I'm a little bit off era-wise.
Yeah, they are a little bit. What is it? 1700?
Yeah, I mean it's what I have, but I've been looking at the prices. They're a lot of money. You're looking at sort of like £400-500 just for an outfit.
Really? I mean,
yeah.
I have to send you a link. I just found a nice army uniform, like in that nice brown, and it was not that expensive.
Well, I found one for the number 3 commandos. I could dress up as a number 3 commando and play commandos and cards.
That's it. Yeah, the problem with these jackets is usually when you're streaming and you have the lights and it's usually not that cold in your room. You're just sweating as hell and it's just getting warm. That's the biggest problem about these outfits.
We are still having some issues with the players finding each other. They do live very far from each other, so they do have to look quite far. Pippit is currently looking his garage for Dion. Dion is searching his house for Pippit. We are trying to inform that they have to use the internet to play against each other and not just match down face to face. But
there we are. Finally, they found each other, so it helped.
It helped. We let them know.
Address there.
Can I just give a shout? Oh, okay. Here's the mulligans. We see Hyper Ramp coming out from Dion, and we see this pin deck coming out from Pippit.
Oh, exactly the matchup you wanted to see, if it works out.
I'm very curious to see how it works out. Now we see Pippit keeping the Matilda, Dion getting rid of most of the hand, keeping the guards. I want to give a shout out to Pippit's picture. That is, I like his picture. I like the hardwood background. It looks like he's taking it in front of a cards board.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Starting with the anti-air gun here, that is really an underrated artillery in my opinion. It is so good.
And it
3 health
stops.
for 2 credits.
And Dion has a Fiat in hand. It stops Dion being able to deploy this Fiat and be aggressive with it. Because if he does, it will just get pinned to death, and there will be really nothing for it to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Dion just pass the turn. Pippit has a very nice early game here, and he is able to then Lend-Lease to refill his hand completely. Dion deciding just to put down the fighter anyway.
I mean, it takes some attacks into it, so Pippit is not attacking the HQ, and since Dion is not having that much healing beside the Mare Nostrum, it can be a good way to save some HQ health there. Also having 2 Bolognas in hand.
Carpet bomb and strap bomb for each player.
When I see the Matilda there, this looks like rank 20 gameplay here.
I mean, to be fair, it's a 3-5 heavy armor 1 tank, correct? So on its own, it doesn't have too bad stats. There are far worse cards in the game.
Yeah, heavy armor 1. I think it's just the operation cost, right? That makes it a little bit.
Yeah, this 2-op cost does hurt it. But I do think people underrate these cards, to be honest. Especially because you see them in the lower ranks. I think people play them in the lower ranks and then they get stronger cards and grow out of it. And then they look back at it with this sort of, well, I played that when I wasn't as good. It didn't work as well. And they undervalue it just because it's something they saw in the start of their card's career. I also think this Sonia, the buff to this becoming a 1k unit, is really, really quite important to this deck. It gives you so much more of a stronger early game and just so much more threatening. Where Dion has to be careful now, because if he moves up that guard and it gets surprise attacked and hit with the Sonia, it just dies on the spot.
Yeah, and 3 Pippit is playing triple surprise attack in his deck. So not only the Type 94, but also just the plain surprise attack. That is also very surprising. Surprising. Who gets it?
So I won't be surprised if we see Tree Pippit continue to pin down that fighter and maybe put sort of some unit down to threaten the guard as well. It is slightly concerning that your artillery, your Type 98 AA gun will be destroyed by those guards, and there's not much you can do about it. You can deploy the Sexton, but I don't know if it's the best avenue of play.
Going in with the Matilda. I mean, this is probably the best play. You don't want to drop the Sexton here. Or do you just Sexton the Bologna? I don't know. Could Bologna and then attack it with the Sonia?
You could do, however, it does open up this fighter to get extra attack here.
Yeah.
Line for a day. Maybe useful later at dealing with a Cromwell.
Yeah, there are not that many units in the deck from 3 Pippit that have more than 3 attack. There's a Cromwell that when it's buffed, it can be a good target for it, but other than that...
He takes out the Sonia, decides to sacrifice his fighter. Interesting play there. I would have expected to see Dion go for the AA gun and destroy that. I think it's a fairly high value artillery to get rid of just in the moment, especially because even it doesn't need to do damage to pin, it just needs to attack. I believe so anyway. Units that... is it damage or just combat? Yeah, it's units that attack or attacked by it. It's not damage.
That is what is making that unit really strong, in my opinion. It's not just when it's attacking, it's also when a unit is an airplane is attacking it then.
And because it doesn't need to do damage, it can pin things like the Super Fortress, it can pin B-17s and all these sorts of cards. I do think it's worth trying to take this out as soon as possible. We'll probably see Dion go for the strat bomb here.
Yeah. I think that's so much value. You get rid of 2 units, you reduce the credit slot of your opponent, just leaving your board with 2 guards. What other line could he think about here? Yeah, he's going for it.
I mean, you can potentially go for the ramp and try and wait for more units to come out, but I think it's better just to go for it now.
Yeah, there's always the risk that your opponent's just pushing one of these 2 units to the front line, and then you have to spend other removal into it.
I think there's also value to saving as much ramp for these court matters as possible. Tree Pippit has a few different options now. Can go for the Sexton, can also just research the synthetic rubber to set it up with the Swordfish. There's a few different choices. Taking his time, no need to rush.
Yeah, usually you want to use a Sexton for other stuff, right? Not a fracked Bologna regiment.
No, it's certainly not ideal.
Okay, so decides to go...
Goes for the rubber. Now this can set up Swordfish in the future, which would be difficult for Dion to deal with. They'd have to use something like an Avenger or possibly the line for a... Oh, they have the line for a day. Don't you love it when you start saying something, and then by the time you finish saying it, you realize you were wrong?
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a surprise attack. Could do Sexton surprise attack combo maybe, but not that great actually, because it... What about just dropping a Matilda here?
We may also see this Swordfish into synthetic rubber combo, which completely takes out one of these Bolognas here, because Tree Pippit obviously doesn't have the advantage we have of seeing this land for a day.
Yep.
And this creates a 7/7 bomber on board. Can put down the honey and either go for the attack or the surprise attack. Either way, putting themselves in a very nice position. Although Dion should be able to counter it. The air defense and the Fiat in hand, those are some great top decks for Dion. And I think the game is reaching the point where Dion is going to really start pressuring Tree Pippit. I feel like Tree Pippit is now going to start falling off the game. The moment this Swordfish gets killed, this 7/7, you're in real issues here for Tree Pippit. What do you have as answers to this constant onslaught of credits, and you've got these quartermasters to refill. I feel like Dion just has more credits, more options, and better units at the moment.
Yeah, it's really looking hard for 3 at the moment.
And sure, you have this Lend-Lease, but what are you drawing into? Maybe a Shalling, maybe some sort of carpet bomb, but I think it's still a really difficult position, especially when you're drawing and you're not even sure what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit the problem of that pin deck. Like, when you are behind and you need to find cards, you can basically just find removal to get rid of stuff. And in the worst case, not even of all the stuff. And your opponent is just keeping this pressure, and you don't have anything to give pressure back. And
Dion floats the 4 credits so as to not show the countermeasure. If you deploy the Fiat here and you float the 2k, Pippit is far more likely to pick up on this countermeasure. So by floating 4, I think it's just a far safer way of doing this. And we'll see Pippit go for the attack.
Ooh, wow.
The air defense coming in huge.
That not coming. I mean, yeah.
Wait, it said Dion floated 4 credits, but then it said Dion had 0 credits. Is that just an observer bug?
Maybe. Look, I did not really pay attention to that one. I was just too shocked by that big air defense there, taking out the 8/8 swordfish. Or 8/7.
I'm surprised we saw the quartermasters come out and not instantly go for the ramp. I know you lose 1 credit slot by only going to 13 instead of 14, but I feel like it's worth it just for the instant ramp. At least if you're not going to play the ramp, save the quartermaster. You only have 2 of these in the deck, and right now it's so vulnerable.
Yeah, especially because look at the rest of his hand. There's not really any good. I mean, he's having a second one, right? So maybe he's just playing this to get rid of stuff, and then next turn do the hyper ramp.
However, if you ramp and draw and don't find any more ramp, you can leave yourself in a really difficult scenario. I feel like you don't want to play these quartermasters until you're going to get in. You either play it on turn 4, or you play it when you're going to get insta value of it. Pippit, deciding not to take out the quartermasters, may regret that decision.
Interesting decision there for sure. Double Ladashim. Okay. Candace getting a little bit better here from Dion. A lot of removal now.
Able to ramp and Decima.
Also guarding the quartermasters now, but there's a Sonya, which is a bomber. Can easily kill the quartermasters now.
Goes for the Lend-Lease. Has an Albacore. Naval Operation. A lot of really good cards here for Pippit. I feel like even if they manage to, clear the board, they're still going to have the issue of lethal. I can't see a way in which they can bring Dion down, especially if cards like Man Nostrum and Dion's toolkit. 1 Man Nostrum has been used already, but there's another sitting in hand. And the moment this gets put on like a Pershing or a Super Fortress, Dion is just able to heal so much so quickly. And you've already used synthetic rubber if you're Pippit. There's the Super Forts.
Looking forward to see that in action. But still a way to go with the ramp. And there's also no Stars and Stripes in Dion's deck, so it's okay for 3 to just go as wide as he currently is doing. Because Threat Bombing is already out.
Now I'm curious where we'll see them stop off at. Will we see them go all the way for nukes? Yeah, I think so.
I think so too, yeah.
There's an argument for going for the other Super Fort. However, I think that's mainly my argument because I quite like seeing the double Super Fort.
It's also... why not? When you lose, you then lose with style. But I think so far it's looking really, really good for Dion here. With the options to go to the nukes. He does not even need to decide next turn. He can just wait and look at what is Pippit doing, because these units on board, they are not even... I mean, Dion is just smiling about them, right?
I would have loved to see a Commonwealth in Pippit's deck. Just sneak it in somehow, find a way to put it in, and it's just an extra win condition in games like this. Because a Commonwealth from Pippit here could get Dion low enough even if it's not lethal because of Man Nostrum heals, could definitely get Dion low enough to the point where it's game-changing.
Yeah, it also brings your opponent into an awkward spot, right? Once you are above 30 health, he always has to have to take that Commonwealth into consideration.
And look, able to research and Manhattan in one turn completely destroys the board and resets Tree Pippit's game. Now, what do you do here with your Tree Pippit? There's nothing you can put down which will survive. You can put down the Comet and the Matilda, it will die instantly. But if you only put down a couple units, Dion is just going to say, okay, have a couple units, and just completely ignore them.
Ooh, there's your favorite card in the game.
Yeah, but it's not going to do enough here. We can see Deshima come out. We can see the nuke again. There's so many options for Dion.
Even Lion 4-day, so half of his hand is answers to this comet. And
the C4th as well. So many high value cards here for Dion. And I think we're starting to see this hyper ramp really pay off for itself. You know, he's on 15 credit slots and he's still got a lot of ramp left in his deck. He's got a Super Fortress in hand, a nuke in hand, and he's got good draw as well.
Playing the Quartermasters again without getting instant value out of them.
I feel like at this point it's more okay too, because you do have the extra draw already sitting in your hand.
With the Pact of Steel.
With the Pact of Steel. And you are at risk of overdrawing in this deck. So I feel like now it is more acceptable, but earlier when Dion didn't have any more options, it was a slightly more, should we say, dodgy play.
Yeah, but what are the Quartermasters doing here for you on the board than just being targets for removal for your opponent?
That is true. And it does allow Tree Pippit to go for the Lend-Lease. Completely refill their hand. Gives them another shot at the board. But there is this nuke just sitting there patiently waiting.
Just imagine nuking that 1/1.
Seaborn comes out.
Oh, a Blitz.
Finds a Blitzer. 6/5 of stats in the front line with ambush. Now, there is this against the odds sitting there. So if Dion decides to attack, yeah, I think we will see this first meet an unfortunate fate.
Getting surprised by surprise attack. Very likely.
I do find it funny that it's called surprise attack, but normally when you see it, you see it from the Type 94, so it's not a surprise because you see it in their hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Dion has so many. I mean, his hand is looking okay, but he's also not having that much stuff to punish Tree Pippit here or to apply any pressure. Sure, there's that Super Flying Fortress.
There's still Mass Deployment, Pershing, B-17's Avenger, all sitting in the deck.
Yeah, and Dion just played a plain in Hour of Need there, and I think he really wished his Quartermasters would be back in his hand. Matilda.
I feel like versus some decks, you can get away with it a lot more. Like USA Frontline, you can probably put the Quartermasters down and have a fairly good idea of their safety. But against Tree Pippit's pin deck, there's just so many ways of outright removing things from the game. Now, Dion has to make a decision. Does Dion go for the Pershing, but knows it will probably end up dying? Or does he just go for the nukes, go for the draw? Ends up Pact of Stealing, finds a War Bonds, gets a Jasko discarded, Commonwealth, not Commonwealth, Carpet Bomb and MI5 gone, goes for the Manhattan. And then that's Tree Pippit's Carpet out the game there.
That is like draw 3 for 4 credits, not bad. And also your opponent discards 3 cards.
But they did draw a Cromwell. However, it's still very high value for Dion.
Look at the hand there, double V17, Pershing, Super Flying Fortress. Now this is a hand. And he can even deploy 2 of them next turn. With 19 credits. I'm just waiting for the mass deployment. Do we see 24 mass deployment here? 24 credits. That would be insane. Well, look at this. That's not a play you want to do. Just play a Churchill without any effect, just so you have something on board. Holy moly, getting rid of it, saving the B17. There's a Catalina. Do we go? Oh yeah, not going for the Catalina. So 3 Pippit looks like he's having not too many cards left, right?
Yeah,
Maybe 10,
I s-
11?
certainly don't think there's many left, and I don't think there's many win conditions left.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what we mentioned before in the war room. Like, yeah, you can get rid of a lot of stuff, but once you fell behind and face a situation like this, it is just super hard. I mean,
Can remove the B17,
yeah,
but
and also that board is not looking too bad, but
doesn't go for the kill on it. Leaves it pinned.
that is interesting.
Dion able to Avenger and B17. Just completely destroy the board.
Why would you not go for the kill there? I mean, maybe you want to do it next turn with shelling?
I'm not
But
sure.
it also gives you a unit on board, so I don't know. But yeah, easy win there for Dion.
Yeah, takes the first game, and the hyper ramp deck paying off. Able to find, quite a nice matchup for it.
Absolutely, yeah.
However, that does mean Dion is now stuck with the Japan deck.
And there it can be a completely different matchup, right? When Tree is sticking with the pin deck, what I assume he's doing, because I think the German France deck is not that great against it.
Yeah, I
although
mean-
it also has some answers, but
Jagro, it's weak to AoE healing and things that slow down the game. And that is what Tree Pippit's Brit deck is good at. I imagine Tree Pippit was hoping to hit this matchup here. So now Tree Pippit far more likely to be able to take this one. I think there's certainly more favor towards them before. Looking at this mulligan, we see a lot of really nice options for Tree Pippit. Dion having to get rid of pretty much everything here to try and find some nice early game. Able to keep the Type 94 if they want, as it is a nice one drop. I'm not too convinced about the Type 93 versus the AoE that Tree Pippit's going to have, because it's a 1 HP tank that doesn't move very quickly.
yeah, that's
besides
usually
the
not a big
keeper-
sign against Jagro, right? When you just have to give your whole hand back and search for answers there.
Finds a very nice opener, though. Has the 15th Cav, the 35T, the Type 94, and the Type 93.
But 3 Pippit also having the naval support here. Not naval support, how is it called?
Naval
Is it?
Operation.
Naval operation. There are so many naval cards, I always
Yeah.
mix them up. Like
Yeah,
naval
like-
support, naval
Naval Power.
operation, naval power. Going for
And then we got the Naval Brigades, and the Naval
Oh.
Task Force.
Stop it, please.
And the Naval Bombardment, and the Naval Supply Run. There's all the naval.
I see, you did your homework.
No, I have cards open. I searched naval and cards.
Cheater. Cheater. So, just all units currently on the board from Dion here are just having 1 health and looking at that naval operation there.
And this artillery is actually really difficult for Dion to deal with, because they have to trade into it with 2 HP 35T if they want to trade into it at all. Goes for the 1 HP trade, reads the naval operation. That is a very nice play.
Ooh, and the carpet. And he's also having the HMS Illustrious for
Yeah.
next turn to get rid of that remaining 35T. So far it's not looking good for Dion here with this hand being left.
Although
A Keter regiment.
Tree Pippit is down to 12 HP and needs to find some healing, or they do risk being burnt out here from Dion. Especially if Dion can find like an Enigma or something. With all these surprise attacks sitting in your hand, it's almost always going to be effective.
So there's only 2 naval powers that provide some healing. And the honeys maybe, right? Is there
And the
any honey?
honeys, and then there is the radar from the research as well. But
So-
yes, there's honeys, there's naval powers, and there's research. I think are all adequate ways of potentially staying alive.
So what are you doing here if you tree? Just play the HMS, get rid of
I think
35T?
you have to. I think you have very little choice but the HMS and take out the 35T. Now we'll most likely see Dion double trade into one of the HMSs as a response, or potentially just go full face. But you can certainly double trade and send out the other one. Goes for the Matilda, takes
That's
a
another
big
5
risk.
face damage.
And it'll also just be Sendite.
Yeah. I don't know if I agree with that one. Because as you said, with the Swordfish, you take one out and give your opponent the choice to whether take one of them out or just go face. But it saves you, first of all, face damage if they trade. But it just gives a unit that stay on the board. If you just drop one big unit here, you just see what is happening. You just wasted a turn there.
Pippit needs a Shalling or a Monty. Can HMS this turn, but has taken unnecessary damage, which leaves them in a very dangerous scenario. Where's this Akita going? Hits face, gets Pippit down to 5.
God.
Shiden plus...
Still not a lot of
590
backup here for Dion. That will be a very, very close one.
Type 93, though, able to get Pippit down to 3. If they find the Shiden or they also
Bombing
have
rate.
the bombing rate, you know, there's a lot of ways of them closing out this game.
Oh. There we go. Even Sendai goes to the front now. Oh, and Corbett 1 turn away. You can pin. Oh, we can even pin 2 now. But is this enough? It's not enough.
I mean,
no.
you can survive. You can survive. You can pin units out.
And trade one with the Swordfish.
Trade one with the Swordfish. So you're not dead, but you're certainly not healthy.
And you can Carpet Bomb next turn, so...
But you're very much relying off what Dion gets off the top of their deck here.
But is Tripit having any guard in his deck?
No guard in the deck. Is relying on
guard, right?
finding some healing. Has to double pin these units in the front line. Has no other choice, really.
And that also gives Dion the out of Desperate Measures now.
Yep, the Desperate Measures is an out. 35 off the top of the deck! And it's game! Dion quickly snapping up the 2-0. And the Ori curse of having the long games and the Spooz and Bob's blessing of having the short
Ollie,
one.
this is how you do a match.
Yeah. It continues. And yeah, Dion taking the quick 2-0 and rather impressively with that ramp deck as well. I think they played that pretty darn well. I think there was a couple questionable plays with the Quartermasters, but I would put that down to the matchup. Because with most matchups, you can put the Quartermasters down and they're a little bit more safe. As compared to Pin can very easily just remove any unit out of the game. So I would put that down to a matchup issue, if anything at all. But yeah, Dion taking a very quick win. And
Let's look at the bracket.
Take a look at the bracket, yeah.
So it's Ollie and Darkness. Oh yeah, 1 second. So Ollie and Darkness will cast the next match, which will be J King versus Kolbasnik.
Yeah, we'll have J King versus Kolbasnik. Neon 5, unfortunately, some issues, I don't know, wasn't able to make it today, so Kolbasnik took the win. And then John PX managing to 2-0 Vinny, which is so they're now going to play against Dion, who just took out Pippit.
Yeah, unfortunately, we lost 3 very interesting deck types here with 3 Pippit being eliminated, but really looking forward to the semi-final matches here. And I think we just give it back to Ollie and Darkness, right?
Yes, I believe so. I do just want to note as well quickly, I did ask John PX to record his games. I don't know if he managed to, but if he does, we may be able to go over those in a future stream, so just keep an eye out for that.
He did it. Okay, then might also be uploaded to the Cards YouTube channel, maybe.
Yeah.
or on any other channel.
I need
Darkness
that.
channel, maybe?
I need to channel the art of the Spooz Winky emote or the eyebrow emote.
Best emote ever.
All right, back to Ollie and Darkness.
What's up, everybody? It's your boys Big O and Darkness. We just had a quick series to cap off the seemingly, longest series of the year that me and Darkness took. So we're back in about 10 minutes. I feel like Spooz and Bubbles were correct. We need to cast quicker series, Darkness.
It's definitely on us. We need to cast faster those matches to not make everyone waiting so long. Well, I'm positive we are able to cast faster the next matchup. It's going to be J King against Kolbasnik.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, do we have a look into the deck lists again?
Absolutely. I think we should just not waste any time and to go into looking at the deck list. We'll start by looking at the decks from Kolbasnik. Now, we haven't looked at these yet, so we'll take some time going over these. First deck here from Kolbasnik is going to be the Brit France deck, and this is a mobilization deck that is also packing a Commonwealth. And I'm looking at this deck and I'm thinking, this deck is going to be even stronger after the next World at War comes out with the new Commando Kiefers. But this looks like it's going to be, aiming to build the board, build that HP total. And I just love watching Mobilize being played because of all of the buff effects taking place all across the board. Give us more context into kind of the specific strategy that Kolbasnik is trying to accomplish here.
Kolbasnik overall is playing some early mid-game strategies here. The early game till mid game mobilization fits very well into this strategy. Like you mentioned, those mobilization units, you deploy them early on and they're growing and they can snowball really hard, especially with the Régime d'Infanterie combination with the Honey and in combination with the POTUS. You are drawing, gaining HP and buffing your unit incredible fast. This combination is really, really dangerous. However, this deck lacks a little bit of card draw. It only has Call to the Colonies, maybe Ultra if you want so, and 3 times POTUS. If J King is able to control the board with his anti-aggro control decks, and play around the POTUS without giving a lot of space and card draw to Kolbasnik, this can be a very, very interesting matchup. It really depends on who's having the board control and the control about the opponent. Is it be the snowballing mobilization units or J King with his control decks, but they are a little bit slower than those aggressive lists. This is going to be an interesting matchup. The last matchup, J King banned out the mobilization.
Yeah.
But the other mobilization deck had Lend-Lease, so I wonder if he's going to ban this as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, we have to look at some of the other decks that Kolbasnik is bringing because they have some, they have a target on them as well to be banned. And if we look at the next one here, that is a Germany USA deck. And I believe this is an example of one of those Fast Heinz decks that doesn't have Fast Heinz in them that Bubbles was talking about.
Exactly. This is really, really interesting. Not using a Fast Heinz. Fast Heinz is buffing all of your German tanks in the front line. Very powerful buff. But Kolbasnik is playing Greyhounds. They're not German, so he's not using the Fast Heinz. However, he's able to have 8 tanks with 1-3 stats and Blitz. And he's using the Greif, the 109th Combat Engineers and Nachschub to have an insanely tempo advantage or tempo possibility here. He's using dive bombing. This card got changed and is way stronger now. Standard card, deal 1 damage to an enemy unit and set its attack to 0 until your next turn. Really powerful. This deck probably even stronger than Through the Breach. So I like this addition to this deck list. And on top of that, he has buffs like Panzer 3F and Blitzkrieg. We can do it and Pursuit. So this looks really, really aggressive. Well, only has 1 Enigma and only 2 Panzer 38T, but in combination with 22nd Infantry Regiment, a lot of card draw. So
Yeah, it's gonna be.
this has more power potential against J King's lineup.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. And then the final deck that Kolbasnik is bringing here, that's going to be a USA Germany deck. And I mean, this one feels really familiar, right? This feels like the USA mid-range deck, but there's been some changes. You know, the 99th Infantry Battalion has been changed. So I'm really interested to see how this deck is going to perform with the slight modifications kind of post changes to this specific deck archetype.
There are slight modifications, but I really like them. The dive bombing, again, 2 times, really strong. The 99th Infantry Battalion is now adding even more early, aggressive, and tempo potential. So this deck is less a mid-range deck list and an anti-air list. It's even more aggressive. It's really, really strong. With the Shermans, and 3 times we can do it, it has a lot of draw and is really deadly against lineups, against J King's discard matchup. And with the 2 second California regiments, it got a little more spice added to it. So this improved deck list of the meta version looks really, really dangerous. I personally would ban this deck if I would be in J King's position.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think you would be wrong. And let's take a quick look at J King's deck lists. We have run through these earlier in the stream, so we're not going to spend quite as much time. He basically has 2 of these lists heavily focused on control, one being Germany-Britain, the other being Britain-Germany, and it's very focused on kind of manipulating your opponent's hand, causing them to discard, causing them to not draw, really exerting control both on the battlefield and in terms of hand size and what is being able to draw. What are the kind of unique differences between these 2 decks outside of just the swapping of the main nations? So what do you get with Germany as a main nation as opposed to Britain?
Well, with Germany, you get a little bit more of like those retreat mechanics, those stole mechanics with Jagdbomber, Admiral Hipper, and Leopold, and a little bit more of burn with the Comet. So this is why this card is like a little bit strong. This deck list is a little bit stronger in general, in my opinion, because it's more flexible. You have more cards that are very basic in what they are doing, but they are almost good every time.
Yeah.
With Britain, you have more like honey. You have more heal, like more space for honeys, space for commandos. It's more early game skirmish, but it's not that strong in every matchup. However, in this matchup against the German tanks, for example, are those number 1 commandos brilliant.
Yeah.
Turn 2 honey is always good, definitely. And the British has more card draw with Lend-Lease. So it's a little bit more control focused and probably better against against other control decks.
Yeah, let's swap on over to the Brit deck here so we can just see the comparisons. These are the 2 decks that we've been talking about. There you can see it. The Brit deck, as you mentioned, has a little bit more of that early skirmish, a little bit more of a healing potential, less about exerting control over the board in the early stages, but more about kind of taking control through fighting.
Yeah, and when we have a look at the last deck list, J King's Soviet Italy control list, this looks really, really strong against all of Kolbasnik decks. Like 3 Bloody Sickles, 2 Red Dawn is very cheap removal. A lot of early game skirmish with mobile defense, 845th Rifles, and the Fiat. Bologna Regiment is awesome in those matchups, only followed by guards like T60, First Rifles, Naval Brigade. I would definitely ban this Soviet version. It looks amazing against Kolbasnik's lineup, and both are veterans. So let's have a look at the bans.
Yep, let's take a look. We'll see what the players banned, and it looks like indeed J King did have his Soviet deck list banned away from him. Kolbasnik did get the US midrange banned away from him, so we were right on both counts when it came down to the bans. Now we are pretty much letting the players set up and get going. Just need to get the hands up here so that we can make sure to catch all the action.
Yeah, so we are going to see 2 times this card from J King against Mobilization. Will be fun to see this archetype in action in an OCC, and against the new Heinz version from Kolbasnik. We didn't saw this for a long time. Well, last OCC, Wild Eyes and Dion, no, not Dion, No and 5 and Wild Eyes brought a Heinz version, but with the recent changes, I feel like it's much better now. The dive bombing and the 99th infantry change and the new composition of this deck list by Kolbasnik is looking more dangerous. I really wonder if this deck list is able to perform well, because we didn't saw a lot of successful Heinz, a lot of successful German tank decks in the last months. So it's very refreshing to see this OCC.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I'm excited for it. I always like the German tank decks. I think in general, you know, when we get to a nice state where the meta has viable tank decks from Germany, I feel like the pacing of the game is kind of where it should be. I think it's also just, it's super interesting to see that he's running these 4 Greyhounds that effectively can clog up the front line really, really effectively early on, and they just tick damage over time. It's almost like you're playing Commandos or something like that. You're just dealing 1 damage, across the battlefield, ticking away at all the different units, and then the 109th Combat Engineers is something that I feel like we didn't even talk about the potential with the 109th Combat Engineers when it came to chasing shadows, right? Like, you could play them, push them into the front line, and do 4 extra damage with a combo there, right? They deliver a lot of buff, even though they're often overlooked because of how slow they are and how easily they're dealt with, right?
Yeah, but it's looking great so far, and of course the Greyhounds usually are played with air units or artillery because of their buff. The support line units have +1 attack. Kolbasnik is only playing like the Heinkel, 1 bomber, Leopold, 1 artillery, and Jagdbomber, 1 fighter. So he is not playing this tank for the buffs at all. He's playing this tank to have a lot of options to go into the front line. This is, deck-wise, looking like the US-Germany mid-range deck. This is a frontline deck, and you really have to fight for the frontline in order to buff a lot of units with Weekend Druid and draw with Sherman. And Kolbasnik figured out that this is the way how you have to play Heinz. You really have to push into the front line, because there are as many units benefiting from the front line as well. 2 times 22nd Infantry Regiment for card war, Panzer Befehlswagen to get additional units into the front line, Panzer 3F is buffing all tanks, the more the better, and frontline is giving you more space for tanks. Blitzkrieg is giving you damage buff for frontline units, and same as we can do it, the more the better.
I mean, you don't really need a whole lot extra damage than Blitzkrieg if you're able to consistently have 3 units in the front line, right? I mean, if you have 3 tanks in the front line.
Yeah, mulligan of Kolbasnik, he sent back Panzer 3F, although he already had 2 1-credit tanks. This is really interesting. I wonder why he did that.
Yeah, and there we go. The Greyhound, first unit out.
Greyhound the first, and there are more to come. Jaking is able to retreat, to kill a unit here. Kolbasnik can just follow with 2 tanks. Very sad for Jaking. He is going first.
He can be one flying bomb.
I think so. I think he has to. Well, the Volksgrenadier, both tanks are having Blitz. He's able to create a 2-5 guard. So this deployment effect looks really, really nice. Kolbasnik finding another tank. No, it really comes down to card draw. Kolbasnik needs to find those powerful buffs, more card draw to be able to finish the game. Jaking needs to prevent that. But Jaking currently has less options. I really appreciate that Jaking did not use the V1 flying bomb, because now he's able to kill the 22nd Infantry Regiment. Very necessary.
Oh, even
just choosing the route out.
I love that.
Hoot hitting 3 units, definitely nice. Hitting his own unit too, but it's still good enough to kill those 0-1 tanks.
Wait. Why would he not just trade the Greyhound? Because now 0 attack units can attack and then move one of the units up, and then he has the Befehlswagen in the front line.
He even could. No.
Like, am I missing
he wants
something?
to have as much units as possible to prepare for the We Can Do It. Like, really the maximum amount of possible units there.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just trying to figure out, if there was something that I was missing. But I mean, getting We Can Do It off on 3 units, that's fine. Again, he's looking to combo these with a Blitzkrieg to deal the damage.
Yeah, he needs a Blitzkrieg. Jaking finding Jagdbomber as well. I think Jagdbomber is a very good choice here to reduce 1 time the buff, and now being able to send something into the front. However, Kolbasnik has a Jagdbomber as well, but he does not want to send back this little Volksgrenadier. He needs to wait for bigger units like Grenadier Guards to get more efficient. Kolbasnik playing the Wirbelwind, killing the unit, going into the front. Well, I wonder if he's playing around carpet bombing and not playing any more units. I would think he is. When I faced him the last time in the Cards Open, he texted me afterwards, "Why do you always have 2 carpet bombings?" So, Kolbasnik is very aware of carpet bombing.
Tactical strike there. Being picked up, that's a perfect counter to that Naship. If he wants to slow down any of this.
Oh, and onto the Nachschub. This is so nice. Not only clocking the support line, but with less options, because Kolbasnik will draw 2 times Nachschub in a row. Jaking is getting closer to his win condition, removing the options of Kolbasnik. He has only 3 units left, two units left. His White Eyes is hitting now with Wolfpack, the Jagdbomber. It's looking terrifying for Kolbasnik. It's a 50% chance.
Absolutely.
Thinking about it.
And there's not going to be a draw next turn either, which means that it's going to be 2 turns until he gets anything other than another Naship.
Definitely targeted. And with the Reich research, he's able to kill a tank, going for the V1 flying bomb here. I feel like Kolbasnik is crying right now. He only has like 3 tanks in the front line. 2 can attack because the third one has no damage, and Jaking is having 2 Grenadier Guards and the discard. Right, Jaking. Right. Kolbasnik is drawing the Nachschub. He's playing it. That was a bad choice. Jaking now is able to play the U16, and the next card Kolbasnik is drawing needs to get discarded. That was a misplay. Kolbasnik should have waited with a Nachschub to discard it against the U16. J-King is running 3 of them in his deck. And he found another Fog of War. Kolbasnik is going to discard the next card and then going to draw 2 more Nachschubs. And it's a Leopold. He has to discard the Leopold.
Oh my god, that feels so bad if you are Kolbasnik. Now it's personal.
Achtung, another Fog of War onto
Oh
Nachschub, killing the tanks. Kolbasnik is going to draw 2 times this Nachschub, while the Grenadier Guards are able to clear the board. It feels like it's over.
No, I mean, it's over.
Well, if J-King is going to play the Land-Lease and Kolbasnik is finding his 1 Enigma, he's able to refill and maybe doing something.
I just don't think J-King's gonna play the Lend-Lease. Right? He doesn't need to. He's got 10 damage on board versus 2 Nachships. They're just smoke screened, chilling in the back, and there's an annihilation even.
Yeah, J-King doesn't have to do anything here. He's just going into the front line, attacking. Those Grenadier Guards are
Kolbasnik
perfectly for him.
And for Kolbasnik, if he like holds the Blitzkrieg back, right? Why would you play the Blitzkrieg? One of the Nachships get annihilated next turn, it gets discarded.
Yeah, that's it.
That was Kolbasnik running out of steam extremely quickly against J-King's heavy control deck.
Yeah, it's like that. Kolbasnik really has to get into the front line and to snowball, like getting Befehlswagen combo, great Blitzkrieg without J-King able to remove most of his units. It's all about the early game and the start.
Yeah, and I mean, J-King had the perfect answer with that root out as well, effectively just making all those early tanks a non-threat. And I guess that's one of the drawbacks of playing this many 1-3 tanks, is that root out is going to make them 0-1.
I wonder when Kolbasnik would have kept the Panzer 3F to buff all of those units +1/+1. If this could have made a difference, well, at the end, J-King had amazing card draw, probably not. But could have been a little difference. Oh, J-King is going second for the first time. Well, yeah. one out of 3. So this looks, from the start, from the beginning, a little bit better for J-King here. But maybe Kolbasnik will be able to get something out of this tempo. Oh, he's keeping the Heinkel to have some card draw. He got the Panzer 38T in his mulligan, so he has a turn 1 drop, maybe going into the front line, then attacking with Heinkel or dropping the card draw tank with deployment effect, the Panzer 38T. J-King, however, is having a nice start too. And a card draw will annoy Kolbasnik. Discard will annoy Kolbasnik, and it's a nice 1 credit card. C-Force Highlander is amazing.
Oh, another what is it? U130 something. U16. See, U16. I don't know those numbers.
Pioneer Company.
Ooh.
Another card draw card. Kolbasnik. Is he going into the front line? Yes, that means the Befehlswagen is getting into the front line. J-King is able to play 2 times U16. He's not doing it. This would have been 2 guaranteed crazy discards. Now Kolbasnik is able to drop the Heinkel, get more card draw, or the Panzer 38T, get more card draw. But it's not great for J-King at all.
Isn't J-King thinking, like, he doesn't want to leave this honey, just alive. So I'm just gonna drop a threat on board, start healing up. The honey can trade effectively into both units. It kind of feels okay.
It feels okay. It feels okay, definitely. He couldn't know Kolbasnik had a crazy hand like that and will suffer that strong from discard. Like, J-King is playing the safe way of playing, but yeah, in this case, well, now if he would have played it now, Kolbasnik could have discarded 2 1K tanks, wouldn't hurt him. So, looking at both hands, turn 3 play was definitely right. And
Shelling?
Zahani being able to trade 2 units with shelling, support, and stealing the credit slot looks very stable. It's like very conservative. Definitely a nice play by J King here, getting credit advantage as well, while still having more options, benefiting from going second.
If J
Looking
King
good.
plays the W16 here, it's gonna be a pretty tough decision for Kolbasnik because he's gonna have to discard something that's valuable in order to get that we can do it off on everything. What do you discard here? I think you. Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna say you discard the Naship.
Yeah,
Right? Because the
agree.
Naship
I
got
agree.
you in trouble last game.
It's the Nachschub, definitely. Kolbasnik can't trade into that many units. And yeah, the other tank giving all of your units plus 2, all of your blitz units plus 2 damage, the Nachschub, Leopold, Heinkel, it's way too strong. It's way too strong. Kolbasnik can think about playing the Panzer 3E, but the Nachschub on 4 tanks looks so strong. So yeah, it's not surprisingly he plays the Nachschub here.
We can do it.
Well, Rough Lightning looks nice. Rough
Yeah,
Lightning sent back 1
definitely.
unit. Of course, the Panzer 2A to not allow him more card draw, but Fog of War looks nice as well. Allowing Jacob to get into the front line with the C4 Highlander makes it very hard to play against that.
Yeah,
Another
I mean,
card will only hit a Greyhound 100%. But
this is
even
still
that hurts Kolbasnik, because with the Panzer 3E, the Greyhound is 3/3.
yeah, and I mean it's also the fact that these C4 Highlanders, they hurt, right? They're 4
Yep.
damage on Kolbasnik's turn, and they have 7 HP. So that's gonna whittle away pretty much all of the HP that he gained by playing We Can Do It. Just in an effort to get out of his support line, and because he doesn't have any buffs to really
Dive
throw
bombing.
down. Yeah, that's perfect. It's really what he wanted to see.
He can make a play with dive bombing next turn, reducing the C4 Highlander damage to 0 and then trade into it. Very efficient.
And C4 Highlanders, no, Grand Guards are going to be coming out here from J King. That's going to pretty much take up his entire turn, along with hopefully an
I
attack
wonder
on the
why
Heinkel.
he didn't kill the Heinkel. Card draw is very necessary, I'd like to say. Oh, just imagine Kolbasnik having 1 Blitzkrieg on top of the pursuit.
Yeah.
That would have been crazy, but now he will probably go for another draw with the Heinkel, very strong against J King's discard lineup. Pursuit. Well, Pursuit onto. He has to use the dive bombing. Pursuing the Vanguards, killing the C4 Highlander. Getting. Now! Kolbasnik, what did you do? The C4 Highlander were dead already. He should have attacked. This was a misplay. He should have attacked with the Heinkel into the HQ. I guess he didn't calculate the -1 damage from dive bombing. This is a card nobody from the tournament scene played for like an eternity.
Oh, the Jack Bomber! That gets some damage through.
Yeah, it's only a little bit of damage, 5, but it's something. And the Jack Bomber is something J King has to deal with.
It's a 6 attack. Oh, the Carpet Bomb off top, but
yeah, Carpet Bomb won't kill something here. He has to play the tactical strikes, killing the Yak Bomber, but now he's out of options to kill the Leopold Pursuit Panzer 3E combination, sending back Grenadier Guards again. He's unable to attack with the Panzer 3E, getting into the front line and getting 10 damage through. This is a lot.
And then the Leopold's going to come out again next turn. Oh, Wolfpack!
Wolfpack Grand Guards. Very strong option for J King here. Still very expensive for Kolbasnik to
Oh.
trade into the Grand Guards. The Leopold.
yes.
Oh, Kolbasnik will hate that.
Wait.
9 damage. How do you get 9 damage here?
He can sneak through 5 damage to face. Right?
Yeah, no.
You have to go Panzer 3E, and then
If
you
you
can
lose your Panzer 3E, your Blitz tanks are losing the buff.
oh.
You
Okay.
have to attack with the Panzer 2A and the Greyhound into the Grand Guards, probably then killing your Panzer 3E and dealing 4 damage. This would be very efficient, playing around carpet bombing as well. Yeah, you see this tank is dead. Now he lost 2 attack, but is safe from carpet bombing.
Another C4 coming out. A lot more HP to guard the HQ.
Jacking's looking for U16
He
to
found
guarantee, but nah, he didn't find it. But make sure Kolbasnik is drawing 2 Panzer 2As in a row, while slowly establishing a board again.
I guess the only upside here for Kolbasnik is the fact that Panzer 38T still has 5 HP, but that's going to be negated here.
Well, yeah, I guess. But Jaking's able to take the front line, able to deploy my units, even the number 1 commando to trade into anything. Kolbasnik only drawing another Panzer 2A, and against the strategy Jaking is playing, Jaking is reducing his amount of hand cards the maximum possible way, because the only way for Kolbasnik to draw a lot is by finding an Enigma and drawing a lot of cards through that. So Jaking is making sure, by not having hand cards at all, to prevent that.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's a
let me
smart
check.
play.
Is Kolbasnik running Burn? No, he's not even running Comet. It's a pure frontline deck. It's looking so painful to watch. Befehlswagen won't do anything.
I mean, I would say at this point, the game is probably over for Kolbasnik, given that he doesn't have any remote burn, any way of getting this. He's already gotten rid of the Leopold. Jaking discarded that one. He can't deploy any of these single units. This is pretty much a game here. Jaking has really weathered the storm, and this Fast Heinz without Fast Heinz deck has not delivered on the promise of blitzing the opponent and ending the game within a few turns.
Panzer 3H. This is adding Panzer 3F. What is a nice amount of stats? So Befehlswagen, +2/+2, but there's a C-Force Highlander in the front line, and he's barely able to kill it. And after that, he's even unable to kill the number 1 commando. Jaking can trade now very efficient. He's using both of his cards to prevent any card draw with Enigma. Not going for Lend-Lease as well. More card draw for Kolbasnik.
It's not going to do it, though. I mean,
Yeah, he has to go for this. And he will lose... No, he will lose the Blitz effect as well. So he has to go like that. He can deal 3 more damage, but...
Oh, man. Just a single air blitz?
9. It's 9 damage.
There we go. Game. Jaking takes the series 2-0. Kolbasnik not able to find traction with the heavy tank division that he brought here from Germany. I was trying to make a traction pun, but then I got lost in the middle of it, you know.
Yep.
All right, exceptionally well played by Jaking. 2 O's here, secures himself on into the finals. Kolbasnik, he's going to be dropping down for the 3rd place match, where he's going to be facing off against the winner from our lower bracket matchup, which I believe is going to be John PX versus Dion, which should be an extremely exciting matchup. That's going to be coming up relatively soon. But Darkness, just before we go on a quick break, what did you think about this series? J-King just felt like he had the perfect answer in both decks for what Kolbasnik was trying to do.
Yeah, his lineup was like designed to beat Kolbasnik. He had a lot of anti-aggro, a lot of control, and he's punishing any deck who's having very little card draw, like those decks, those high tempo decks who really want to push everything into the first 4 turns. Often they are running out of cards if they are not able to completely snowball here. So J-King this time looks very well prepared for this meta. Although people are bringing way more control than last OCC, J-King had some amazing matchups. After beating Megumi Cato, because he brought an anti-air list and J-King was able to abuse that fact that he's not running any aggro or air. Now beating Kolbasnik because all of his 3 deck lists were able to beat any of Kolbasnik deck lists.
Yeah.
It was, very unfortunate, but it's like that. You can go for the strategy like I want to be strong against anything. I bring an aggro ramp, I bring an aggro deck, I bring an hyper ramp, I bring an OTK deck list. Or you can say you are going to bring a very specific strategy. Like I'm going full anti-aggro, I'm going full anti-air, I'm going full aggro. And then you just hope you studied the meta well enough, you studied your opponents well enough, and you get the advantage. Like J-King did this time, like Dion got last time.
Yeah.
And you are able to, have a decent start bonus by having average win rate of 60% or 70% just from the matchup rise.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the bracket before we head on over to a quick break. We just watched J-King take on Kolbasnik. That ended up 2-0. That means J-King has secured himself a spot in the grand finals here for the OCC this February. The second semifinals is going to be coming up right after this coming break. It's going to be Dion versus John PX, and it's going to be an interesting one. Will Dion be able to make it to back-to-back OCC finals, get into that rematch against J-King for the win, or will John PX be a thorn in his side and stop him? We'll find out right after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the Cards Officer Championship. We just had quite a fun match to watch of J King managing to discard versus Kolbasnik very, very well. Able to hit some really cool key cards such as the Leopold twice, which must have been very, very painful. But I know J King was very much banking on the decks he brought, and I remember him saying, I'm either going to do really, really well or really, really badly. And it looks like the discard paid off for him. But that was the last series. We have another semi-final to go over, and it is John PX versus Dion, correct?
Yes. And yeah, that last match or last series was really painful to watch, like Kolbasnik having no chance there. That 4-4 just sending back all these Nav troops to the top of the deck twice. I can really feel the pain there of Kolbasnik. But as you said, next matchup, John PX versus Dion. There is a chance we just see the January OCC finals again with Dion versus J King. But first of all, Dion has to overcome here John PX. And we will take a look at John PX decks first here. Starting with that Brit Legions deck, and maybe Bubbles, you can bring us a little bit through these.
Yeah, so I think Brit Legions was sort of the original Legions deck when it first came out. People did it with like Aerial Recon and this sort of thing. And it was really Ari that pioneered the first version of this deck. But we've come quite a long way since then. We now have cards like Observer Core to play around with to, reduce the cost of Tano. We've got Evasive Action to counter things like the Leopold, which is one of the main counters. And we do have some extra fun intel cards to play around with. I feel like this deck is fairly consistent in its sort of mid-game where you pop off with Tano, you can draw a bunch of cards, but it can struggle to close out games. With the addition of the Churchill Ave to this deck, it becomes a hell of a lot stronger, and it maybe pushes it powerful enough where it is able to be tier 1 and compete with these other decks. So I don't think it's properly able to be tier 1 in the tournament scene before. A few key cards to look out for. Just to quickly, point it out, the Tano is super, super important. We also have Uprisings and Carpet Bombs to clear the board, and then we do have like this Lancaster-Churchill combo to end the game.
Yeah, it's similar to the Japan Legions deck that we saw earlier. You have a lot of control stuff. You have the Uprisings, the card bombings to clear the board. Maybe a little bit less options than Japan is having with To the Last Man and Banzai, but still good options to get rid of opponents' units. And I'm pretty excited to see. When I played this, I was not too successful with this deck archetype. So I think you need some practice and to know in which situation you need to do which play there. So I'm excited to learn something here from John PX when bringing this deck into the OCC today.
I do also think the addition of the Spitfire Mark II to the game, it certainly gives this deck more of a possibility of being a competitive deck. Because closing out games was one of the things you could really struggle with, especially games where you couldn't get your guards up into the front line and pressuring face. So that might make the deck, powerful enough. The next deck from John PX is a No Heinz. Germany, USA sort of front line. We just saw this from Kolbasnik not too long ago. Obviously, these players are very close to each other. They practice a lot. And I'm not surprised that we see them run similar decks. I do think the deck has stuff going for it. I just think the matchup for Kolbasnik was really not what he's looking for. You sort of want to play against these aggro to mid-range where these 1/3 tanks are super, super powerful. And then you can do quick games against control with these mass buffs. But I think discard is like the worst matchup for you to play against it.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I'm curious if we'll see John PX be able to have some more success for it. Is there anything you think I missed on this deck, Spooz?
No, not really. Really strong deck when it pops off, and especially when your opponent is not having early removal. Like, I think the best you can have is Flammpanzer, Sudden Strike, but a lot of orders that deal 2 damage early game, like Desperate Measures or stuff like Patrol, and all these tanks have 3 health. So once your opponent is able to stack some of these units and suddenly pops off the Blitzkrieg, it can be a really big problem. And as we saw against J King, if you have some guards, the discard factor and good removal, it can struggle a lot, but it can also be very, very powerful. And I think in the past match, we did not really see the full power of that deck.
No, I completely agree. And then the last deck is USA Frontline. Fairly traditional. We've seen a lot of it. There are a couple changes made to it with the recent balance patch. This 99th no longer bouncing is quite a big change to it. We see John PX putting in the free half tracks because he really, really wants to, get these key bounces to swing tempo his way a lot. And we do also see this dive bombing being put in, which is in the Germany USA no Heinz deck. And that recently got changed to where it is a very, very efficient trading tool. Anything to add to this deck?
Not really. We saw it a lot, and you said almost everything you can say about that deck.
Yeah, it is very much the Germany USA no Heinz and this USA Frontline deck, I think, are very much trying to operate off the same idea. So if that idea is able to work for John PX, he could have two really powerful decks. But if he can't find the matchups he wants, he does have two decks which are so similar that they could both be dead in the water. But next is Dion's decks, which we'll go quickly through. So we did see these earlier. We saw Japan, Germany, Fast Heinz. Very powerful deck. We saw its ability to do a lot of damage very quickly, even against anti-aggro decks.
Absolutely.
The next deck is the USA Italy, Hyper Ramp. We managed to see this pop off earlier. It can do really, really well in the late game. It has these huge units and is able to quickly end the game in the moment it gets to that super late game period. And has units like cards like Man Nostrum to help it skip the early game with Ramp, where you skip the early game, then you heal back up to health. And then the final deck for Dion, which we're yet to see today, is the Germany baby combo deck with Soviet Ally, the very traditional one. I'm excited to try and see this deck pop off. I'd quite like to see it because, Mother Russia plus reserves, I think, is a slightly more comedic way of OTKing your opponent. And I think, full credit to people like Scout for first creating this deck. And this deck was created a long time ago. This is one of the older decks in the game, and it's still seeing play in OCCs. I think it's remarkable just how much this deck has stood the test of time and is still out here slowly auto-canning people to death.
Yeah, just imagine how strong it was earlier when Rush Production was 0 credit, for example. It was way, way more powerful, but even now it finds their way to the competitive play. So I think that just shows how strong it was and how viable it still is. Like, as you said, it can play around so many deck archetypes. Like, guards are not doing something for your opponents. Countermeasures probably not, because you have the reserve that you can just try to pre-trigger the countermeasures with. So it has a lot of potential to just give your opponent no chance to play around it. And I think Dion is just having a good shot here winning that one.
It can also do a surprisingly large amount of damage. I've had it so many times versus Autocannon OTK, I'm like, I've got 44 HP. I can't die to the OTK combo. And then poof, 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 poof. And before I know it, I've ran out of HP and I'm like, this was torture. There's certainly some psychological warfare with this deck. But I think we're going to go see the ban. So we see Dion banning out John's Germany no Heinz deck, and we see John banning out the Japanese Jagro burn deck. Anything that surprises you here with these bans?
No, not really. I mean, since John PX is not really having decks that offer too much healing, just banning that Japan deck is a good idea, I guess, because this can just do so much damage. And even when you are able to deal with the early aggressive units and get rid of them, then there's stuff like Akita and all these units that can just directly go to face or do burn damage. You can still die, although your opponent is not even touching your HQ with units. And yeah, I think with the German one, it doesn't really matter if I think he was just switching or choosing between Germany or US deck, which are both similar, and he just gone for the German deck there.
So we see game one, Autocannon OTK for Dion, USA Frontline for John PX. John able to find the Blitzkrieg as well as the 30-second Chocolate Boys.
Dion already finding one Rush Production here and the Careless Talk.
Careless Talk gonna hit a 30-second. Not the strongest hit for it in the game. You're better off trying to target like an Engineers or something with it. Unfortunately for Dion. John PX could end this game very, very quickly with this Blitzkrieg. He certainly has the potential to just completely swamp Dion. Dion finds Mother Russia.
Yeah, really, really a strong starting hand here by John.
And especially if this Skytrain spits out a Jasko, it is notorious for being a Jasko printer, and if this can find a way of spitting out a Jasko, you could have Dion finding it even more difficult to put off this combo and needing even more cards.
Just imagine double Jasko. We cannot kill him. That would be the biggest meme OCC match ever. But we're not at this point yet. What are you doing if you're John here? Just move one up, deploy 35T, just have maximum pressure on the front line?
I feel like that's the default way to go. There's certainly some logic to just actually putting down the Skytrain and getting it down as early as possible, especially when there's 2 root outs from Dion. You are being a little bit risky with this board here. And there's the root out. It would have completely reset John's board and go for some card draw in the process. Dion's hand does look a little bit thin, but that's okay.
Did he choose Spoils of War? Interesting.
John PX goes for the first Marines, secures himself the front line.
There's from the deep. Yeah, these countermeasures are not doing that much against John's deck. He has very, very cheap units, like this 32nd that is just replacing itself in hand.
You can always use Lesser of Two Evils to get rid of any unwanted countermeasures. But decides...
Ooh. Yeah, I think it's not the value you're looking for. Right?
I think you get rid of it. I think you play Lesser of Two Evils and you scrap the countermeasure. I mean, if this hits a 30-second chocolate infantry, it is just, you not only lose credits, but you lose value.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goes for the Lesser. Finds another Mother Russia.
And a dive bombing. Yeah, I think you get rid of the Mother Russia here. You don't need 2, I guess.
I'd be surprised if we didn't.
Found another we can do it.
While there is technically some healing from the we can do it, you're unlikely to be able to heal yourself to a point of autocannon not being able to kill you. It is very unlikely to be a make or break situation with these plus 3 HPs you get. Gets the second First Marines to the front line. Can Wurble out and then Blitzkrieg next turn.
That would be a lot of damage.
Dion finds the autocannon. Needs another rush production and 1 more reserves, and then I think that's game. 1 more rush production and 1 more reserves.
Oh, triple, we can do it.
John PX may go for the double Blitzkrieg and hit face for 11 damage. Could get Dion down to 4.
Yeah, that would be a lot of pressure, and I would really like that play.
I feel like you could Skytrain here if you're taking this route. John PX decides to take it a little bit slower, but it is slightly risky, especially with Dion getting closer to the combo.
And why is PRR always just buffing itself?
He's greedy.
It's so selfish.
He's a very greedy guy.
Ooh.
California. But Dion can set California's attack to 0.
He also has the from the deep activated.
John goes for the we can do it.
And
it's starting to get real close.
Look at the damage output there. That is 11 without Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, John PX probably going to be able to end the game next turn unless Dion can find something absolutely huge to delay the game.
What could this be? Oh no.
And I think that's game. I think Dion maybe needed just 1 or 2 more turns.
Just not fast enough. Is there anything? Dive bombing? No, as long as the Blitzkrieg is in hand there.
As long as
dive bombing activate from the deep.
That's game.
He killed it.
John PX putting down the units just to show that, hey, I had it either way. And
it was 13 damage anyways.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta show that you can do it. And Dion not quite finding enough time, but I would say that was very close. Dion was very close to putting off the combo. One more reserves was all they needed at that point to end the game. They could have very easily had it the next turn, but John PX able to be quick enough with that USA German deck. Blitzkrieg really coming in to make its mark on the scene lately, and this is exactly why it can do so much damage just completely out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, that game was closer as it seemed. Like, John PX still sitting there at 23 health, but one more reserves and the game, and Dion suddenly would have popped off, and then John PX would have lost. So very, very intense match here, and John PX has to play that Britain deck now. Britain Legions. That might be a better matchup for Dion with the autocannon, right?
I mean, there are a few cards, though, in John's deck which can throw a bit of a wrench. You know, you do have some healing, but then you also have cards like this Blackwatch. I feel like the Blackwatch could be completely game-changing. If you set these rush reductions to 3, these Mother Rushes to 6, and these reserves to 3, you know, Dion may even need like a double Reichsbank to pull the combo off or something. It can get really, really difficult.
So we expect Dion to go with the US Hyper Ramp first here this time?
I expect so, but we may see Dion just trying to get the autocannon deck out of the way. Seeing how close they were last time, they may feel like, I could have had it and I want to have it and bring it again. I'd certainly be interested to see what they feel is the best choice for them in this matchup. But like I say, neither matchup is completely easy for Dion. The autocannons can get blackwatched, and I do think the hyper ramp is at risk of just being overrun. Especially if no real AoE to deal with these legions, your best bet for dealing with them is to either bomber them out or to use a card like Seaborn Invasion to bounce a lot of them to hand. But there is certainly the possibility for John PX of just completely overrunning the game. Especially if it's evasive action to maybe stop like an Avenger deployment effect.
Yeah, evasive action can be so annoying, especially because it's 0 credits, right? So your opponent can just have it.
Whoa, look at John's hand!
3 of a kind.
Keep him! Get rid of the Lancaster! No! Keep them all!
Try to get 4 of a kind. How many is he having?
You get 4 Plan West, they combine into a Mega Plan West.
Deploy 8/8s filling your support line.
Yeah. So we see Dion bringing the autocannon OTK deck, already finding a rush production and a reserves, as well as a Reichsbank. John PX, though, finding...
also helping a lot here.
Yeah, John PX finding a pretty nice opener as well.
Double Plan West. There's the Underground State will probably not get too many targets here.
No, and even some of the potential targets you do have, like this Panzer 3, which draws a card, you don't really want to play it because then you give Dion this deployment effect again.
The good thing about John PX playing that many Intel cards, he always sees the state, how far Dion is in finding his combo. And
that's nerve-wracking. When you see the combo in hand, you're like, oh no, he's so close.
He can also adjust the pressure he's applying there. So how much does he need to overcommit or to commit into the board to apply pressure there?
Dion is looking at a reserves, a lesser of 2 evils, and a Reichsbank. Goes for the lesser of 2 evils, deciding not to go for the second reserves. Do you think they'll lesser and get rid of this dive bombing here from Dion?
Yeah, probably. I think he needs the Reichsbank, he needs the rush
Mother
production.
Russia. Could also find a countermeasure to discard in the lesser draw. Finds a second rush production.
And the root out again. And there goes the dive
We
bombing.
need a reserves and an autocannon. John PX has to decide how to do this. Goes for His Majesty's Chosen. I think you take either the Lancaster for the credit swing, or you just take this Wellington just for your early game damage. It now does get affected by the countermeasures previously played, so we'll see it go down to 4 cost. John PX take the front line. Just goes for the root out from the end, buys time. 2 Wellington in John's hand, and the Spitfire. Can put down the Spitfire this turn. But I imagine we would see this dive bombing response just to set it to 0.
It's not dying from it, right? So
No, but it stops it doing anything for a turn.
really, all that Dion is needing right now is the autocannon, right?
And a second
one,
reserves.
second reserves would also help a lot.
Finds another Reichsbank. I imagine you hold on to these so that if you find a lesser of two evils, you can discard it. May see the Spitfire get its attack set to 0.
Pretty sure we're going to see that one. Yeah, the problem with these underground state is, or are, when your opponent is not playing any units, they're just being in your hand completely useless. In the current, wait, was it a bug when it was released that you could also send back?
Yes, that was a bug.
That was a bug. So
You could send back your own units. Goes for the reserves this turn.
Ooh, okay.
Rather interesting. Observer Corps can play it on one of these Wellingtons, I believe, right? Or does it get reduced first? Without?
Yeah, that's a good question. I
What
think
happens?
it gets reduced first.
Oh, dude. I want to find out now. Show us.
Show
Show
John.
us.
Show
Yeah.
us. Do it.
Or
Oh.
I. Oh, no!
We can still play it.
No,
They can
no,
still do it on it, so it
they're
costs
gone.
one.
They
No.
discards it first. They only got reduced by 1. He can play it on either of them. They're both at 3.
Oh, wait, the Observer Core just got into nothing.
Yeah, you can play it if you have nothing to
Yeah, you
cast
can
it on.
play it, and it just got wasted there. What in the world? That is a strange interaction.
Oh, that's a funny interaction, is what that is.
So we all learned something here.
Yeah.
Check even. Look at this. Don't play Observer Core when you have a 4-credit Wellington.
I can hear John typing to someone right now. Observer Corps doesn't reduce 4K Wellington.
Wow,
The
look
end
at-
having a lot of credits, but nothing to do with them all.
Yeah, also, the countermeasures are just arriving a little bit too late here.
Yeah. We're able to see John put out a lot of damage next turn.
Dion
And
just-
I like this Reichsbank's play.
Yeah.
Because if John hits face and doesn't play any units, you do then overdraw if you're Dion. And it's not really a situation you're comfortable.
Yeah, it also gives you a chance if you find your combo next turn, you can do it. He's dead next turn anyway, so
Yeah.
he has to gamble now. Hit it.
Finds
or
the
not.
lesser.
Oh,
Oh,
what is it?
sudden and a rush production.
Ah.
He's done.
Not really what he needed.
He's done.
That's it.
John PX takes the quickest 2-0 I've seen in a long time, and Dian's autocannon OTK just not working out for
And
them.
we just continue our streak bubbles.
Yeah.
All the matches just 10 minutes. I don't know what is going on.
Dude, we cast quickly. We get in, we get the job done, and we go home.
So John PX, finalist of February's OCC. Who would have
Yes.
thought?
I believe J King is the other one, correct? So we have
Correct.
a John PX J King finals. I'm looking forward to that. I think there's going to be some great matches. We've got J King's discard versus John's not discard. You know, there's going to be some very interesting matches.
We
I
saw
think-
what happened to Kolbasnik, right? And he's playing similar decks than John PX, so I
Yes.
think Jakin can be confident here to take another OCC win. But we're not at this point yet. We're just giving it over to Darkness and Ollie, I guess, who are introducing us into the ranks rematch, correct?
Yeah, running back from the bathroom because the game was so quick, you know. Oh no!
Wait. So the match for rank 3 will be between Kolbasnik and
Dion.
Dion, correct.
Yeah, and back to Ollie and Darkness.
In a second.
We're just we know you guys want to see us for a bit, so we got the glamour shots, you know, and this way then bye.
And we are back here, myself and Darkness, and we are here to bring you the third place series that's going to be taking place between Dion and Kolbasnik. Now, we're gonna do this third place series before we head out on a break because we want to be mindful of Dion's time zone. He is competing from China and is getting quite late there, so we just want to get this one underway. But Darkness, I think we just saw the double-edged sword of the OTK decks, not finding success in these two attempts. John PX simply just too strong, and of course Bubbles and Spooz have to one-up us by getting a shorter series after we finally get the first short series ever that we cast together.
Yeah, that's true. Those OTK lists they are hard to pull off sometimes. You need to have your combo pieces, and this time he didn't find the autocannon, he didn't find card draw, he didn't find promotion. So without those cards, because he was just a little unlucky in the draw, it was impossible for him to do anything and just got overrun by an very stable meta aggro deck list in the last matchup against John PX. So this, especially looking at this old version or this improved version of the original autocannon OTK list, this was always a problem with this list. It doesn't have a lot of anti-aggro.
Yeah.
He also didn't play a lot like Scorched Earth or something like that or Mud to stay alive for a long time. He put just everything into this combo, but without the combo pieces, he was left with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I think those games could have looked different if he draws some of those countermeasures earlier, if he draws some of those sudden strikes earlier, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But now let's take a look and move forward onto the third place series. Let's take a look at the bracket and how things stand before we go into that. And there you see it. It's going to be J King 7, a member of Team Ammo, taking on John PX, a member of Team Eastern Front, in the finals here. And then on the lower side, in the bronze match for third place, it's going to be a Kolbasnik, another member of Team Eastern Front, taking on Dion, our currently reigning champion, but not going to be a two-time winner, at least not back-to-back. But I'm sure we haven't seen the last from Dion. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because we just saw Dion lose 2 games with the autocannon deck against John PX, which was able to deliver damage fairly quickly across the field. Now, if you think about the lists that we have from Kolbasnik, he has extremely fast lists that want to deal damage quickly. And he's more than likely going to be going into the same set of decks as John PX, right? I would expect the band to be the same. How do you rate Dion's chances in this third place match, given the speed of the decks that Kolbasnik is bringing?
Well, basically, it will be the same matchup we just witnesses. Kolbasnik and John PX are bringing the same German and US decks. Only the Brit version is different. Kolbasnik is running mobilization there. So the scenario is very much the same, but those combo decks, when they pull off and when Dion is able to find the combo pieces, I wouldn't be surprised that he could be able to win 2-0 against Kolbasnik here. It's very much draw dependent, very much like AoE. I'd like to say. Of course, you have to play those decks very well, but at the end it comes down, especially with those combo decks, to find those pieces to be able to play the combo and kill your opponent.
Yeah, and I mean, I am a little bit worried, on behalf of Dion here because of the speed of the decks there from Kolbasnik. I do definitely think Kolbasnik is going to ban out Japan from Dion. He just doesn't want to face Jagro. I think Jagro probably has the best bet against those two deck lists that he's going to be bringing. Oh, wait, no. This is a best out of 5. We're in the third place match. There's not going to be any bans. We're going to see all the decks.
Yeah, there are no bans. And I don't think Kolbasnik needs to fear Dion a lot, His frontline decks are fighting for the frontline, and if he's in the frontline, J-Aggro is not dealing a lot of damage to his HQ. And Kolbasnik is playing with mobilization with a ton of heal, so
Mhm.
From Kolbasnik's side, I wouldn't be afraid of his Jaggro.
No, and I mean, there we can see it. As we just discussed, there are no bans here in the third place match, so all three decks are going to be on display. I think that's awesome because I think all three. I really want to see that mobilized deck pop off. For instance, I really want to see the mobilized deck from Kolbasnik get played. Just so that everybody remembers, Kolbasnik's deck lineup is the Brit deck is Brit France. It is a mobilized deck. It focuses a lot on healing up the HQ, buffing up those units. Then you have the Germany USA that is effectively Fast Hinds, but with Greyhounds and no Fast Hinds buff in it. And then finally the USA Frontline, which is a slightly tweaked version of the ever popular USA midrange. And then on the other side for Dion is bringing a fairly traditional Jaggro deck, Feigned Retreat deck there for Japan. In Germany, he is running an autocannon OTK deck with Soviet as an ally. And then finally, he's running a USA Italy hyper ramp Mare Nostrum deck that focuses on effectively ramping, and then healing up later into the game. Extremely entertaining deck lineups, I believe, from both players here. So I'm getting extremely excited to watch this series and see all of these decks go head to head.
I fully agree, Ollie. I'm looking most forward how this hyper ramp deck list is performing against Kolbasnik's aggressive and mid game deck lists. Well, it's definitely a weakness Dion has there, and he's playing into his less favorite matchups. But with the right card draw again, like Bologna Regiment and Mare Nostrum, he's able to sustain. Well, the question is if he's able to find the combo pieces, or his US maybe autocannon deck again will get completely overrun by Kolbasnik, like his teammate did it. We just saw that. Maybe he's able to draw a little bit better, Drawing is a skill.
Yeah.
And RNG as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the game. That's the nature of any card games, right? There are cards that are going to be able to bail you out. There could be cards that are going to be absolutely dead draws for you. And if you just happen to get those dead draws, sometimes you can lose. It's called variance, and sometimes we get really, emotional when we feel like everything is always the worst possible outcome for us. I feel like selective memory is probably very much the reason why you feel like discard always hits Lend-Lease, right? It's like the same way as I, when I was playing poker back in the day, I always felt like my strongest hands were the ones that got cracked. It's just those moments stick with you. So,
Yeah,
all right. Darkness, it is time. We are heading into the third place match series here between Dion and Kolbasnik. It is China versus Ukraine, and let's figure out who comes out on top. It's going to be Dion bringing his OTK deck in the first one, and Kolbasnik bringing his very, very fast Germany tank deck.
Yeah. It's interesting. Dion just lost 2 times with autocannon, but he's bringing it again.
Oh my god!
It's a brave move, but this time he already had 2 reserves, 2 times rush production, 2 Reichsbanks. It's looking fairly strong.
I mean,
not gonna lie.
Doesn't he just Reichsbank this turn?
Reichsbank
he can
root
root out.
Okay. That could be a choice. Well, like this, he forces Kolbasnik to attack into the Heinkel. But the Panzer 3F is buffing those tanks enough, so root out won't kill them. This hurts a little bit. Dion has to Reichsbank now. He can't play just root out. So
yeah. I mean, Dion is on a clock. He is on a clock. And I think that the fact that he has that second Reichsbank in hand, he already has 2 reserves, and he's got one of Spoils of War there. I mean, he's going for it in these next 2 turns, and he has to go for it in these next 2 turns. He needs to find this ASAP. Mother Russia. Now he just needs the autocannon.
He just needs the autocannon.
Does not find it.
Going for another Reichsbank. Yeah, he has everything but autocannon. But this will be a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Is it 8 damage?
8 potential damage.
Is it able to do?
Exactly. No, 7, because ground is not buffing it anymore.
That's not what he needed. That's going to be game. Dion, he's not going to be able to find it fast enough, and that's what I talked about. These tanks.
Is he having something like one Scorched Earth? No.
He's not having anything.
That's it.
He's done. This version of the OTK autocannon deck is not working out for Dion.
Well, we didn't saw a single promotion yet. With promotion, he would be able to find the autocannon like at least 25% chance. But yeah, especially this version without a lot of Scorched Earth, of mud, or any guards, something.
Oh, there we go. The autocannon is now in the starting hand. Now he's looking for something else. But look at the other side. Kolbasnik with the absolute nuts opener. The 109th Combat Engineers into double Panzer 35T. That's going to be 6 damage in the front line, pounding down on the HQ for Dion from turn number 3.
Yeah, that's kind of brutal.
That's insane.
It's so much damage. Well, the route out is able to clear the board, but Dion needs to wait 2 more turns. This is already down to 11. Next turn, the Wirbelwind is able to bring him down to...
This is game. I mean, it's already done. This is going to be 9 damage.
9 damage. 9 damage. Just ignoring the Heinkel.
Yeah, because you know that Dion's not going to just randomly have enough credits and stuff to do his combo on turn 4.
Kolbasnik is killing the Heinkel. So... Oh, there's the Scorched Earth. But even if Dion is killing the entire board, there's a Hellcat waiting.
There's a Hellcat waiting, and I mean...
the Wirbelwind is not going to die.
He's going to have to root out here. That's going to take out everything but the Wirbelwind. The Wirbelwind will have, what, 2 attack? So yes. The Wirbelwind plus the Sherman will go in for the Scorched Earth. He's playing a dangerous game. He's simply going for the lack of credits. But he's not going to have enough credits. There's no way that he's going to have enough credits. It's 5 with the 109th.
Yep. There are 2 losses in a row for 4 losses in a row for Dion with his autocannon list.
Hey, you know what, Darkness? At least we are one-upping Bubbles and Spooz now. This can pretty much go down as the fastest series in history if this continues. If Kolbasnik is able to continue this tempo, then yes. And again, we're into game number 3 here. The third place could just get decided right here, right now. Dion continuing on with his Germany list. He says, I know I need to get this win with this autocannon deck. I'm going to just keep trying until I get it.
Well, and I don't believe this one is getting easier. Oh, look at that dart from Kolbasnik. This is looking brutal. Dion really has to kill the 73rd Regiment. What is this again? Regiment de Infanterie? I want to know.
Watching the board when someone's playing Mobilize is so much fun. The sound.
Yeah, the ticking. The ticking is fun. Well, he's killing the 2/2 mobilization units. The honey is able to add a lot of HP, but Dion will be probably able to kill it before that. Dive bombing as well. So this infantry unit has to go. It's getting way too big with this honey.
Yeah.
Even more card draw. Dion looking for his combo pieces. He needs quite a lot. Two more rush productions, autocannon, Kolbasnik adding even more honeys. Those honeys have to die, or Dion will be probably unable. Oh no, there are 2 rush productions. He can't pick both, so 1 rush production is sent back to the bottom of his deck.
He goes for Reichsbank. This is not looking great for Dion.
It's not looking great, that's for sure. Well, it's still a crazy combo deck. He is able to pull that off, but he has to deal with 31 HP.
Oh my god.
So this is definitely a problem. So root out the enemy. Wait, he doesn't have root out.
Nope, he does not. He has to basically go for...
This will be so much HP coming.
Oh,
And another 0 credit mobilization unit. This will be another card draw, another Potter's heal, 4 more heal for Dion.
Wait, how many pings would this have been with the Commando Kiefer at this point? Like, would it have been like 15 damage or something?
16 damage, I guess. Yeah. Would have been dead already.
Pretty much. It's crazy.
Another Mother Russia. This is highly needed, but he needs to get the combo next turn. Promotion. Well, Kolbasnik is probably not able to kill him.
No, but I mean, how will he ever be able to do 40 damage with the autocannon within a single turn?
It's possible.
Make that 47 damage.
It's not looking good.
We're on turn 7, Darkness. We're on
Well,
turn
in theory, 6.
Oh, I mean 50 damage.
91. I guess if that would have been another rush production, I guess he would be able to deal something at 60, 62, 66 damage. But he really needed another autocannon, another rush production, and is unable to deal 50 damage. But could have been close with 2 reserves and 2 Mother Russias. That
Fastest
was too much.
BO5 in Cards history. I think we've never seen a BO5 that has been this fast ever. Congratulations to Kolbasnik. He did exactly what he needed to do. He poured on the pressure. He had exactly the deck lineup to deal with this autocannon deck, not give it any space to develop. And Kolbasnik just wipes this series 3-0.
Yes, congrats to Kolbasnik. Everyone who complains autocannon is way too strong. Apparently it's not. It's not too strong. It's not easy to pull the combination off.
It works 50% of the time, every time.
So, Ollie, what do we do now?
All right, let's take a look at the bracket just so we see how everything stands after this one. Of course, congratulations to Kolbasnik taking out Dion there, 3-0, securing himself 3rd place and $200 in prize money. Dion, unfortunately, finishing in 4th, not making it onto the podium this month. However, let's not diminish this accomplishment. This is the same guy that has told us relatively recently that he just plays the game for fun, yet he is here. He is in the third place match, and he is doing it with decks that we don't see anyone else doing it with. So no credit taken away from Dion. He played well. Fortunately, was not able to convert it into a podium finish. That turns our attention to the final matchup of the day. It's going to be J King 7 versus John PX. Now, before we jump on into those finals, we're going to go take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be the exciting conclusion of OCC for this February of 2022 when J King 7 takes on John PX.
there we have it. That was Kolbasnik taking a pretty quick semi-finals?
No, third place match.
Third place match against Dion there. Autocannon OTK not working out for Dion today, but that is okay. You know, it is very late in China for Dion. They're most likely very tired. I would probably do the same thing. I'd go, you know what? I'm either going to lose or I'm going to style on these fools. And unfortunately for Dion, you know, not quite able to find their combo. And congrats to Kolbasnik for third place. But now we have a finals on our hands, Spooz. John PX versus J-King7. Two very strong players. John PX, you know, recently winning an Open, and J-King recently winning lots of things. They're both very experienced players. They've probably faced each other 1,000 times. And, you know, I'm very, very eager and super excited to get into it.
Absolutely, and especially after these very, very short matches here for the rank 3, we hopefully get an insane 5-match finals here from J-King versus John PX. As you already mentioned, both players very experienced. John PX also very successful in some open formats and some of the other tournaments that have taken place. Like I can remember, I lost the finals in the Blitz event against him. So he is well known in playing tournaments and being good in tournaments, and he's a very, very worthy finalist today for J-King. And I think he's not having the greatest matchups or the greatest matchup with his decks against J-King. We saw earlier Kolbasnik just getting really, really crushed by J-King's list, and John PX bringing something similar here gives me a doubt that John PX can be too successful here. But maybe he's surprising us, and if he wins here today, he really, really, really highly deserves it, and nobody can ever say that he's not deserving it. So, yeah. Do we take a look at the deck lists again? Just a short one, or do we just jump straight into the matches?
I think we're going to take a very short look at the decks, but literally bang, 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 just go through them very quickly. I do want to talk about this deck here, because this, I think, is possibly the weak point for J-King. And he's going to hate that I said that, because it's Soviet Italy. You know, I know he's a big fan of the deck. But I think in these matchups against John PX's decks, while it's still got favourable matchups, it's not as dominant as the Brit Germany or Germany Brit. So for that reason, I think this is the weak point in this series. Maybe not on overall, but in this series. And then we have Brit Germany discard from J-King, or hand lock or hand control. If we can jump to that deck real quick. You know, you've got wolf packs, you've got MI5s, you've got all sorts of discard. And then we also have the other variant of this, which is Germany Britain control, which is J-King's third and final deck.
Yeah, and we saw the real potential of these decks against the German-US and US-German decks that both Team Eastern Front team members are bringing. And I think that can be the deciding factor here. Just being good against two decks of your opponents with two of your decks, that can be such a big advantage. But let's take a look at John PX decks here, and we might see it in numbers and pictures. What we are talking about.
So here's John's USA Germany deck. It can get a lot done. I think this is John's deck that is most likely to be able to beat discard, especially if things like these M4 Shermans. If you can get a Sherman train off, you might better take discard. And then the next deck is the Germany USA non-Heinz. I think this deck is going to struggle in this series. I think John's going to need to get a bit of RNG to win with this, but it is doable. You know, it is definitely possible if you get a good start. And then John's third and final deck is Brit Poland. I think in this series, this is going to be the strongest of the three for John, and I think this is the one which is going to be, you know, the easiest to win with for John PX. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. If he has a good matchup here, then it is the one with the Legion, with the Brit Legion stack. Although I'm not sure how the matchup is or would be against J-King's Soviet deck, because that is also kind of good against this, but I think it might be, as you mentioned, the best shot for John PX. So I expect him maybe to go with this first. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think he'll go with this first because it's certainly the most versatile. He also may go this USA-Germany one. I'd be shocked if he went with the Germany-US deck from John PX. And I think Go on.
Yeah, I just want to mention, since it's the finals, there are no bans. Everyone has
bans.
to win with each of the deck, and that's if you have one weak deck in that format, it can just cost you the whole series or the whole event here, right? So you need three very good decks, and that is what is making this format so interesting and so exciting to find three decks that might compete with a whole field of different decks. And we saw a lot of different archetypes today, and both players just deserve to be here at this point because they just read the meta correctly, chose the correct decks, and I think in the end the player that just made the best decision there and is just having a good RNG today and having a good mind today and knowing what his opponent is up to do is taking the win here today.
Yeah, I think you combine all of the elements, and these are all the deciding factors which go into the game. Players are just having some location, they're just locating each other, so we will be into the match in just a minute. Any predictions that Spooz, any predictions for this series?
I think J-King is taking this 3-2-1. I'm just
3-2-1. There's going to be 3 scores.
3-2-1.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
So J-King's 3, John's 2, Ollie is 1. He'll come in with a surprise win.
Wait, what?
I
don't get it.
Don't worry, it's okay. It's a wordplay joke.
Okay, and I don't get it.
Yeah, I probably should have gone for a wordplay joke with a non-native English speaker. In hindsight, that was my fault, Spooz. I'm sorry.
I mean, Ollie. If I look at Ollie got it, and Darkness too, I guess. So I think I'm the fool here. But let's jump into match number 1: J-King versus John PX.
I'm going to be honest, Spooz. I think they're laughing at the failure of the joke and not the joke. I think they're laughing at the situation we've gotten ourselves into. So Mulligan, J-King can keep this 52k if he'd like. Very good against the Karas and this sort of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps it. John PX getting rid of pretty much everything at hand.
I probably looked at some early Plan West here or some honeys just to get something on board. And J-King really with a tough decision here. Keeping the 52k against the Wellington probably. Because there are some airplanes in John
There
PX.
certainly are. I think J-King has got a really strong mulligan here. I really like keeping this 52k. I think it's a really strong artillery.
Yeah, especially against things like Spitfire, the Wellington, and look at John PX hand. There is a Spitfire waiting. That can be really good. But there's also an evasive action in John PX hand. Oh, that can be interesting. The mind games just. J-King knows that there's an evasive action in John PX deck.
Yeah, and you've got to play around it. But John as well
PX
has to be careful because there are things you can, triggered on that aren't so.
Oh, and another one.
Now, I'm curious to see J-King. At what point is he going to go for the parade? Is he going to wait a little bit to see what, he can filter through, or is he just going to go for it immediately? John just going for the Plan West. Knows one of the legions will die, but has plans to follow up next turn. Oh, and look at that lovely alternative artwork in hand.
Yeah, you don't see it that often.
I always think
it's really cool.
I always think it's 5-year plan. I'm always like,
Yeah.
oh, 5-year plan.
I was really thinking earlier when I just saw it in a player's hand. I was thinking, hey, which card is this? And then, yeah, it really looks like 5-year plan. Absolutely, it's just the father from the guy from 5-year plan, I guess.
So is it Red Banner or Euro Factories?
It's Euro Factories.
It's Euro Factories. Okay. It does. It looks like looks just like 5-year plan.
So there comes
with
the
tools
underground
as well.
state.
J-King has a few options on how to do this. Can go for the Bologna. Can also go for the mobile defense. I think you want to get this Bologna down soon before any units die, because then you're going to have to spend 4 credits deploying it. Goes for the trade instead before the Legion gets buffed. Not the worst move ever. Because, you want to trade while you have the opportunity and before they get buffed up. John PX has a few options. Can put down a P40.
Yeah.
Could also just go for a Wrath Lightning. I feel like you want to bait out some of these 52Ks before you put this Battle Fighter down. Especially because J-King won't be expecting the Boy Fighter. He won't be expecting the Battle Fighter. So you can put it down afterwards, and it'll be a very big surprise to J-King because he got it out of this His Majesty's Chosen. It won't be on J-King's radar.
The problem with the P40 is you just
Take out a unit which would be dying anyway.
Yeah, and you're just wasting 2 credits with not deploying the Rough Lightning here, for example, which would just give you a bigger unit and also a bigger threat for your opponent. But I think you also want to keep it for, I don't know, 272nd, for example, just to bounce it back.
Yeah.
So it can be very good later in the game.
J-King can put down one of his 4K guards, or he can go for the artillery and move up. Goes for the 4K Bologna. So I feel like it's very sensible. Get it down early. It's slow, but it's very powerful statted-wise.
Yeah, 3 credits for a 3-7. And even if you deploy it for 4K, it's still very, very good. Ooh, is he going for evasive action?
Oh, doesn't put up the evasive.
Ooh, what is he keeping it for? As I said, the players can just start the mind games now here.
Yeah.
Like J-King is thinking,
Double
if he ever
naval!
deployed this, what in the
He
world?
dupes the naval. That could be huge. So many deployments from J-King, and John is only able to stop one of them. Double naval, 52k. John PX can go for the carpet, but what does it mean? What does it do? It clears a little bit of board. There's so much more threat here. Bounces out the guard, goes for the trade and the artillery.
Mare Nostrum.
J-King has so many good options. He can trade, he can Urals, he can go for the Bologna, he can go for one of his navals. I imagine we'll see the Urals save the Partisans combo though. Partisans into Urals.
I mean, let's be honest. That is just the matchup that J-King is very, very confident with. The control matchup. He knows exactly what unit he has to spend on which of John's unit. And I think... Yeah, so far. Also, the problem with John's, he's playing it now. He's activating the evasive action now. Okay. Yeah, the problem with John PX, with the legions, if he's having 2 legions from the Plan West, they're both the same size. This just, he cannot really move any of these to the front line because there's always the risk of the partisans, and they're just trading out each other. So I don't see, honestly, how John PX is ever winning that matchup here. Like J-King also being at 29 health already.
Yeah, it is certainly difficult, and it's not like J-King has a lack of good cards.
Yeah,
I think we see J-King checking the deck list. Deck lists are open, just to note. Probably looking for a secret operatives or how many evasive actions. You do have to be careful for secret operatives when you are going for these partisans combos. We may see partisans on the Sexton now that he sees no secret operatives. I'll take that. 3 out for my Bologna. Gets a Wellington.
Ooh.
That is a very powerful card to get.
How's John PX getting rid of this now? So is there anything that gives the Spitfire Blitz in the deck, or is it just a plain Spitfire in the deck? Just a Spitfire, right? Yes. So, what are you doing here, John? Oh, he got the 5/6 biddy on board.
However, J-King does have answers to it. Can 52k and use the naval. I doubt we ever see this Spitfire reaching fame.
Yeah, very likely not. Never ever. Even found the sickle. Oh my god, even better. Can keep the 52k. Oh, what a catch.
It's okay, there's another one.
Oh, that hurts. Man, evasive action. That card can be so surprising when you don't. I mean, it's open decklist format, but it looked like it's still surprise checking here.
Yeah, but I mean, J-King has many, many deployment effects to go still.
So, very, very tough here. What is John PX ever doing here? He could carpet bomb just to get rid of the Wellington. Probably killing it with the mosquito next turn. Or even this turn. Cool. Are you killing the Bologna or are you killing the Wellington? That's the question here.
Do you know roughly how many Polish units have died for this uprising?
I think it was 2 legions. Not more than that, I guess. So I think it's only... Oh, these 52k! Holy moly, that's just too much value. Yeah, so the uprising should not be too much damage, I think.
We do
Should
have
be
the
good enough.
carpets, though. We do have these carpets for now. We can carpet out this board, go for a plan west and the Karas. That totals 11 credits perfectly.
Yeah, looks like it's not big enough. Yeah, carpet plan west might be the best choice here. They're going for the Brian. So it was 3 units, just to answer your question.
I'm surprised to see the plan west over the carpet come out, but I guess once you've deployed these legions on board, you may be slightly scared to go for the plan west, since it will nuke your own board as well.
Yeah,
Now,
and the
we
carpet
will-
bombing is only affecting enemy units,
Exactly.
so you want to have a board.
I imagine we will see the Karas die here, but we may see a varied way of doing it. You know, you could go sickle into naval, you can go double sickle.
I think J-King is just thinking if he wants to draw 4 here, or maybe just 3. Keeping the Karas alive?
Yeah, no, it can always take out the Karas with the sickle naval combo. But yeah, leaves the Karas alive, takes out the legions. Fair enough. Can always take out the Karas next turn. John PX finds the second one. Can go plan west into section as well as attack with the bomber. Can continue to do the research. J-King is able to refill his hand at a moment's notice. Oh, I think we'll see John go for the research as well as the intel card here. Very interested to see what John is able to steal from J-King.
That could be the best out there. They're not at Partisans, probably. How many are there?
Partisans is very good. Winter Offensive wouldn't be the worst. That does heal you for 8. Your legions may grow out of size. Let's see what they get.
Heroes of the
Ooh!
Soviet Union.
Heroes of the Soviet Union. J-King thinking, what 1k orders do I have?
Did you heal for 1? Or did I heal for 2?
Healed for 1. I think. Healed for 2. You're right, healed for 2. So J-King is thinking it's a red banner, a man nostrum, or heroes.
There comes the sickle. Yeah, J-King running a little bit low on value in his hand.
Still not too worried about the Karas, though. Leaving it there. Now, I am super hyped for this Heroes of the Soviet Union. What can John find in this?
What would be the best? The KV-1 maybe?
KV-1, the ISU would be pretty solid.
Also, Naval Brigade would not be bad with the carpet bombings. Can carpet bomb into Naval Brigade. Another section 2.
Do you think we're going to see a Bletchley from John, or do you think we're just going to see him stop at the naval? Or the PIM, sorry.
The
sonar.
How's it called?
Active
the active sonar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
This match feeling pretty neck and neck, and I think John slightly taking the lead at the moment. Goes for the Here's the Soviet Union. Oh.
What is he getting?
I'm so excited. Finds the KV1!
KV1! There it is. There it is.
And we'll see if J King plays this draw engine first. Because if J King doesn't play this draw engine, we could very easily see no way out for J King with him not able to draw or remove it. This by the sword will quickly become J King's own undoing if this KV is on board.
Oh my god. John PX really built an impressive board here, and J King's hand.
I'm so excited by this KV, honestly. Words cannot express how excited I am.
Yeah, J King not really having an answer, and he cannot play his by the sword as soon as this is on the board, huh?
I think you have to play the KV this turn. You know J King's hand is getting small. Line for a Day doesn't answer it. I think you can hold the Carpet Bomb, because there's the temptation to Carpet Bomb, trade the Karas. He goes for the Carpet Bomb in the trade. But I feel like especially when you can see this by the sword because of this intel, there would have been a lot of value to getting this KV down.
Yeah, he's able to see his whole hand, right? So...
Yeah. So there's no excuse of hand. See, we know what's in J King's hand. J King's knows what's in J King's hand, but John knows what's in J King's hand. Everyone knows what's in J King's hand.
Everyone knows what is in J King's hand. Is he moving them up? That would... I mean, he knows that J King is not having partisans, right?
Goes for the forts.
Why?
Playing it very slowly.
I was afraid of the top deck partisans, maybe. Like, there's not really anything that is needed to guard the HQ, because J King is not having any fighters that can go face, or any bombers, or anything. Like, why not go to the front line there? Huh. There might be a reason we don't see here.
I struggle to think of it, but whenever I've spoken to players after, they've always given me a really good reason. I would love to see the KV come out this turn.
J King really denying to draw with the by the sword.
Waiting for the KV to come out.
You sure?
Yeah, dude, he's like, get me out of this game. I'm done.
I'm fed up. Just deploy the KV1 already.
Goes for the underground state. Can push up the other legions. Can go for the intel and the KV. Slam it. Slam it, John. Slam it.
Why would you not do it? You see
Hey, there it is.
Finally.
And J King, you can see him nodding to himself. He's thinking, uh-oh, this is not good. The winter offensive not going to be enough to kill the legions. Could take out the Karas, but at this point, it seems like too little too late. And J King in a really difficult matchup. But we did say, you know, this Soviet deck for J King seems like the weak point of this matchup, and this Brit deck seems like John's strong point. So we are putting J King's weakest against John's strongest. So there is some comfort in that. Goes for the winter offensive. Considers going for the Man Nostrum just to be able to trade.
24, and a handful of not that many good stuff, like the T60, okay.
John able to steal another order if he would like.
Another Orbushkavice. And the Tano Regiment. Oh my god.
Yeah, super powerful. The Lancaster.
And the Lancaster too. Hoo-la-la.
So many options for John. I think I'd like to see this other intel piece come out though.
I would like to see an uprising coming out here.
Yeah,
just for the flex.
John, what does he steal? Steals a line for a day.
Oh, he is playing a Finest Hour.
Yeah, playing the
Just
finest hour as well.
realised.
He's got the Spitfire.
Yeah.
J King is able to take out the KV and draw. With this Red Dawn, we'll give that option. Question is, do you eat the damage or do you eat the credits? I feel like in this situation, you maybe just eat the damage because you need so many answers.
What else do you want to do?
Yeah.
Not eating the damage costs you 4 credits, and then you
It's
can deploy
so
T60,
expensive, yeah.
draw. What else is he doing with the credits?
Exactly.
Drawing. Line for a day.
And mobile defense and partisans.
Ooh,
Maybe he'll
party.
crawl his way back in with you. However, not able to partisans red banner the Tano, correct? No 7k unit.
Yeah, there's no 7k.
Most expensive is 6k, which is the Spitfire. So if he had a Ural Factories instead, Blackwatch for John as well would hit almost J King's entire hand.
Yeah, J King really running out of options here.
Can
T60.
also, you could just go Bletchley if you're John. If you go Bletchley, that's J King's entire hand back into the deck.
Yeah, but then you also overdraw, right? I'm not sure how much it would hurt at this point. Goes for it.
Goes for
You
the
heard you,
sonar.
Bubba.
No, go for the
Oh, he-
sonar.
Ah, he did go for the sonar, yeah.
Is starting to brick J King's hand. Has the Lancaster and the Blackwatch. Uh-oh. This hand is going to cost a lot of credits, dude.
11 credit line for day incoming soon, yeah.
Oh, no. He plays the line. He gets it out. But John has options here. Can go for the bounce plus the Blackwatch. Goes for the Shalling.
Shelling, Blackwatch.
You could just Shalling and drop the Lanny in the back line as well. It's pretty safe. Goes for the Blackwatch.
Ooh, 7 credit red banner. Ouch.
Oof. Do you play it this turn just to get rid of it? I mean, it's only going to cost more.
Probably do it on a T60 instead of these T70 or whatever it is. No?
Goes for the From the People. Takes out the Legion.
Lightning.
I think you got to go for the Lancaster this turn. Start swinging and make these cards cost more and more. Leaves J King in a situation where J King has to find a way out of that Lancaster. If J King ever goes wide on the board, you have this uprising. I think the Lancaster is the way.
Just do it. It's also just reducing the amount of health on the HQ.
Can also go for the Underground States. Should have stated first to increase the cost. Slight misplay, but no biggie.
If he's doing it. I think he's keeping it back.
Could go for the South Liner from day.
Yeah,
J King, he has the double combo, but it costs 16 credits. He can't double Stalin because of the credit count. Can't double Stalin. Cost 8 credits to Man Nostrum. The nerf Man Nostrum truly deserved.
Finally,
8k.
Finally, credit cost that just reflect the value of the card. Oh, J King, what is he doing here? I mean, that 272nd. Look at the bounce option there. There's an Underground State. There's a Lightning. There's a line for a day just to kill the Josef Stani that is coming out of this. Oh, that's Sonar. Sonar, Blackwatch, Lancaster. Ouch. Oh,
And a Monty as
And the
well. But I
Monty,
think you have to
oh.
bounce because you see this red banner of your John PX. If you don't bounce here, you're making a grave error.
Oh, he's going for the draw. That is risky, isn't it? Look at his hands.
I don't think so. You can win the game. You bounce and you just keep hitting face.
But it's down to 4 cards left, maybe 3, 4.
You have to
Ooh.
bounce. But
Yeah,
once
I agree.
again, hits before bouncing and doesn't go for the bounce. Gives up the double Stalin.
I mean, yeah, he has line for a day
Yeah, but 2 of them.
and 2 guards.
Then again, these Man Nostrums are going to cost 12 next turn. I want to see the unplayable Nostrum. I really want to see it.
Not going for the red banner here.
Finds the Lion, finds the Decima.
Ooh, finds an answer against the Lancaster finally.
And J King, 4 cards left in deck. John, 3 cards left.
Whoa.
But the Wellington in hand also has the finest hour. John could potentially just face race, you know? If you drop the Wellington and then you RAF as well. Or you Underground State. Goes for the trade. I still think you need to be careful about this double Stalin. It could be a threat. But so long as you keep some units up for this post uprising, I think you're okay. J King can go for the Decima, can go for the double Stalin, has some options. For the first time in a while, has some options. And you know, it's incredible. This one match lasted longer than the 3rd place series.
Payback time for all
Yeah,
these
dude.
But it is an intense series. Holy moly! This match is just a back and forth. Both players with 1 and 2 cards left in the deck.
John PX can still bounce this 8k infantry to hand. These Man Nostrums being 11k might be the nail in Jaking's coffin if he's not careful. Because if he's not able to heal from them, he could lose the Fatigue War. But still has a T-34. Still has a Joseph Stalin entering battle at some point. I imagine we'll see this Lion, like you say, hold back the line for that. But John has a lot of AoE sitting in hand.
Yeah, especially that uprising. Just when things get out of control, you just drop this uprising, clear the whole board, and leave J King with nothing left there. But I think J King will not fall for the trap. I think he's just that. I think that's also the.
Going for the uprising now. 15 damage to everything. And then can take out the Joseph Stalin.
And then
Observer caused the RAF. Heroes of the Soviet Union now for J King. This is getting unbelievably close.
Yeah, especially with this T-34 left in hand.
Yeah.
What is John PX doing about this?
I guess underground stating it and maybe carpeting later. But the moment John buffs this lightning, it becomes killable. Churchill RV could be very big this game, especially if J King's already used Lion for a day on a buffed RAF. We could see the underground state, bounce this back to hand, this T-34, play the RAF on the fighter, buff the RAF, hit face, but out of cards in the deck. To go for the trade. Goes for the trade, yeah. Makes sense. This Heroes of the Soviet Union could be huge. There's an armor train and a first rifles and a T-28 to increase deck size.
J King not doing that much mistake again.
J King goes for the T-28, adds it back to his deck,
Gives him 2 more draws now over John PX.
John PX taking fatigue. And this is looking like a jaking game. John not able to pressure the mid game enough. And now it's looking like jaking is going to take this.
Yeah, line for a day in hand to get rid of the Churchill.
And I see no way of John taking it from this point on.
Wow.
But I would like to request that John Lend-Leases his way out of this. I feel like that's the honourable way to go. You go for the Lend-Lease, you know. You're the master of your own fate that way. J King knows what's up.
Wow, that was... The whole match was so well played.
So
that's it.
close. If John had just been able to push that mid game a little bit more.
Wow.
Goes for the carpet. Puts the Fiat back into J King's deck, and that is
And knows that
game
he cannot
one
win that
of the finals.
Holy moly, what an insane series here. Match number 1 and... Oh, not even close, huh? Oh my god. But really well played by both of them. I think, as I said, J King just knew exactly what was going on the whole time. He knows he needs to keep that line for a day. I think a lot of players would have just gone for the red banner there on the 272nd, but he knew there is an uprising in my opponent's deck, and if I do it now, I just lose both units. So he just kept it, forced out the uprising there from John PX, giving him a big advantage. John PX with nothing left than crap in his hand, like a Land-Lease and carpet bombing, and taking game number 1 here. And now it's getting even... Oh no, John PX can play the deck again.
But J King winning with the Soviet Italy just has to win with discard twice. Or with the 2 discard decks, sorry.
Yeah, can be. We saw earlier how strong this deck can be also against Soviets, and I think he's having a good chance to taking it home here already. And if not now, then latest against the German and the US deck.
So we're going to give the players a few minute break because they very much need it after that match. I know I certainly would. If you're jaking here, do you feel like you bring your Germany main or your Brit main into this next match? Assuming John's once again going to bring his Brit Poland deck.
I think I would go with my German Brit deck, because there is a Leopold in it, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big advantage when your opponent is having a big board full of Legions, Tano, Karas. You just drop a Leopold, bam. If you're lucky, half of his stuff or all his stuff goes into nowhere. Because the problem with the Karas and the Legions and all this stuff is you very likely have a very full hand. And when everything just gets bounced back, it goes into nowhere. And that's a big advantage there. I think that's the reason why I would go for the German deck there.
You also have enough deployment effects to check out for this evasive early on. Because there is this evasive action which can be game changing, but I think J King has the state of mind to play around it.
I think J King has the state of mind to play around everything.
Yeah, which is what you need in these long finals, you know.
Absolutely.
A glass of water and a clear mind.
And he ate something earlier, so I think he's also having his stomach filled with good stuff, so his brain is getting enough power to take game number 2 too here.
You know, Go on, yeah.
There was something, I'm just thinking what I want to mention, but I forgot, so you can go on.
Oh, it's just... Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, what do you think, where was the point where John PX lost that one? I think there was one situation where you had 2 6/6 in the support line.
Yeah,
and not moving them up.
I absolutely agree. I feel like John had the mid game and didn't pressure it enough. I feel like especially, and one of the reasons I feel like this is worth mentioning is because John saw J King's hand and knew what to play around, which makes it a little bit more puzzling. But you know, grand finals, there's a lot of pressure. I do think John should have pushed up to that mid game a lot sooner. In the mid game a lot sooner.
I agree, absolutely.
J King has a lot of nice options here. Fog of War, very good against legions. You put 2 legions back on top of the deck, and John is not drawing what he wants.
J-King going first again. We heard earlier from Darkness that it is not preferred to go first as a discard player, and you can also, it's just logic that you don't want to go first, because if you go second, you have 2 card advantage. Plus, you make your opponent discard. It's just such a big advantage. But
John gets rid of the Wellington, and instantly Observer cores the underground state. Which I think is questionable, because if you Observer core first, the underground state can then get discarded. But if you wait on the discard, it may end up hitting the Observer core. I feel like thinning your own hands, options versus discard is a very risky move.
J-King just dropping the Condor here. Oh, but John's hand is not looking that great, right? He just skipped.
Can you imagine having your evasive action proc on the Condor? It's a deployment effect.
Yeah, that's why you have to. I mean, a lot of players, me including probably, are just activating every countermeasure that is able to be activated each turn without even thinking what I want to catch with it. And yeah, in a tournament like this, players are really aware on what they want to catch with the evasive action. So I expect it not to be activated before turn 10 when there's time for Leopold.
Wolfpack takes out the Finest Hour. John PX.
Oh, he's gone.
He puts up the evasive, though. If the Condor comes out, the evasive gets procced. This is a huge risk.
Is he activating it for FW? Look at this.
No! No, the evasive gets procced on nothing!
He even knew that it was a hand.
No, John! The pressure!
Look at J-King's face.
J-King's thinking.
Are you serious?
A breakthrough!
A breakthrough?
Oh, no!
I just told it 1 second ago that people are aware what they want to catch with it. And I'm pretty sure he did not want to catch the Condor with it. Maybe he wants to manage hand size and wait for land lease to not overdraw.
I think he was looking for the Jag Bomber, but I really don't think it was a well-calculated play.
Yeah, why would J-King ever play a Jag Bomber there when he has a Condor that can just get a free trade out of the Legions? Ooh, that was a big ripperonis for John. It gave him a big disadvantage now.
But the carpet bombing... And only running this single evasive, J-King doesn't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, from now on, J-King has just free way for his Leopold. Also big at...
Could take the Comet, could take the Tactical. I doubt we'll see the Nasher come out, as it is a bit late in the game. The Tactical is a very nice answer for the Lancaster, but then again, the Comet, provided there's not too many guards on board, the Comet can one-shot the Lanny.
Lanny, that's what we call him now?
Ah, the Lanny.
Okay.
And the Manchester is the Manny.
The Manny. Manny, that sounds like a typical German name. Like Manny. Manfred. Catching the Churchill there. Ooh. And giving J-King an additional draw potential here with the Panzer 3.
Although I think it's better than hitting the Tano, because the Tano can quickly refill your hand, potentially. J-King instantly going up in the research chain.
Trying to find a U-boat.
Spitfire comes out for John. Not what you need, and will take, get completely destroyed by the tactical strike if deployed.
They're looking really, really bad here for John. He really needs something that has intel on it.
Preferably multiple things with intel, if you can chain them back to back and refill your hand very quickly. Because J-King is most likely going to quickly get this U-boat ready, and that way he can kill your Tano and discard your hand the moment it comes out. You need to very quickly chain back to back intels.
J-King found his mini U-boat here, the U-16.
Yeah.
Researching into the bigger one. There it comes.
John most likely
getting rid of here?
Either the Monty or the Fort. Or the Observer.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see J-King go for the South unit kill next turn? just for the discard.
I expect John to deploy something.
Lancaster comes out, hits face. Now J King has so many answers for this. Can go for the U-boat, can go for the tack. John needs this to not hit the Tano. If this hits the Tano, this is done. Hits the Tano instantly!
On the
Oh no!
Oh my god. Underground.
And
stage.
John
Yeah.
finds intel the next turn after! Oh, this is not John's final.
Look at J King's face. He's just constantly thinking, what is going on here?
And at this point, it just feels like John is just spitting into the wind, and it's not working.
Yeah, play the fortification, knowing that your opponent has so many discards. I mean, you could have kept it, right? If your opponent is finding you 16 now,
Oh,
you
an
could discard the
annihilation.
fortification. Yeah, what is that doing? Kill the Spitfire, but there's also tactical.
Yeah, but it just stops John.
If it-
If John ever gets a Tano,
Yeah,
you just
Or
annihilation.
or Lend-Lease, you can just
Yeah.
start the discard with that one.
Goes for the attack and the C4.
John PX really praying for the Lend-Lease here. J King is having 2 of these in the hand.
I'm not gonna lie, I think John's best chances of winning is if J King gets a power cut. I think that might be his cleanest way to victory.
Yeah, like look at the options, right? There's a Leopold FW waiting.
Oh, and the double fuck of war.
Oh, we saw
Legions
that earlier.
forever.
Oh my god. What is John going to top deck here?
Oh
Okay,
no.
yeah.
I
little
would
bit-
do the same. I couldn't handle drawing legions for the next 3 or 4 turns. It would break me.
Really,
And J King taking a quick 2-0. I mean, a moderately paced 2-0. Let me rephrase.
it was moderately, well, way faster than the first match. Really impressive, really good hits there. That evasive action, I think it did not really switch the game around.
Yeah, but I think it spoke volumes about John's mindset.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the
about
combo
where his
really
brain
doing
is
work
at.
there.
I mean, when that happens, you know someone isn't functioning at full, at 100% juice.
Yeah, I agree. That was it showed a lot about John PX's state of mind and
Yeah.
what might be a little bit exhausted at this point. So maybe he waited for the FW. If he would catch it very good, but he knew that there was an FW. He just bounced it 1 turn earlier, so it was very likely that it just comes back. And therefore, J King having the 2-0 lead here. So J King has to play the Brit German variant now.
And
And
John,
as we saw, he
go on.
Oh my voice is just going away.
John is up against the wall now as well. John cannot afford to lose another game. And we've already seen John is, not playing at the 100% John can. And don't get me wrong, even 90% John PX is better than most of us. But he really needs 100% in this game. And that's so much pressure when you're in the grand finals and you're down 2-0 in the best of 5. That is so much pressure on John.
Against the reigning world champion. And we also saw that J King did not even need the FW or Leopold. So we know that this match could just go the same way as the other ones did go.
Yeah, it is certainly possible. And these, you've got MI5s ready. You've got cards like Ultra and Shelling to pin. We do see John switching it up, going for his USA frontline deck. I think this is a pretty safe switch. We saw earlier Dion just going slightly insane with autocannon OTK, just, smacking it against the wall over and over again. So I like John, taking a step back and saying, I need to switch, not for the deck matchup necessarily, even though the matchup is slightly preferred, but also just to give myself a break.
Ooh, John deciding not to go for Whirlwind here.
Probably scared about the sudden strike. We see some emotes coming back and forth. It's too early to chuck cards at each other, so you write some letters.
Looks like John is not too happy about his starting hand here. And also that commando waiting there in J King's support line. Nothing you want to play anything into, but I think PRR is a safe play here, isn't it? Ooh, and the U-boat. MI5 U-boat.
I think you take the front line though, yeah. You take the front line, it stops John being able to take it for quite a while.
I mean, you could sacrifice PRR, go to the front line with Whirlwind.
I think you put down the first Marines. I think it's super important this matchup whether this Sherman gets played or not. I think this Sherman getting deployed could be the make or break of the entire match. And if Jaking is able to discard it next turn, it could be a game changer. If we see this Wolfpack come out and hit this Sherman, I think it could just be GG on the spot. But the tag strike for Jaking can prevent John from even taking the front line if he so wishes. And go for the MI5 first to draw the card.
On the honey. Or next turn he can do U16 Wolfpack.
J-King can Whirlwind and 19... John will probably Whirlwind and 99th, but that does open him up to the Wolfpack U16, which will discard the Sherman and clear John's hand.
Yeah, he will have an empty hand. J-King is 100% doing this.
And as beautiful as this to watch, I do need to curse J-King out a little bit for ruining ladder for all of us for the next 3 days.
Oh, yeah. So we all have to prepare against discard from Monday
I'm
on.
putting Emperor A1s in all my decks.
Can
Get
you
in
put in...
there.
What is that other tank called? That 6-4?
The 6-4, the Jackson.
The Jackson, yeah.
Yeah.
Just put 4 Jacksons into your deck.
They
from
play
tomorrow
U16 on turn 1. You get a turn 1 set Jackson.
on. Oh,
But look
I
at
want
this
to do this.
match. And John finds a
30.
32nd. At least he's able to filter out his deck. However, a single piece of AoE and all these disappear.
Also having C forward. He's having honey into land lease combo for later, just to give himself 4 more health here. Oh ho ho!
John doesn't play all the 32nd, and this way, if Jakin plays a U16, John is still able to deploy a Sherman, assuming he would have still had the front line. I just wanna point out that was actually quite a sweet play from John there, just saying, "Oh, hold on to one of these," and that way, if I draw a Sherman, I can still draw. However, sweet plays aside, it looks like he's in a very difficult position here.
Very, very difficult. That deck is not really working too well today. Oh! Annihilation. Just getting rid of all the of the US units, that is very smart, because whenever John PX would find a Sherman, they would cause troubles.
Yeah. John, finding the dive bombing, not what he needs in this scenario. And I think we're starting to look very much like a J-King 3-0. I hate to be negative, but it's starting to look like it.
I can do nothing more than agree with you. Like, this is really not looking good. He does not even need the Seaford Highlanders here. Getting rid of
Can
this.
even push to the front line with this Sexton, just to be extra sure. And I think it's just a matter of time now until J-King closes out the game. I don't see any method for John to swing back into this.
No, his only draw is the Sherman, right? So
I think this U16 plus Wolfpack was game changing. I think this absolutely swung the game, and we saw this this Sherman get discarded, and now look at John's situation.
even as the Ultra.
I would like to see, push up a unit, pressure as much as you can. Jake, John, J-King just has complete control, and even if John perfect top decks, there's no way out of this.
No, not really.
It's just a matter of time, and I think I'm going to go ahead and bet my money on J-King.
Too late, I guess.
Spooz, I bet you $100 J-King wins.
At what odds?
1,000 to 1. I'm giving you 1,000 to 1 odds for that. I'd owe you $100,000 if John won. I'd be working the next 10 years of my life to pay you back.
Very, very well deserved here.
And Jake, very happy with that, and rightly so.
Very happy.
I think he deserves it.
Is he the one with the most OCC wins now? I think Darkness can give us the answer here very shortly.
But yeah, huge congrats to J King. I think he read the meta really, really well, and he played so superbly with these discard decks. He really knew what was going on, and his head was just in the game further than anyone else's today. I think huge congrats to J King.
Yeah, especially the first match with Soviet against the Legions deck. It was very, very impressive. He knew exactly what was going on the whole time. He did exactly know when he needed to use that by the sword there. I think a lot of players would have just played it instantly when he was at 4 cards but he knew he needed time. He was just waiting if there was something else flying and he played it when he really needed it. And very, very impressive. And the other matchups, he just played them also very well. In the last match, he just had the deck advantage and very well deserved, and congrats to winning February's OCC.
Yeah, but that is it from me and Spooz. We've had a lovely time, and thank you for watching, but we are now going to throw it back to Ollie and Darkness to end the show. So we will catch you guys next time.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for that, Bubbles and Spooz, and an awesome job on casting today. You finally got a series that was longer than mine and Darkness is, so it all balanced out eventually. But Darkness, J King takes this one 3-0 in the finals. Was there anything that surprised you in this final series?
I really wonder about John's condition. There were some questionable plays, and usually he performs on a higher level. So I don't know why this was different from usual. But anyway, congrats to J King. Yes, he is the one with the most OCC wins. This was the 5th OCC he won, and he has definitely won more money in all OCCs than everyone else.
Yeah.
If this answers the question of Bubbles.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations to J King, but also congratulations, of course, to John PX for 2nd place. That's no easy feat, as well as Kolbasnik for taking 3rd. And we can see it here on the bracket. This is the final standing. J King reigns supreme. John PX comes in 2nd. Kolbasnik secures himself that bronze spot, and Dion finishes 1 step away from the podium. It was an awesome game, awesome day of games. We saw some really, really exciting decks and some really entertaining matchups, I would say. I'm really excited to see both what we're going to see next in the next OCC, like how the meta is going to continue to evolve. Of course, the next OCC is going to be after the next World at War release. And that's coming out on February 24th, called Behind Enemy Lines. And earlier today, we did reveal 2 cards from that, so make sure to go check out the VOD and go back into the War Room to see those 2 cards that we revealed. Both are French cards, and both are extremely exciting. So before we sign off, do you have any final words, Darkness?
No, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Today was another record of viewer we had on this OCC, and it was a pleasure to entertain you.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. It is a pleasure, as always. My name is Olikrummi, and I've been your host today. This was the Officer Club Championship. Don't go, too far, because we're going to be back next weekend with the finals of the Cards Open number 10. There's some familiar faces from today's tournament that are going to be making a comeback there. That is always an exciting show. But until then, see you later.